First, I'd like to extend my thanks to Gwen Rin for supporting me with $3 Australian, and to the person whose name I don't know how to pronounce, who sent 20k via super thanks. Your support is a huge motivation for me to create more captivating stories. Don't forget to support me with a subscription and a like. And now, let's begin today's captivating story. The story begins on a fresh, vibrant morning at the magnificent palace of the Arabian ducal family. The maid, Laudiette, gently asked the tiny young lady nestled in her arms, "Young lady, shall we eat now? Young lady, nom nom." Holding the young lady in her arms, Laudiette smiled and praised, "My young lady isn't crying and is so well behaved." The maid gently offered the milk bottle to young Bless. "The young lady must be very hungry. She's already finished it all."
"Even so, my gentle young lady didn't fuss at all," the maid praised. However, Bless knew deep down that the reason she didn't cry or fuss wasn't because she was a particularly good-natured or gentle child. Bless thought to herself, at this age she couldn't complain about food. But anyway, by this life, since she was living her third life, nothing was too surprising anymore. Lady Ith eagerly wondered, when will the master name my young lady? But deep down, Bless thought, not having a name? It's fine. For her, it was already the third life, so having or not having a name was irrelevant, because in her previous life she had died tragically, having been born an unwanted child of her parents. Her first father, a strange man, had told her in her previous life, "Your mother forced it and took the money, so don't expect to live as my child." In that life, born as the first illegitimate child of a tycoon, she was discriminated against because of her birth, and was killed when her relatives found out about the inheritance issue. At that time, on her way home, she accidentally bumped into a stranger. Before she could react, her body collapsed, blood splattered, soaking the cold ground. In her second life, she was born as the illegitimate child of the demon cult leader. Her father, Helios, couldn't hide his surprise, saying, "Seeing blood and not crying? How interesting." He held her in his arms, smiled, and said, "If you want to live, then make yourself useful." She grew up in her father's arms, clinging to him, and every time she performed a new spell, she would eagerly run to show him, "Father, look at this." She recalled that she had regarded her second father as a real father, as he had at least acknowledged her, and to gain his recognition, she had always diligently practiced martial arts. But a cry for help rang out. "Ah, ah," he coldly said, "so this can also be taken? Truly arrogant."
She knew it well, but he only spared her life due to his capriciousness. His icy eyes looked at her. "If it's allowed to dissolve like this, it seems that martial arts will be leaked to them, and I will smash your very foundation." Her efforts in her second life were considered a threat to their position, so they drove her away. They called her by an extremely venomous name, Daughter of the Wicked Devil. All she could do was run and cry. Now she could no longer use martial arts, and despair filled her heart.
But those who didn't know this persistently hunted down and killed the high priest's daughter, screaming "over there" upon seeing her. Because of that, her second life ended at a cliff. In that moment, she felt truly fortunate to be able to end the endless cycle of misfortunes. And then she reincarnated, opening her eyes once more. Breath was dazed, trying to piece together what had just happened. She had clearly fallen from a cliff, yet before her eyes was a completely unfamiliar scene, vastly different from before. Where was this place? Trying to make sense of everything, she looked around. A horse appeared before her. Could this be a stable? Breath blinked, feeling her body strangely light and small. A thought flashed through her mind. So she had been reborn again. Breath was utterly bewildered. How many more times would she be reborn? First things first, since she had been born, she needed to assess the situation, starting with the person next to her. She tried to look around. Beside her was a woman with pure white hair, exactly like her own. Is this her mother in this life, she wondered, a strange unease rising within her. But what could be the reason for being in a place like this with a newborn? Suddenly, the sound of a door echoed. She wondered, who could that be? A man walked in, his eyes incredibly strange. She thought to herself, what kind of man would look at me with such eyes? But by some force, she had a premonition that the man's sorrowful face belonged to her third biological father. A question arose in her mind. Would she be an unwanted child this time too? The man then knelt down near her, not saying a word. Suddenly, he moved closer, extended his arms, and picked her up. Then, carrying her in his arms, he left the stable. Breath wondered, where is he taking me?
Her tiny body suddenly felt tired. Oh my, she just felt sleepy. In his arms, she couldn't understand the heart of the man who had taken her away at that time, whether he had some intention or if it was simply a twist of fate. But one thing was certain, she had been in her new home for a month now. Even more miraculously, she hadn't died yet. Lady had cradled her in her arms, gently saying, "My lady, the master hasn't come, so you must be very sad. He has many concerns about your name, so I hope you can understand." The young lady just thought, I don't know. Although she hadn't seen the father who brought her here again since that day, it wasn't particularly important to her. And when she thought about her previous life, perhaps it would have been better if they hadn't met. Compared to her previous life, this could be considered very good treatment. If she could just live independently and quietly like this, it would be fine. But at that very moment, a call rang out, startling her. "Miss Ladiet, wait a moment, I'll go in first." A voice rang out, but before it could finish, a piercing scream erupted. "Ah!" Immediately after that came the sound of a heavy impact, and two figures tumbled onto the floor in the most pathetic posture imaginable. "Huh?"
Perry followed, letting out a long, weary yawn. "See? I told you to go in order." Meanwhile, Bless wondered, who are these people? Gladius spoke up. "Quite lively, isn't it, Lillian, Cesa, and even Perry? What's going on?" Cesa excitedly said, "Finally, the family head has chosen a name for the young lady, and the young lady's name is Bless von Radian." "Rabian?" She blinked slightly. "What was that? It's different from before, but it feels strangely familiar, doesn't it?" Perry interrupted her thoughts. "Even though it's a bit late, I must greet you, young lady. I am Perry, Rabian's attendant." Bless felt like she had heard that somewhere before. Immediately after, another voice, softer and gentler, rang out. "I am Cesa, and Lord Helios, your father, will arrive soon." Bless became even more bewildered. "Oh my goodness." "Finally, I am Lillian. When the family head arrives, he will introduce your older sister, young Lady Helena, who is your sister." The name was strangely familiar to Bless. Wait, Sister Helena? Then Bless realized, her memories slowly piecing together. "I remember now, everything. Her name, it was the name that appeared in the novel, a name associated with tragedy. And furthermore, if she was Bless, then she was the paternal half-sister of Helena von Rabian, a villainess executed for isolating the female protagonist."
A feeling of horror washed over her. Bless sobbed, and Labiette saw the young lady Bless with teary eyes, not understanding what was happening. In the original work, the Rabiang family, a family of villains, was destroyed by the male lead without a moment's hesitation. Therefore, if everything still followed the original story's trajectory, then in the end, it meant this life of hers would also be ruined. Sooner or later, she burst into tears. Her maid, Ladiette, didn't understand why the young lady was acting this way. "Oh dear, young lady, why are you like this?" Bless secretly lamented. "If gods truly exist, it's clear they must hate me. They didn't just push her into inescapable tragedies once, but time and again." Gentle light filtered through the glass window into Bless's private room, which was strangely luxurious and ornate. The maid Ladiette leaned over to look into the small cradle, secretly thinking, "It's a good thing the young lady looks strong. You must grow up healthy and safe, young lady." The baby's eyes sparkled with unshed tears. The maid gently poked Bless's cheek, softly uttering, "Because of you, young lady." Suddenly, that tiny hand grasped her slender finger, making her open her eyes wide in surprise.
Ladiette questioned. "The young lady's name wasn't given by the master of the house, was it?" Helios was silent for a moment. "How do you know that?" "Breast," Ladiette replied. "You didn't even come to see her. Isn't it strange that her name means blessing?" Helios frowned slightly, rubbing the bridge of his nose as if enduring something. "I'm wondering what's going on. If you're talking about that child, I don't want to hear it." He recalled his childhood. "Ladiette, ever since I first met her, she's been like this, always acting as if she knows everything." Ladiette stood straight-backed, her gaze unwavering, her voice calm. "Master, Sir Cesa's matter truly cannot be allowed." Helios frowned, raising a hand to his forehead, his voice stern. "Ladiette, that's enough talk." Ladiette looked him straight in the eye, her gaze full of conviction. "Even so, do you wish for even that young lady to be like that person?" Helios clenched his fist, muttering under his breath. "In front of me, don't casually utter that name." Ladiette recalled, clutching her lapel, and replied to him. "No, sir, the day you brought the young lady here, Helios, was that day." She spoke with a hint of reproach. "If you brought her here, then you must take responsibility." The woman in his memory had said, "If this baby is a girl, I will name her Breast, as a blessing."
If this child is born, you must protect it. For me, someone like that right now. Finally, Ladieth looked straight at him, her voice lowering. "Please, go see the young lady." She emphasized each word. "Don't let regret consume you like it did with Sir Cesa." Helios's face suddenly turned pale, and his hand suddenly clenched. Beloved by all, it was a reverse harem novel where the female protagonist transmigrates into a fantasy romance world, conquering everyone around her and attracting the male leads, who possess noble bloodlines belonging to the most powerful and prestigious families. That novel, a dreamlike story where all the characters appearing in the novel loved and cherished the female protagonist. It was a favorite work that I had read many times in my first life. The story progressed smoothly, and I truly enjoyed reading it because I didn't know where things would lead thanks to the male leads. Bread clenched his hands in resignation, uttering the words, "But that doesn't mean I want to step into this world."
She thought to herself, I understand this novel well, from who the male lead is to their past and their ultimate fate. Perhaps I could save Rabian from its prolonged destruction. However, I don't necessarily want to get involved. Breast tossed and turned, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Old memories were surfaced. She had hoped in vain and hated being betrayed. Across 2 lifetimes, Bress's heart swelled with choked-up resentment, and she had even less desire to do anything good for her third father, who had abandoned her. Not only her father, but also her sister. Her face turned pale at the thought. Helena, Rabian's villainous eldest daughter, not only isolated the female lead, but also Bress, an illegitimate child, and the villainess's paternal half-sister. In other words, she also considered her a thorn in her side.
Bless received a slap from Helena. "A bastard like you dares to call yourself my sister? You've got some nerve, don't you?" Helena coldly looked at Bless on the floor. She slowly bent down, her shadow engulfing Bless, her voice turning sharp. "Bless, listen carefully. I don't have a sister." The corner of her mouth curled up, her eyes full of contempt. "So you'd better watch your behavior." Helena's threats and the harassment from her ambitious sister made Bless miserable. Fate had destined her to die because of her sister's evil deeds. Bless pouted, thinking that no matter how she looked at it, this family brought her no benefits, so why should she suffer? "Anyway, if I disappear, no one will care," she thought resentfully. "Before Rabiang collapses, I'll just collect some money and leave. Since they're a ducal family, they must have a lot of money, right?" she thought gleefully. Meanwhile, Lydiat entered. Lydiat, radiant, clasped her hands. "My lady looks so full of life today, doesn't she?" Bless's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, Lydiat." This beautiful woman was Lydiat. She gently hugged Bless, smiling softly. "I'm late, aren't I? My apologies." Bless quietly observed. "After all, she looks like my exclusive maid." Lydiat carefully observed Bless, then softly praised. "Our young lady resembles her mother, so she seems quiet, doesn't she?" Bless paused. "Mother?" She pondered, considering what she knew about her mother and the actions of the other maids. It seemed Lydiat was the highest ranking among them. The other maids called Lydiat Miss Lydiat, and Hessa reminded Lillian to be quiet. Has she been with the ducal family for a long time?
She didn't care that she was an illegitimate child. Why would she let someone like Lydiat be by her side? Bress wondered. Nestled in the warm embrace of the maid, Lydiat gently spoke. "It seems you're not hungry yet, young lady, are you? The weather is nice today, so shall we go for a walk?" Bress blinked and replied, "Ah, that means yes. This is the first time I've been outside since coming to the ducal family. It's truly vast here." The maid smiled softly, her eyes full of affection. "I've been eager to introduce you to Rabiang, the place where you belong, young lady." Lydiat rejoiced. "I am deeply honored to serve the greatest ducal family." Bress mused. "Indeed, that makes sense. There are 4 ducal families. First is the imperial family with the dragon bloodline of Leah, followed by Rabiang of the miracle that heals all things, then Sway, the extremely poisonous family that controls all toxins, Gold of brilliant light where blessings are received from spirits, and Acidel of eternity hidden behind the veil. Each ducal family possesses a special ability. Wait, does this body have that ability? Rabiang's healing power? She wondered. A voice rang out. "We've arrived, young lady. Isn't it cool, young lady? I've been wanting to show you this," Lydiat introduced. The statue cast the face of a man. It looks so much like Helios, Bress thought. Lydiat looked at the statue, her voice full of reverence. "This is the first generation Rabiang. He looks very much like the current duke, doesn't he?" Bress froze. "Ah, so it's not Helios." Lydiat's eyes suddenly grew quiet, as if she was lost in unfathomable thoughts. She silently gazed at the statue for a long time, her expression showing a hint of nostalgia mixed with something hard to name.
Brett looked puzzled. "Ladies," a strange voice rang out. "Who do we have here? Isn't this the bastard child Duke Rabian brought?" Brett flinched, looking up at the speaker. Cesa and Lillian immediately stepped in front, their bodies tense with vigilance. Seeing this, he growled. "Is it that the maids of the Rabian household are not taught manners, that they dare block my way?" Ladies spoke, her tone unchanged but carrying authority. "Lillian, step back." Lillian immediately obeyed, stepping aside. All the maids bowed in unison, their voices in sync. "Your Grace, Duke Hayrick Finesse." Bless was bewildered. What? Could Hayrick be the final mystery of the original story, Hayrick Finesse? In the original story, he was described as the most haunting character of the S family. He was not only a cruel man, but also the embodiment of an insatiable lust for power, achieving what he desired at any cost. In the original story, he exploited Helena and was one of the main culprits behind Rabian's downfall. Bless was extremely worried, her heart filled with unease, wondering why that final boss was present at Rabian's residence. "So, you're my niece?" Completely unexpected by Bless. Niece? Her mind started working again with the new information. Is Hayrick Bless's maternal uncle? If that's the case, then is her mother from the S family? If she's the niece of the final boss, then this must be an important plot point. She thought back. There was no such plot point in the original story. Ladis suddenly spoke up, interrupting Bless's jumbled thoughts. "Young master, if you arrive without prior notice like this, it's truly awkward," the maid explained. Hayrick's in his fur coat smiled meaningfully.
You're here to see me, and you still had to contact me. Well, fine. I'll keep that in mind next time, he said, walking away confidently, extending his hand in a gesture of agreement. He smirked mysteriously. After all, the purpose of my visit today has already been achieved. From Herrick's hand, azure magical patterns glowed, emitting mysterious streams of light that enveloped the space and shone directly into Bless's head. I was curious. I heard she resembles my sister greatly. Bless's eyes widened, a sudden sharp pain flaring in her ear. Huh? Was that a sharp pain just now? Lady had held Bless tightly, her eyes burning red with tension. Young Master Herrick's, her eyes firm, her voice dropped, resolute. I will not permit any more nonsense. Before being your niece, this person is our young mistress. Herrick's didn't reply. He merely smiled. He sneered, shrugging. Rabian's maid has no sense of propriety, does she? Lady had retorted sharply. You can say that once you stop overstepping your bounds, young master. Herrick's fell silent, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He slowly spoke. I'll be leaving now, but next time you'd better be careful, so keep a close watch. As soon as Herrick's left, Lady had quickly bowed her head, her voice filled with apology. I'm so sorry, young lady.
Blessed blinked. The pain in her ear gradually subsided, and she slowly realized something. Oh, that was... Her face turned pale, and with a sudden gasp, she felt something was wrong with herself. Even after being reborn, I still hate pain, she thought to herself. Her situation was gradually becoming difficult, and she had tried to ignore it along with the pain, because in the end, she foolishly dreamed of family affection, which is why she truly hated pain. But my lady, please believe that it's all for you, Ladiette said softly, her voice gentle yet firm. Ladiette, the name echoed in Blessed's mind, though she didn't know what it meant, because it was Ladiette, the only one who treated her kindly, she wanted to believe. The scene shifts to Helios. In the silent night, old memories surged like an unannounced storm, consuming his mind. That girl, Cesa, was both his blessing and a spy sent by S to bring about his downfall. That day, Helios confronted the girl he loved, his voice deep with accusation. I must have looked very foolish being played by you, Cesa. No, Roxanne von S.
The chain of misfortunes in my life began when I learned the true identity of that girl. I'm sorry for deceiving you all this time, Helios. Then her eyes shone with remorse, but I had truly come to love you, despite my mission. My heart is sincere, and I wanted to be happy with you and this child. At that time, she was pregnant with our child. But the feeling of betrayal from her was even more crushing than that truth. At that moment, Helios merely smiled faintly, but that smile was filled with contempt and bitterness. How can I believe the words of someone who has continuously deceived me? Now all your words just seem false to me. Cesa cried out, Helios, it's not like that. But pain and disappointment had completely consumed his mind. Helios's voice deepened, each word he uttered cutting through her like a knife. I don't want to see you right now. Go back to Ed, Cesa. Only a few months had passed since we parted ways like that. Helios sat silently by the dim light, his trembling hands turning over old letters. Cesa was nowhere to be found. Ed also reported that Cesa's whereabouts were unknown. He was utterly horrified upon receiving the information. Where on earth could she have vanished with that pregnant body? Anxiety twisted in his heart. He could not hesitate any longer. He had to go find her immediately. Helios spurred his horse forward across the lush green meadow, his solitary figure blending into the deep night.
Cesa, where are you? Please be safe and sound, he prayed as he stood before the stable door. Please, Cesa. He slowly pushed the door open. Seeing the scene before him, Helios's face froze, his eyes wide. The radiant face of the woman he loved flashed through his mind. Then, confronted by the cruel reality, she lay motionless on the ground. Cesa. He reached out, muttering, This aura, a clear red bruise on her neck. It's S's poison. Helios despaired, that thought swirling deep in his mind. How could Hyric possibly harm Cesa, his own sister? It might not have been Hyric who killed Cesa, but I am the one who brought about this situation. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let her go like that. Helios regretted it immensely. That day, when he faced Bless, he remembered what Cesa had said. If this child is a girl, I will name her Bless. Startled, Helios shot up, beads of sweat on his forehead. That dream again? It's all in the past. Even if I regret it now, Cesa won't come back. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Diaz rushed into the room, urgently calling out, Helios.
Helios frowned, his voice deepening. Ladiette, I've told you several times, don't just burst in like this. But before he could finish his sentence, Ladiette interrupted. It's serious. Lady Blessed has been poisoned. The silent night sky, moonlight shining down on the ancient mansion. Ladiet sighed helplessly. Lady Blessed had only just managed to fall asleep after a long struggle. She bowed her head slightly, her voice full of worry. Ever since young Master Hyrek visited this morning, her condition has gradually worsened. In any case, the young master must have done something to Lady Blessed's body. Ladiet looked at the weakening lady, her voice filled with unease. If we let this continue, it will be dangerous. Helios stood silently, lost in thought, his eyes pensive, as if sinking into an endless stream of contemplation. Hyrek, a name that evoked indescribable emotions. Using Caesar as a pawn and then killing him wasn't enough, so he dared to try and kill the only link between me and her. Is that person none other than Caesar's daughter? Helios angrily clenched his fist, pressing hard against the iron bar. He softly called, "Ladiet." The maid bowed her head, her voice as soft as a breeze. "Yes, master." He spoke to Ladiet. "Is even this part of his plan?"
Helios reminisced about what Ladiet had done before, choosing him to become the head of this house, just like that day. But in response to his questioning, Ladiet merely smiled faintly. "Master, you are truly strange. That was ages ago, wasn't it? Now we have something else important to discuss. Shouldn't you be asking how to save the young lady? After all, you are the head of Rabiang. You know that with your power you cannot detoxify her, right? There's a truth no one often mentions. The powers of the 4 great ducal families cancel each other out. So do you have a way? I know a simple method." Helios froze. "Bring dragon's blood, the blood of the royal family. That's all. The emperor of the Leah Empire is called the dragon. Royal bloodline has long been said to contain power far beyond that of humans, and foolish, greedy individuals often covet it. But they forget that touching the blood of a dragon is not merely seeking power, but also bringing about one's own demise. For the end of those who crave the blood of a ferocious dragon is always death. No one can escape the punishment of that supreme creature. If it's dragon's blood, you can certainly save her." Ladiet replied with certainty, without a hint of hesitation. "Yes, master." He gently clutched his lapel, the faint light reflecting on his slender fingers. A quiet thought echoed in his mind. "Caesar, I still don't understand what happiness you spoke of."
"Nevertheless, I promise you this, the blessing you left me before you departed." Helios recalled the time he spent sitting under the blue sky, amidst vast flower fields and gentle sunlight, together with the woman he loved. Finally, Helio donned his coat, his sharp, cold eyes gleaming with determination. His hand gripped the lapel of his coat tightly as he declared resolutely, "I will go to the imperial palace and return. I will protect Bless," he murmured to himself. The magnificent castle emerged from the mysterious night, faint blue light reflecting off its sturdy stone walls. Helios strode quickly through the splendid corridor, certain in his mind. The emperor must be in his study now. Helios's hand clenched, his gaze resolute as thoughts swirled in his mind. Even if they wish for Rabiang to submit to the imperial family in exchange for a blood donation, I have no other choice, as long as I can save Caesar's bloodline. To meet Duke Rabiang here, what a coincidence, isn't it? A voice suddenly rang out. Helios flinched, his hand unconsciously tightening its grip on the object he held. The low, mocking voice echoed once more, shattering the silent atmosphere. From the end of the corridor, the stranger slowly spoke again. "What the Duke seeks is not there."
As if seeing through the thoughts of Helios, the 3rd prince of the Elia Eldiansi Empire, Enolius smiled and said, "You've come to seek dragon's blood, haven't you?" Helios was utterly surprised. How could the 3rd prince know? Could it be that the young prince had inherited the royal family's bloodline ability? Helios looked at the prince and lowered his voice. "If you already know what I want, I presume the prince can give me what I desire." Helios froze, his eyes wide with caution. That voice carried a hint of a smile, yet it sent shivers down one's spine. "What is it you want from me?" Eldian smirked. "The Duke is perceptive, which I quite like, though affection for one's children is something utterly foreign to me." The prince gently replied, "First, let us go to the Duke's mansion to save your precious daughter." The Rabiang Duke's mansion. Seeing Helios standing right at the door, Helena subtly frowned, her gaze following her father's retreating back. She wondered immensely, where had her father gone just now, in the middle of the night? Little Helena mused to herself. "Lately, father often comes here, so I decided to visit. What could be here?" She quietly opened the door. A baby. Her eyes widened, staring in astonishment at the tiny creature bundled in a pristine white blanket.
She clutched the crib rail, her face flushed with sorrow. Helena cried out in alarm, little one, where does it hurt?" Helena gripped the bars tightly, her heart filled with helplessness and regret. In moments like these, if only I could skillfully use Rabian's power, I would surely be able to heal you. I'll stay by your side, because being alone when you're sick is very lonely. Helena flashed a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. "How about I sing for you?" Then she gently began to sing, her sweet melody like a warm lullaby, comforting the baby in the crib. My dearest little one, please don't cry, my little one. No matter where mother is, she will always love you, my dearest little one. Suddenly, a sound echoed, and Helena startled, turning her head, her shimmering violet eyes reflecting worry. Someone's here. She looked around anxiously, thinking in confusion. What should I do? If I'm caught wandering around in the middle of the night, I'll get scolded. Then her gaze suddenly landed on a large wardrobe, and she whispered excitedly, "There!" The little girl trembled as she hid in the wardrobe, suddenly hearing a voice say, "The Duke's precious daughter." Another voice replied, "Thank you for your kindness, sir." Her small heart suddenly tightened, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Is that father's voice? Her breathing quickened, and she tried to listen further, but only the sound of receding footsteps and a closing door remained. A moment later, she let out a soft sigh of relief. They're gone, thankfully, though I'm not quite sure what the conversation was about. Helena quietly stepped out of the wardrobe. The talk about father's precious daughter didn't seem to be about her. The little girl clutched the crib rail tightly. So, is this child father's precious daughter?
Bless opened her sparkling purple eyes wide and looked up, her small, adorable face holding an inexplicable innocence despite its cuteness. Helena stared at the child with sparkling dark purple eyes, her heart suddenly aching with a strange feeling. The baby had dark purple eyes just like father, didn't she? My eyes are so light-colored, but these are so beautiful. The little girl trembled, clutching the wooden bars tightly, her eyes filled with sorrow. So father had never once come to see her, but he came to see the baby. She stood silently before the crib. Why didn't he come to see Helena? A nagging question echoed in her mind. Was it because Helena didn't resemble father at all? Helena burst into tears. No, that's not it. If Helena worked even harder, father would come to see her, wouldn't he? Helena huddled on the floor, her tiny shadow swallowed by the vast room. I also wish father would love me. Bless squeezed her eyes shut, her face scrunched up in dissatisfaction. It had only been 2 weeks since she was reborn, yet she had already encountered the biggest crisis of this life. That was... So father is the strongest mage in the Empire, isn't that truly amazing? Helena eagerly recounted the story to Bless, her voice full of excitement.
As for her, the absolute worst thing was this little Helios' stories. Please, just stop. I couldn't care less. After struggling with Hayes' poison and waking up, there were 2 major changes. One of them was this girl starting to come here. Brett lay on the bed, deep in thought. There was no mistake. It was the black hair and light purple eyes. The girl with light purple eyes and a radiant smile, clinging tightly to Brett's cradle, was none other than Helena, the villainess from the original story.
Helena von Rabian, the daughter of the deceased Duchess and Bless's paternal half-sister. In the original story, she was described as an arrogant and haughty villainess. Due to the influence of the Duchess, a member of House S, she was closer to Heinrich than to Helios. Bless thought. She hadn't realized that Helena truly longed for her father, while Helena kept rambling on and on about father this and father that. Only after truly living in this world did she discover contexts she hadn't known and personalities that were very different. If this were the case, predicting and planning for the future would become meaningless. Suddenly, Helena revealed, "Actually, I saw father coming out from here," she confessed. "You get to see father often, so I'm really envious." Bless showed an understanding expression. "Right." Furthermore, the second change, the door swung open. It was Helios, who also began to show his face. Helios stepped in, and Bless's mouth dropped open in astonishment. However, the two merely looked at each other in silence. Then he turned away, leaving Bless puzzled. Why did he come here? Helios was truly a strange person, Bless thought to herself, always just coming to quietly look at her and then leaving. Although she didn't know what he wanted, this feeling, it was incredibly pressuring. Helena cheerfully replied, "Of course." Bless paused her thoughts, turned to look at her, a hint of surprise in her heart.
Helena lowered her head, her voice dropping with a hint of hurt. "Everyone says I'm not allowed to see father. It must be because neither mother nor father wants to see me, but I truly wish to meet him," Helena continued, her voice deepening with worry. "I wonder if it's because I'm mother's daughter? Mother's relationship with father seems bad." She gave a sad smile, as if confiding in Bless, but also as if asking herself, "What do I have to do to be acknowledged by father?" That's when Bless realized, "Oh, I haven't been keeping up, have I?" Helena longed for her parents' affection, just like she once did. Why didn't I realize this sooner? Bless suddenly understood. A moment's thought, and the indifference Helios had shown her, made it clear that he couldn't properly show affection to Helena either. Even though this was her third life, and she had long given up hope for family affection, if Helena were to fall into Heinrich's hands and become a villain, it would actually be due to her father's indifference. The more she thought, the more irritated Bless became. Don't get too upset. After confiding, Helena felt lighter. She gently reached out, poked Bless's cheek, and gave a gentle smile. Even so, it's really nice to be able to talk about father with you, little one. I'll come to see you again, so don't forget me. Although she didn't particularly like Helena's stories, she had to distract herself. Lying around all day was boring, so listening to Helena's stories until she left wasn't so bad, right? That's right, it's fine for now. Then Bless gently took Helena's finger. Helena smiled brightly. A man appeared from behind the crack in the door, observing Bless and Helena. Helena was overjoyed. Whoa, are you holding my hand now? He was none other than Jessers, standing silently behind the door, his cold eyes watching the two girls, a slight sneer playing on his lips, clearly showing contempt.
Finding it too sentimental, Jesus uttered a brief remark, then turned and left without hesitation. At that time, the previously dull upper class was abuzz with new topics of conversation. "Have you heard the rumors about Robian's relationship with S?" someone asked softly, while another chimed in with a suggestive tone. "I heard the S family tried to poison Robian's illegitimate child. Is that true?" The dramatic story further electrified the atmosphere. "There's a rumor that Duke personally detoxified them," the curious person continued, unable to hide their skepticism. Could it be that he's considering accepting that illegitimate child as the official heir? This unexpected possibility further stirred public opinion. Amidst the hushed conversation, a voice suddenly spoke up, piquing curiosity. "By the way, have you heard the news about the second prince? I heard he's returned, apparently due to a carriage accident, making the atmosphere even more tense with vague speculations." They continued to discuss the remaining matter of who would succeed the emperor. A cold voice then spoke. "Now, out of 6, only 4 remain, and they are vying for the seat of power."
The scene shifts to Prince Eldian, stumbling and collapsing to the floor, his face contorted in pain, a small cry escaping his lips. "Ah!" Another voice beside him spoke up, cold and mocking. "What's this? So it's a human, not an insect, huh? On closer inspection, I see you're so suited to crawling on the floor like an insect that I didn't even recognize you." First Prince Riso Sienna Aria said maliciously to Eldian. He called him by his name, Eldian, while Eldian merely clenched his fists in silence, enduring.
He gently turned back, forcing a strained smile. "You're hurting me, brother." Brother, just one short word, but it was enough to make Rixo's eyes flash with extreme contempt. He threatened him. "If you don't want to truly die, then cut out that brother talk right now." Rixo looked at the person in front of him with utter contempt, his voice growing sharper. "Pretending to know nothing in front of father, then looking down on me. Do you think I don't know?" Eldrian's voice was hurried and full of panic as he hastily defended himself. "I've never been like that, brother. You're mistaken. That was father." Not letting him finish, he yelled, "Quiet down! It seems you think that just because you get a little attention from father, you can do whatever you want. Do you think that will achieve anything? I've never thought—" Eldrian couldn't finish his sentence, as a rough hand gripped his collar tightly, cutting off the defense he hadn't even managed to utter, leaving only his bewildered eyes and a cold shout, "Shut up!" With sharp eyes and lips curled in contempt, he stood over him, grinding out each harsh word. "You'll stay on the ground for the rest of your life. Don't you dare get cocky and covet my position, understand?" Having said that, he roughly threw in the side, not forgetting to hurl an insult. "Now get out!" As soon as Rixo left, Eldrian let out a cry. "Ouch!"
So quick to anger? A tall figure slowly approached, casting a shadow over Elion, who was sitting on the ground. That man is truly garbage. It was the young man with soft brown hair and sharp golden eyes who appeared, dressed in a neat outfit, with a striking red bow tie, Lamia, Elion's attendant. Lamia gnashed his teeth in anger, while Elion merely uttered an innocuous remark. Even so, he pretends to be kind in front of others. Lamia angrily retorted, "That's precisely why he's even more detestable. If he weren't a prince, then—" "All right, how's that matter I asked you to confirm?" Elion changed the subject. Lamia bowed his head slightly, his voice a little reserved as he answered the question. "I heard it's safe and sound. That child, the dragon's blood, has triumphed." Elion pondered for a moment, his lips moving as if to say something. Then he chuckled, saying cheerfully, "Is that so? Not bad." Lamia was puzzled by the prince's decisions, a sense of unease rising within him. "Your Highness, why must you necessarily deal with Robian? Helios cannot be trusted." But contrary to that, Elion merely stood there, not rushing to answer. A moment of silence passed, then Elion gently turned and walked away, tilting his head slightly back. There's no other way. Elion's eyes became infinitely cold, as if reflecting the darkness of the fate he was bearing. His voice echoed as if from afar. "Because the only one in this world who can stop me from going mad after receiving the magic sword is him." A few days prior, at Duke Robiang's mansion, Helios stepped into the room where Elion was also standing beside a cauldron. A small cut was made on his finger, and a drop of blood slowly trickled down.
A drip sound echoed, and the drop of blood fell onto the center of Blas's head.
She was still sound asleep, unaware of anything. Although she would still need dragon blood in the future, this immediate crisis had passed, and I am willing to provide a steady supply of blood if the Duke fulfills his end of the agreement. What do you want? He placed both hands on the cradle, turned his head, and said, "There are 2 things I want. First is the magic sword you were guarding. Make a pact that you will hand that magic sword over to me." He spoke with a surprised expression. A magic sword. But that, I know. Without waiting for Helios to finish, Eldian interrupted him. People say it drives its wielder mad, which is why Rabian had to guard it. He placed a hand on his chest, his face bright as a flower. "So I ask you, a great sorcerer, to subdue me after I obtain the magic sword. Also, when the time comes, hide me here with the Duke. Currently, my body might not be able to endure it, so I will seek you out before I come of age. This is my second condition." Helios replied with a hint of worry. "This is a gamble with low odds of winning." Eldian continued, "That's not what the Duke needs to consider. What the Duke must consider is that only the dragon blood I provide can neutralize E's power." He extended his hand and smiled, the dark space making his smile appear more dangerous. "Of course you'll agree, won't you, Duke?" He clenched his fist and thought to himself, "Rabian's magic sword is equivalent to top secret."
Helios thought for a moment, then bowed low, as if in agreement, although it was unclear where he had heard the information, but the answer he could give now was already sent. "I should be the one thanking you." Eldian closed his eyes and smiled. "That is all." He stood still, staring at him. At this time, the struggle for the throne was fierce, driven by the succession of the third emperor. Eldian had no backing, and his attempt to acquire this magic sword was probably to gain an advantage in this competition. If he wanted to uphold the agreement, he would need to resolve internal issues. He had to make arrangements quickly. Inside the Rabiang family's meeting room, loud voices echoed throughout the room. "This is utterly absurd. Give the West Annex to a bastard child? Isn't that a place with a long history, built by the family's first family head?" A brown-haired man angrily shouted, "Even acknowledging a bastard child has already shamed the family. Giving the West Annex to that brat is too generous." 2 others quickly spoke up. "If it's about S, we also have another annex, family head." Helios glared at them angrily. "How strange. Do you inherently have the authority to discuss my daughter's residence?" The space suddenly fell silent, and everyone stopped, not daring to say anything more.
Helios's face darkened, his eyes blazing. "If you continue to contemptuously call my daughter a bastard like that, I will consider it a challenge to me, the head of this family." The room fell silent. Those people sat motionless, no one daring to speak anymore. He stood up and placed his hand on the table. "If anyone has any dissatisfaction with my decision, they can speak up at any time. I will personally cut out that tongue."
Helios left, but didn't forget to turn his head back and instruct, "Get this into your head properly. Bless von Rabiang." That was the child's name. Outside the magnificent castle, a pond was situated in the middle of a spacious garden. Long windows were installed along the walls. Bless looked at it, her face full of worry. Ladies held her in her arms and observed the building before them. "Is this entire place the residence of the young lady, Duchess Valentine? Are you kidding me now?" So I wasn't the only one who found it strange. He smiled and replied to her, "The head of the household has transferred the West Annex to the young lady. It's no joke, Harrow von Valentine." He smiled brightly and said to both of them, "There's no need to worry, as he will make such an announcement at the elders' meeting." What exactly was that? A few days prior, when Ladies was in Bless's room, of course the young lady's room up until now didn't seem like a child's room, but suddenly someone opened the door and walked in, which was certainly not allowed. Helios entered and suddenly said, "You can't stay like this. It's time to move rooms." At that time, they were still trembling with fear of being sent to the storage room. Who would give an entire building to an infant? Helios was truly insane. Valentine smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed with pink. It seemed he intended to use this opportunity to solidify the young lady's position. Quite unconventional, wasn't it? When she heard his next sentence, Bless was very confused. Handing over the West Annex, which has the longest history? The longest history?
Did some kind of mood transformation happen while I was sleeping? It's not a bad thing, but it's too much pressure. She thought about many things, while Valentine extended a hand to invite the 2 of them inside. "Let's go in." Bap raised her small hand to cover her mouth. "By the way, Helena probably doesn't know I've moved, and she hasn't visited much lately. I hope nothing bad has happened, right?" Helena held a book in her hand, her face bewildered. "Huh?" She looked around, searching. "Where did the baby go? She was clearly here just a moment ago." A terrifying voice rang out, making Helena tremble. "I knew you'd be here again." She stammered in fright. Jakers." He looked at her with terrifying eyes, arms crossed. "Helena's butler, Jakers von Radius." He walked over and grabbed Helena's shoulder. "My lady, I've already told you why you shouldn't come here, haven't I?" She trembled, sweat pouring down. Because I am a member of S, the one who carries on my mother's will, I must not be close to the people of Rabiang."
Jaker smiled, looking even more terrifying. So you haven't forgotten. My lady, you will also follow the wishes of S, won't you? Of course. He looked at Helena with shining eyes. That's right. It's fortunate that my lady knows this.
Jesus released her shoulder and rested his hands on his knees. I heard that the child you're looking for has moved to the West Annex. It seems you care a great deal, so I've prepared a housewarming gift for the child. You'll go and then return, won't you? As soon as he asked, Helena immediately brightened. Really? Is that allowed? Jesus gave a sinister smile. Of course, my lady. I've prepared something absolutely adorable. Jesus, enraged, slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and said, Cesa, that woman is still causing trouble even after death, that damned bastard. It seems we've been able to decipher that it's Cesa's bloodline, haven't we? Master Rabian has also started to take notice. Well, fine, for now, it's not like there's no way. Jesus looked towards the teddy bear placed on the table. Let's see if the situation of excessive magic accumulation can be fortunately resolved. Subsequently, Helena, completely unaware, brought the teddy bear to Bless. She excitedly said, Little one, this is a housewarming gift. Bless, seeing it, cried out with extreme delight, It's a teddy bear! Helena gazed at Bless and thought, I haven't seen you in a while. It was so hard to find out you were in the West Palace. I was worried something might have happened. Thank goodness. She softly asked, Little one, didn't father come yesterday? Bless, hearing this, coldly turned away. It's still just about Helios.
But now that I think about it, it's strange, isn't it? He should have arrived by now. Helena said with a hint of sadness, But if Father were here, I wouldn't be able to give the baby a gift. Father would hate me coming here, you see, because unlike the baby, I am Mother's daughter. She added, The baby really likes it. Bless looked at Helena blankly and let out a sound. I'm sorry, I've said something strange. With a baby, I should talk more cheerfully. She naturally understood Helena's words. It turned out that even though Helena believed her father detested her, she still longed for his affection, as if she saw her past self. Helena smiled and changed the subject. Isn't this stuffed rabbit pretty? The butler prepared it for me to give to the baby. This time I was also specially allowed to come here. Having said that, Helena waved goodbye to her. It's time for me to go now, isn't it? So, baby, I'll come again next time. Bless also waved back. Afterwards, she thought to herself, Helena, she looks lonely, doesn't she? It would be so good if Helena could become close with Helios.
She's so similar to my past self, it's quite troubling. Just then, Ladiette walked in from outside. Our young lady, did you have a good time with Lady Helena? When Bress saw her, she happily exclaimed, How did Ladiette know to stay away? Thanks to that, Helena was able to relax. I'm really grateful to her. Ladiette quickly noticed the teddy bear placed on her bed. Oh my, young lady, is this... Helena gave it to me, Bress replied in a childish voice. Ladiette picked up the bear. Her eyes burned red as she looked at it and said, You've received quite a precious gift, haven't you? Then she smiled as usual. The master of the house will be here soon. Let's wait just a little longer, shall we? Bress frowned and mumbled a few words. I'm not exactly waiting for Helios. Ladiette's misunderstanding wasn't entirely unreasonable. In fact, ever since I moved, Helios came to see me every day at the West Annex, although I had thought something had changed when he gave me a historic annex. Helios held Bress in his arms and read stories to her as he held her. She thought to herself, bewildered, but I never expected it to go this far. He even directly reads comics to me. Ever since I fell ill, I knew something had changed.
Helios was very focused on reading a story. When everyone fell into despair, a young woman appeared and spoke. Breath stared blankly at him. This appearance was still too unfamiliar. After that, Helios closed the book and said, That's enough for today. For now, I can only choose. But when you can speak, tell me anything you need. It's really hard to adapt, isn't it? Is this a gift for me? This was the first time in her 2 lives that she had received a gift from family. So, this is what it feels like to have someone think of you? If she thought of Helios from their first meeting, she would never have imagined this. After that, Helios asked in a low voice, So Helena came and left today too? Yes, she came and left before you arrived. Breath was confused when she heard that. What? He knew? Helios gently touched her cheek and said, Breath, that child calls you her sister. Although it would be good if I could introduce you directly, that child is uncomfortable with me, so she won't come if I'm here. She widened her eyes, looking at him. Oh, Helena still thought Helios hated her. Let's prepare to go somewhere private, Helios said softly to her. No, I don't want to force it.
Bless suddenly thought, clearly, at their first meeting, Helios was an unapproachable, unaffectionate person, but now I know he's someone who can cherish his family. Helena is also still young, so she probably still longs for family love.
Although the details of the situation are unclear, the two of them have never even been together until now, unlike me in my previous life. Who knows, they might have been able to become a harmonious family. Can't I do something? While I could be content with myself, I hope that even when I leave, they can be happy together. Next, Helios put her down and left. Before leaving, he instructed Ladiet, I have matters to attend to, so I'll be temporarily absent. Ladiet softly asked, Are you making arrangements to receive the third prince? Yes, during that time, I'll entrust Bless to you. Ladiet smiled and replied softly, Please don't worry, for as long as I am here, Lady Bless will be safe. I hope those aren't just empty words, Helios said, then quickly departed.
Perry softly said to Ladius, The master has truly changed so much, hasn't he? Perhaps even more than what I saw in my dreams. Indeed, that child has brought about more than we could have ever predicted. Perry asked with a hint of worry, But Ladius, Nim, is that stuffed bear all right? Ladius looked at her with blazing red eyes. It's something young Lady Helena brought as a gift. Seeing them eyeing it greedily when the master was away, it seems young Lady Helena's butler decided to make a move. At that time, although the stuffed bear's energy was temporarily hidden and obscured of Helios's eyes, the explosive force from the artifact was only a matter of time. But don't worry, if it's young Lady Bless, she'll surely overcome it, because if she can't even solve that, she'll die anyway. Ladius smirked at Perry as she finished speaking. In a deep forest, Helios approached a mountain surrounded by a barrier. Inside, there was a glowing stone, and he looked directly at it, his eyes filled with solemnity. Then he began to think, This is the legendary sword sealed by the first Rabian. He recalled what he had read in books about this sword. It was said that those who harbored greed for this sword would face inner turmoil and terror, then be possessed by the magical sword's power and descend into madness. He then concluded, If it weren't for the agreement with the prince, I wouldn't have any reason to come here and exploit this sword for my own position, would I?
Helios stared directly at the sword. The most crucial thing was whether the third prince could control this power. Then, as if from it, a surge of energy flowed towards him, making him open his eyes wide in surprise. He turned around, wondering, what was that? Was it the new energy reacting to the Western Palace's barrier? 10 minutes earlier at Duke Rabia's mansion, Helena held up a piece of paper and said, I finished all my homework, butler. Excellent, Lady Helena. Hearing the praise, the little girl didn't smile, but only asked, Can I see the baby now? He replied, Before that, let me test if you've studied well, my lady. Hearing that, she immediately smiled, her eyes sparkling, and said, All right, ask me anything. Then the tutor said, It's said that the Rabia family inherently possesses powerful magic from generation to generation, isn't that right? So at what age is it said that the path of energy will open? The little girl held up 5 fingers and replied, As early as 3 years old, as late as 8 years old. That's right. If that's the case, what would happen if a newborn's energy path were forcibly opened? Helena calmly replied, Too much energy, at an unmanageable level, would explode, thus endangering their life. If they survived, they would never be able to use magic again. The butler immediately praised, Excellent, my lady. Then he continued, Therefore, the method of giving a magic amplifying artifact, disguised as a gift, is a classic assassination method against a lineage of mages, isn't it? Hearing the question, the little girl repeated, Disguised as a gift.
Well, just like the teddy bear the young lady gifted to the illegitimate child. At his words, the young girl's face had now stiffened. Then he tilted his head and said with a cunning expression, It's been 2 days since I gave it, so it seems the magic power will quietly explode. Then he spread his arms wide and proudly declared, There is only one young lady, the heir of Rabian. Hearing his words, she had only one thought. What are you talking about? Are you saying the baby will die because the magic power explodes? Her face had now stiffened. He continued to babble on. It's all for the young lady. She thought in confusion. Is it because of the teddy bear I gave? She was terrified by her own thoughts. Then a loud noise erupted, sending small objects flying everywhere. A servant quickly ran in, shouting loudly, Young lady, we must evacuate. The West Annex exploded. Helena's face was now as if she wanted to cry as she said, No.
The chair was also overturned. The little girl thought, the baby couldn't die because of her. Then screaming loudly, she ran towards the room. Baby, I have to save you. Meanwhile, Breath was thinking, what happened? I couldn't see anything at the block. Suddenly, my stomach fluttered, then I heard an explosion, and my abdomen ached as if it were being wrung. I had only just found a little happiness in this life. Is this life going to end with me dying alone like this? She thought desperately. As if about to cry, she continued to think, I'm afraid someone... Cutting through that fearful thought, a loud shout rang out, Breath! Her eyes, on the verge of tears, now opened wide. This voice was Helios. He appeared and embraced her, his face filled with worry. He hugged her and comforted her. It's all right now, because Father is here. Looking at the person in front of her, her face was so surprised that she couldn't cry anymore. Then tears slowly streamed out. She tightly clutched his sleeve and thought, "Father is here. Words can be this reassuring. It took until my 3rd lifetime for me to realize this." Then he began to think seriously. The annex building had been completely reduced to a chaotic mess. What exactly happened?
As if hearing a sound, her eyes widened. She thought children laughing. Then a song made her startle and glance over. Oh, baby. Helena was walking around shouting loudly, "Where are you?" Seeing the person in front of her, she fearfully and hesitantly called out, "Father, father." Upon seeing Helena, she was surprised and thought, "Oh, Helena, why is Helena here?" Helios, on the other hand, suddenly spoke up. "Helena, why did you come to this place?" The little girl stammered and repeated, I. The little girl's thoughts were now starting to panic. "Father seems angry. I've put the baby in danger." He said worriedly, "First of all, it's very dangerous here." In a moment, before he could finish, the little girl screamed loudly, I'm sorry, please forgive me, father." The little girl's words were unclear. She recounted, teddy bear, exploded butler." Hearing those disjointed pieces of information, Bless began to think, teddy bear, could it be? She speculated, did something like this happen because of the teddy bear the butler gave? What did that person called the butler make this child do? Meanwhile, Helena's tears were falling profusely as she said, I'm sorry, because the teddy bear was pretty, so... The little girl wiped away her tears with her hand and continued, I just gave the baby a teddy bear. Then she spoke up, Father, referring to Helena. This isn't Helena's fault. What fault could a child who needs family love have? So I want to say it's okay. Helios took a step. Helena's face still tear-streaked as she admitted her fault. He knelt down, gently patted her, and said, Helena, this isn't your fault. I won't scold you, because your father is on your side. Then he continued, wiping away her tears. And the baby is fine now, so please don't cry, Helena. Still tearful, she asked, So I'm still your daughter, right? Seeing her cry, he could only helplessly say, Hey. He reached out his hand and continued, You're stating the obvious. Helena von Grabian. Hearing him call her name, the girl was stunned. Then he extended his hand towards her and said, Come here. Seeing the scene before her, she widened her tear-filled eyes in surprise, then threw herself into his arms. After that, he spoke. Although it's a bit regrettable in this situation, Helena, this child is your sibling. He presented Bless. Their name is Bless. Then he gently lifted her hand and said, I apologize for the late introduction. He guided her arm and said, Come on, Bless, say hello to your sister. The little girl repeated the word, Bless, then flashed a radiant smile and said, So you're baby Bless. I'm Helena, your older sister. Seeing that innocent smile made her face slightly dazed as she thought, so this is what it feels like. Because my family had turned their backs on me all this time, I had gradually given up on being loved. But it seems they are truly saying they will become my family. If I can be greedy this time, I want to continue living with them, with the family I finally found. A few days after the explosion, the West Palace, which had been a mess, was now being restored faster than she had expected. Helios imprisoned the butler, and Helena had escaped his mental abuse. With both father and daughter coming to find her together, the Leibang family was now incredibly harmonious. Something else also appeared, Bless. She was exasperated and didn't answer. Bless turned and spoke in a childish voice. Bwah. What exactly are you? I'm energy. Could it be an effect from the previous energy explosion? The results after confirming a few things about this unidentified child were, although it didn't seem like a dangerous child, after checking a few things about this unidentified entity, 1, it could only be seen through her eyes. 2, it could read her thoughts. 3, it had good intentions towards her. When trying to synthesize these points, it seems this entity would not harm her. Bress immediately pointed at the pink blob and called out, May. She looked at him with sparkling eyes, thinking that if he continued to pursue her later, at least having a name would be better. His eyes were about to sparkle with joy as he asked, How about the name May? Overjoyed, he jumped up and down. May, I have a name. Yes, I'm May. Bress is so good. She looked at May with a slight worry, thinking to herself, he seems very pleased. Although there were limits to what she could do in this childlike body, having this child might be beneficial for her future plans. Because from now on, she was no longer simply living alone. She had to prevent the destruction of Rabiang. This was the first time she had a family. Compared to helplessly losing it, she hoped she could protect it. To do that, she had to twist the original plot. First, she had to make sure Helena didn't fall for the male lead. Although it might not be Helena right now, in the original story she had liked him and tormented the female lead. Next, she would probably have to expand her family's influence so that no one could threaten Rabiang. The privilege of a transmigrator was knowing the future. Currently, it was still 20 years before the original story began. Later, she would utilize all of them, the minerals to be discovered, the popular trends, and the hidden characters in the story.
Even if those were the duties of other characters, it didn't matter. If it was to protect this home, she would do anything.
Bless reached out to the clouds. Mia, oh clouds, can you take me somewhere for a bit? Then the priority is to find that thing in the butler's room. The teddy bear was placed on the table, many parts of it torn to the extent that the stuffing inside was exposed. This teddy bear, it turned out, was disguised as a magic amplification artifact. When I arrived at Bless's room, I couldn't sense anything. The thing that concealed the teddy bear's aura was clearly your doing, wasn't it? Helios turned around and sneered. Ladyest, do you have nothing to say to me? She bowed her head and apologized to him. I apologize, master. I am not simply asking for an apology. You were the one who promised to protect Bless, but as soon as I was absent, Bless was immediately in danger. Even if you hadn't concealed the aura, this shouldn't have happened. How can I trust you? It was an unavoidable matter. Ladyest's pink eyes glowed brightly. Because the Demon King will awaken soon. He asked again in disbelief. What? She then explained. And in order to contend with the Demon King, the young lady must quickly awaken her energy.
Helios immediately spoke up, saying nothing had been decided yet, nor had any mandate been issued. He then angrily scolded her. I told you not to wake me up using such dangerous methods. No, if something like this was going to happen, you should have at least told me first. Laudius maintained her composure and replied, If I had told you beforehand, would it have been permitted? Don't be childish, Helios. He raised a hand to cover his face. The royal family and the 4 great ducal families exist to control the Demon King. You know that better than anyone, because Rabiang is the Demon King's only natural enemy. Head of the family, please become the young lady's strength. That is our sanctioned duty. Someone rushed in, out of breath, to announce, Sir, there's a big problem. Sejas, who was being held captive.
Inside a room, Rabian's security had become stricter than before. A hand continuously slammed down on the table, stating that it would be rare to use that person's power just to get you out. Jesus' face was startled when he was reprimanded by that person. You will have to prove your worthiness for that, Jesus. Truly, truly shameful. The other person then instructed him, Until I call again, behave yourself well. Yes. He glanced in another direction, realizing that her daughter was as persistent as she was. Hirik looked at her portrait hanging on the wall, Cesara. He rested his hand on his chin and wondered, Is her name Bless? Ridiculous. Even when Jesus arranged things, the truth was that the energy clearly remained out of control, yet she was still alive. Hirik looked at the stack of papers on the table. I underestimated it. Her lifeline is longer than I thought. It almost possessed S's power. If so, it would hinder my plans later. Was this thing born in Rabian right when that person awakened? Indeed, it's not without reason that it became that person's natural enemy. I truly look forward to the new entrustment that is about to be issued. The space changed. In another room, a small hand held the paper. The old Mark is quite careful, isn't it? Bless joyfully looked at what was in her hand. Finally found it, the secret contact card of the intelligence guild that made a pact with S. In the original work, this guild fell to Hirik's temptation and became his pawns. They were the group who met the female protagonist and were saved just before their destruction.
She joyfully hugged May. This was a place specializing in intelligence, so it would be useful later. Once I could walk and talk, I would officially begin my actions. I would diligently grow up and protect Rabian. After I made that resolution, time quickly passed, and 7 years later, young lady Helena, a little girl with sky blue hair, came up to her. Brass von Rabian, 7 years old, turned around and happily said, Sister, how time flies. I'm already 7. The principals of my department are loved by everyone, just like the novel Reverse Harem, where main characters appear to the extent that one can understand Helena's jealousy towards the female lead. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Your reaction is quite amusing, Eldian said with a smile. Wait for me. I'll come find you soon. Next was a different scene. Fabian looked at her with a worried face. Be careful, sister. You're even more impulsive than I am. What am I to do? Sister, I want to be by your side. Even if it's not me, it's fine. Just please, don't push me away. The female lead, Bella, was finally swayed by the male leads. The 3 of them suddenly looked and called out, Brass! She woke up with a start from her dream. What? Was it a dream? But it wasn't Bella, it was Brass? At that moment, shouldn't they have called the female lead's name? She walked out of the room, her face creased in a frown, feeling truly annoyed. Just then, Helena's voice rang out. What's with your expression, Brass?
She heard the sound and immediately called out, Sister! Helena von Drabiang was now 13 years old. Brass quickly ran over and hugged her tightly. I had a nightmare, but seeing you, I'm okay now. A nightmare? Helena frowned slightly. If I had appeared in the dream, I would have scolded whoever was bullying Bress. Bress smiled upon hearing that. Even if it's just words, thank you. Many changes had occurred in 7 years. Firstly, 2 of the 4 members of the royal family had died, creating a rivalry between the first prince and the third prince. Hayrit had succeeded Ed to the throne.
Fabian Gold, the male lead candidate in the original story, has been born. Bress looked at Helena in bewilderment and asked, Aren't you busy? You don't have to take me out every week like this, you know. It's fine. I do it because I want to see Bress. Or does Bress find me bothersome? Helena looked at her with teary eyes. Immediately, Bress's eyes widened as she replied, "No way, that's not true at all. I want to spend the whole day with you." "Me too." After playing together for a while, it was time for Helena to leave. Bress waved goodbye to her. "See you later, sis," she thought to herself. Although it's truly concerning that all the settings are being adjusted according to the original story's worldview, that's precisely why I intend to persistently do everything I can. "Madam, I have a question." Countess Latte, who was currently in charge of Bress's education, smiled upon hearing this. "Yes, Bress, what is your question?" She frowned slightly. "They say we are born with energy because we come from a family of mages. Is the energy form written here different from regular energy?" "Yes, it's a bit different. It is said that energy form is energy that has a shape and can be communicated with through it. Those who can see energy are people blessed by energy. In other words, they are called transcendents. But according to official records, the existence of transcendence was last recorded 1,000 years ago, so there's no way to confirm it." Upon hearing this, Bress thought to herself, "Transcendence, was this kind of setting also in the original story?" The Countess continued, "Furthermore, the transcendents from 1,000 years ago were also called the ancestors of Rabiang. There's a story that the one they had to contend with was the Demon King. That's why Rabiang is called the miraculous Rabiang and is considered a formidable opponent of the Demon King. Bress is also a Rabiang, so this must be a story related to you too. Well then, today's lesson ends here." Bress didn't reply to her words, but thought to herself, "An existence that can be communicated with."
Could it be the clouds? The radiant image of the cloud seemed to tell her, breathe, study hard. This thought appeared in her mind. Cut to, amidst the quiet and dark night, Eldian walked up to Helios, who was standing, and said, "It's been a while since we had a private chat, hasn't it, Duke?" Helios turned to look at him and said, "Meeting at the Imperial Palace would surely be dangerous." Eldian smiled and casually replied, "So what? There are rumors that my brother has allied with the Edgar family, you know. Is there any law that forbids me from doing that?"
Helios fell silent upon hearing that, saying nothing but only staring intently at him. Eldian then smiled and said, "Just kidding. Relax your expression. I only came to say hello. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you?" Helios looked at him with sharp eyes. "I will give you the magic sword when the time comes. That is, of course, assuming the prince still holds his position until then." Eldian chuckled softly. "I'll consider it done." Next, he asked softly, "How was the banquet today? You came to gauge the sentiments of the nobility, didn't you?" Helios frowned in response. "The rumor that Rabian inherits the bloodline of S is just something someone spread. The intention is too obvious. To be honest, among my children, it doesn't matter who takes over Rabian." "So you intend to let things proceed according to their intentions?" Helios turned his head to look elsewhere. "Why would I? I'm planning to begin diplomatic activity soon, and I need to show them that I am still firm. This is the answer you wanted, isn't it?" Under the brilliant moonlight, Eldian's smile shone even brighter. "Excellent. I am still very pleased with the Duke." Afterwards, Helios returned to his mansion. As he sat reading documents, he thought, "He still doesn't hesitate to exploit others, but it seems there's a reason now compared to before. Although I don't really like the feeling of acting according to the prince's will, I have no other choice." Just then the door to the room opened, and another voice rang out, "Master, it's me."
Helios calmly asked what was wrong. Count Karis, who had just entered, was none other than Count Karis, the elder of Rabiang. He said in a low voice, "I hear it's been a long time since your grace attended a banquet. So the rumors concerning Rabiang, are they because of this? Head of the family, I have served with pride as a vassal of Rabiang until now. Therefore, I cannot understand why the head of the family would simply stand by and watch Rabiang's reputation be tarnished." Helios, hearing this, remained silent, saying nothing. Count Karis continued, "Lady Helena is not mixed with the bloodline of House S, and because her distinctiveness is low, Rabiang's future is being questioned. Even the second child is illegitimate. After all, we bear the legacy of the 4 great ducal families. This balance cannot be broken." Helios smiled faintly, thinking, if they knew who Bless's real mother was, they'd be even more terrified. "I understand the Count's opinion clearly. You wish for me to prove that Rabiang remains steadfast, correct?" Yes, that is correct."
Helios suddenly stood up. "Indeed, after the banquet I found myself thinking the same thing as you." Count Karos was surprised by his words. "My upcoming birthday banquet will be held publicly, so please prepare well." Bearing the title of the continent's sole great mage, the current head of the Rabiang family, Helios von Rabiang was a reclusive individual. Although he was the head of one of the 4 great ducal families, he was rarely seen unless summoned by the emperor. Since inheriting the ducal title, not even a single official banquet had been held. Ritzau smirked, thinking, someone like him using his first banquet to introduce his daughter? It turns out the father-daughter bond is more sentimental than I'd imagined. Although he was pleased to learn of the man's weakness, if Helios's daughter became his wife, Helios would have no choice but to support him. He smiled and spoke. "Father, I hear Duke Rabiang is holding an official birthday banquet.
The emperor of the Lea Empire, Lethea Cianaria, replied softly, "Yes, I've heard. If you permit it, what do you think of me attending on behalf of the imperial family? After all, this is the Duke's first official event." Letheus raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He turned his head to look elsewhere. "Eldian, do you not intend to go?" Eldian, who was sitting nearby, smiled and said, "I'll respectfully decline." Ritzau angrily gritted his teeth, thinking, "Decline? How arrogant, even though I thought the atmosphere had changed recently."
Lathos, naturally, didn't miss any of his actions. He silently observed him and then said, "Very well, Riso, you will represent the royal family and attend." He stared intently at Eldian, who was silently sitting opposite him. How could he be so relaxed, even when Rabiyang was supporting him? Just you wait, Eldian. Scene change. At the Rabiyang family mansion, Brett sat silently in his room, deep in thought. After hearing that the last transcendent being 1,000 years ago was Rabiyang, he had investigated whether this knowledge could help protect his family. The transcendent being communicated in the form of energy, and he discovered that he dreamt of prophetic omens. Since learning this truth, he had also begun to suspect that he might possess that talent. After all, as a transmigrator, he should have some kind of special treatment like that. The form of energy and prophetic dreams. If he thought about it, he had indeed been having strange dreams lately. Silver hair and blue eyes, blonde hair and golden eyes, black hair and green eyes. These were precisely the appearances of the male leads in the original novel. No, wait. This could also be because he knew the appearances of the male leads. He couldn't be sure about this, so he should disregard it. If that's the case, then the remaining one is the form of energy.
The first time I met May, it clearly introduced itself as energy, and the form of energy is a shape that can talk to energy. It seems appropriate in the circumstances. Wouldn't it be more accurate to ask the party directly? After that, Bless immediately summoned May. "May! Did you call me, Bless?" She softly asked it. "Are you perhaps an embodiment of energy or something like that?" May nodded in response. "Yes, May is the form of energy, the form of Bless's energy, which Bless has recognized as May." Hearing that, she was slightly startled. She had thought it was just a what-if, but it turned out to be true. So does that mean I am a transcendent being in this life? Just then, Lotus and the other maids entered. Seeing Bless deep in thought, they asked, "What is our young lady thinking about?" When she saw them, she immediately ran to embrace them. "Lottie and Perry, Heisa, Lillian are all here too, aren't they?" She thought to herself, "What could have brought these people, who haven't left the West Wing for the past 7 years, here? Why did they come? She usually doesn't go to places with many people." They smiled and replied, "Because today is a special day. Both young lady Helena and the master said they would arrive at the banquet venue soon. Since we've adorned the young lady so beautifully, of course we must accompany her to the very end. That's right, today is Father's birthday banquet, and also my sister's and my first debut into high society." Bless opened the curtains and looked down into the main hall. He said it would be big, but he didn't tell me it would be this grand. Laddies, standing beside her, gently asked, "Are you nervous, young lady? Don't worry, everyone will love you." Bless didn't reply, only giving a wry smile. She thought to herself, "Don't worry, laddie, I've long given up on the expectation that others will love me. Of course, with the backing of my father and 2 well-connected families, and by leveraging the cuteness of a child, my position within the household isn't bad. But I know that external perceptions are different. In a world that despises illegitimate children, my status has no choice but to be diminished. Even in the original story, the dissatisfaction directed towards me continued due to suspicions surrounding Helena, the legitimate successor, even though it seemed the butler handled everything. Consequently, the family's power had not yet been fully demonstrated due to Helena's lack of aptitude. Eventually, untrustworthy individuals began to appear because it was Ed's bloodline. Such scrutiny from outsiders would clearly, at some point, endanger our status. That's probably why Father organized this banquet for us. Just then, another voice interrupted her thoughts. "Bless." She happily turned around. "Father, sister, you two are so cool." "But Bless is also incredibly beautiful today." "Really?" Helios smiled, looking at her. "Then, let's go." Bless felt a warm current of emotion flow through her body. Her family always warmly protected her. Yes, she would overcome all the gazes of outsiders. After that, the doors opened, and the head of the household, Helios von Rabiyang, along with his 2 young ladies, prepared to make their appearance. She was filled with determination, if it was for the peace of her family. Although she had thought that way, as soon as she stepped out, a barrage of noble gazes continuously stared at them. That little girl is a bastard. Although she had received many such gazes in her previous life, whispers and murmurs echoed in her ears. What does Rabiyang really intend to do? Bless frowned, avoiding their gazes, but if there were too many, it would surely be tiring, wouldn't it? Seeing this, Harlow asked, "Young lady, are you very tired?" She munched on a piece of cake and replied, "It's fine." If this is the fate of being the center of attention, I can endure it. Where on earth did you learn those words? Bless looked in the direction where Helios was standing and thought, Father is the main character, so of course he's busy.
Helena was happily playing with her peers. Good, she thought, but unexpectedly, just as that thought crossed her mind, one of them pushed Helena hard. Bress saw this and became extremely angry. Haru, that guy is touching my sister Helena, she exclaimed. I'll go to my sister and then come back. Then with her small body, she quickly walked over and loudly exclaimed, Hey, what's wrong with you? Who are you to bully my sister? The one who had just pushed Helena heard this and said in a low voice, What is this? It's that bastard. Helena frowned, looking at him with sharp eyes. I am currently treating Lady Helena with purification power. I apologize for the late introduction. I am Bree von Azenta, a collateral branch of Rabiang, and I use healing power even better than Lady Helena. I apologize for my rude behavior, but if you are the successor of Rabiang, then healing magic should of course be usable.
But the direct line of the family cannot use them? What a great pity. Bress's face crumpled upon hearing these words. Was he implying that she no longer had the qualifications to be an heir? In fact, the powers manifested by the royal family in the 4 great ducal houses are not related to direct or collateral lines. In each generation, the power, once developed to a certain extent, tends to concentrate around one individual. It's not an absolute rule that only direct descendants have a high probability of becoming the heir. Among Rabiang's unique powers is healing magic. Whispers began to rise from the surroundings. Although they couldn't hear that the ability had been manifested, was he truly so incapable that he couldn't even heal his own wounds? Great continued with his sarcastic remarks. My lady, there's no need to worry about Rabiang just because he cannot use his powers. Fortunately, the family's power also manifests in the collateral line, just like me. If the most suitable person were to inherit the position of family head, Bress couldn't take it anymore. She cut him off, shouting, Stop it! Even if you say I'm young and don't know where the line is, I cannot listen to any more of this. You have now crossed the line. Although today is our father's birthday banquet, it is also a day to strengthen the unity of our family.
No matter how untrustworthy he might be, is a person standing here belittling the direct lineage of the family truly acting for Rabiang's sake? Count Karis, who had observed everything from beginning to end, raised an eyebrow and looked in that direction upon hearing her words. Bless said sternly, Your actions only make Rabiang look ridiculous. Pri couldn't refute that. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. And why did you push my sister? Do you think it's reasonable for someone who claims to possess healing powers to go around hurting others? Apologize to my sister. Helena smiled faintly, then spoke up. Bless is right. As you know, family power isn't solely passed down to the direct lineage. Of course, you could also be qualified to receive it. But for you to speak so loudly like this when the information hasn't even been confirmed, it's truly careless to represent Rabiang. Having said that, Helena hugged Bless and said, One more thing, though this is my personal feeling. Bless is my only younger sibling. Regardless of her being a direct descendant of Rabiang, I hope you apologize for your disrespect towards my younger sibling. Bless looked at her in bewilderment. Sister, she usually doesn't like to step forward, but this is for my sake. Oh dear, not now. After being lectured, Pri lost his initial aggressive demeanor. He frowned and said nothing. Bless thought to herself, Even so, it seems he still knows shame. The debate over the successor was not this child's autocratic plan. She frowned, looking at the groups of adults gathered there. Surely some adults had incited him, and because he had received the qualification, it meant he also possessed that much ability. Therefore, thinking for Rabiang's future, instead of criticizing, we should give him a chance to make amends. After thinking, she said softly, I know you're proud of Rabiang, but your current actions are wrong. If you genuinely care for Rabiang, then apologize. If he acknowledges and reflects on his mistakes, he's still not a bad kid. Hearing this, Bree stammered in response. I'm sorry, I've brought shame upon an important place. Bless silently encouraged. Well done. Just then, Helios gently walked over to them. It seemed the situation had been resolved.
Helena, Bless, I knew you two would handle it well. Although they caused a commotion, they are still children who know how to reflect on themselves. I ask everyone to be magnanimous and overlook it. I won't necessarily need to summon the children's parents here. But these two children are direct descendants of the great Rabiang, and at the same time, they are my children. I hope everyone remembers that I am the head of the family, but I am still the children's parent. Having said that, Helios smiled and said, Well, Count, you also agree that Rabiang's future is very promising, don't you? Count Karis, whose name was called, immediately replied, I fully understand the family head's words about not needing to worry for Rabiang. Bless looked at him and wondered, Who is this? As if reading her thoughts, Count Karis bowed and introduced himself. Allow me to formally greet you two. I am an elder of Rabiang, Count Karis.
I met Miss Helena when she was very young, and now she has gracefully become Rabiang. The way she arranged the family's hierarchy without making a big fuss is truly impressive. Helena, suddenly praised, felt a little shy. I merely did what was obvious. Count Karras smiled and looked at Bless, and Miss Bless, whom I am meeting for the first time. She looked at him with wary eyes. Count Karras thought to himself, although still young, she already understands her position as a Rabiang and possesses a compassionate heart, making even someone like me who holds prejudices against illegitimate children look up to her.
Above all, this kind of change in Rabiang, starting with the head of the household, must have been brought about by this child. Count Karras looked at her with a benevolent face, hoping they would meet often in the future. Blas frowned, thinking to himself, what's this? The old man isn't happy now. Helios smiled and said, who knows? If something happens to the family and I'm not around, we can ask the Count for help. Especially Blas. Try to extract as much as you can. She quickly responded with a radiant, flower-like smile. Yes. Then she looked bewildered. Yes, but why must it specifically target me? Just then, the waiting hall suddenly became noticeably livelier. A loud voice announced, the noble little son of the Lia Empire, His Royal Highness, the first prince of the Lia Empire, has arrived. Everyone was expected. Riso entered with full confidence. The gazes of the guests following him made him feel pleased. Everyone showed surprise at his visit. Everyone had to bow as Riso passed by. That's right, it should be like this. I am the great one who will be responsible for this empire in the future. His ambitious smile. Everyone must look up and bow their heads to him. Approaching Riso, may your noble steps be filled with glory. Helios's voice, full of respect. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, His Royal Highness Prince Riso. Seeing his demeanor, he exclaimed, Helena von Rabiang, truly the greatest mage in the empire. Responding to Helios, thank you for welcoming me, Duke Rabiang. I told them to hurry, but we still arrived late, didn't we? He immediately replied, please don't worry. Your presence here is more than enough. Helios quickly introduced, these are my daughters.
She held up her skirt. Your Imperial Highness, it is an honor to meet you, Your Royal Highness Prince Riso. I am Rabiang's eldest daughter, Helena. Upon seeing her beautiful appearance, Riso began to ponder. Rabiang's eldest daughter, you say? She might be worth considering for the position of Crown Princess. He glanced at Bless, who was looking at him with an unhappy expression. If that's the case, then this one must be the rumored illegitimate second child. Bless bowed respectfully. I am Rabiang's second daughter, Bless. Riso smiled cheerfully. It's a pleasure to meet you, young ladies. Bless looked at the man's fake smile before her. To appear in public with such thoughts, how shameless.
Helios humbly said, compared to the capital, this is just a simple party, so it might be boring. He immediately laughed and replied, it's the Duke's birthday banquet. How could it be boring? His eyes became mysterious. However, if the Duke also has aspirations to advance to the capital, I will help you. This was already part of Riso's calculations. If a Rabiang who always maintains neutrality openly supported him, then he would receive more than half of the support from the 4 great noble families. With victory firmly in his grasp, Riso was pleased. He surely couldn't refuse my offer, could he? Reaching out his hand with anticipation. To begin the exchange, there must clearly be something they want. Come on, Duke. I have the power to help you. The Duke avoided the invitation, saying, thank you very much for your words, Your Excellency. A man then glided past Riso. This is your first time visiting the Duke, so I will introduce you to the mansion. Please follow me this way. Riso watched the man's retreating back. Breath and Helena saw everything. Breath secretly worried. He won't let this go so easily, will he? In fact, the first prince's portrayal in the original work was very brief. The first prince had the prospect of becoming crown prince, but he did not return after the Eastern Monster Invasion War. The only survivor was the third prince, Eldian. Thanks to this, Eldian became the crown prince by taking advantage of the situation. But my thoughts are different, because Eldian, the male lead candidate, is an intelligent person. Riso's death might be one of his schemes. Since both Riso and Rabiang are fated to die by Eldian's hand, I feel a bit of sympathy.
Bress caught Riso's gaze, which was filled with both affection and calculation. She glared at him, annoyed. What is this guy doing? Why is he looking at our Helena like that? She suppressed her anger, immediately recognizing him as a harbinger of trouble. I suppose I'll have to declare that the entire royal family is a lost cause. Bress wondered. It was common knowledge that Riso and S had joined forces. Was that still not enough to satisfy them, that they had to try and win over father? Wake up from your dream. We have no intention of getting involved with the royal family. Seeing the backs of the two walking side by side, Bress fumed. So stop hindering our time and get father back here now. Helena comforted her annoyed younger sister. Don't worry, father will be back soon. By the time they both changed into their night clothes, Helena gave a wry smile. Father is late, isn't he? The maid announced that the lady of the house had said to go to bed first. Breast was thunderstruck, freezing instantly with the gift box in her hand. Sadly looking at the gift box, she murmured, "I wanted to give it to father myself." Helena kindly asked what Breast had prepared. She shyly said, "It's a secret, but I'll only show it to you, big sister." It was a Helios molded from clay, with a few leaves placed on its head. Helena's expression shifted, but she quickly tried to praise her sister. "Wow, that's really cool, Breast."
Her voice was a little sad, and what was her expression like? She tried to admit. She also knew that her craftsmanship wasn't that good. A little embarrassed, but she wanted to give Helios a handmade gift. She would happily give the gift to him because he was her first precious father. Helios had received many gifts from Breast because even though Rabiang didn't lack financial resources, he was someone who truly cherished the gift she gave. Holding the gift in his hand, his strange expression upon seeing the painting she had drawn not long ago was truly interesting. Helios was truly surprised. "Is this me?" She excitedly looked at him. "Yes, father." Breast was very sleepy. Helena spoke. "Breast, why don't you sleep with me tonight after such a long time?" She rejoiced. "Really?" Her heart bloomed. Although it was a pity she couldn't give it to father as she wished, this was good too.
The two sisters slept together on one bed. Breath was excited. "I love this." Pulling up the blanket, Breath hoped. "Anyway, Dad, just ignore that damn prince's corpse and come home." Outside the castle, the two of them were stargazing together. The ducal family of Rubiong is truly beautiful, so much so that I want to visit often. Understanding his hidden meaning, Helios spoke. "It seems your highness has a request for me, doesn't it?" Riso feigned a smile. "A request? What's that?" Getting straight to the point, Riso said. "Currently, the Imperial Palace is in a period of Cold War. It's time for a generation to change." Helios listened seriously as Riso continued. "I believe there's a method that doesn't require bloodshed, and that is the selection of the ducal family's position. If it's a method for the next generation to form alliances through marriage and work together, many people will be very excited. What do you say, Duke, if you agree with my words?" Helios, not intending to let him speak further, interjected. "Your Highness, do you know what the world says when it looks at Rubiong?" Riso froze. Yes, he couldn't believe it. What was this? Daring to interrupt him. Helios then spoke of the rumors. The next head of Rubiong will be of S's bloodline. By accepting an illegitimate child as a direct heir, the status of the ducal family will be lowered. Riso was astonished, his face changing color. Who would dare say such things? Helios said seriously. "Yes, there have been people who dared to babble nonsense about my daughters, so I created a place where I can publicly present my daughters like this. My point is that Rubiong is a family that doesn't need to rely on authority to publicly acknowledge its children." The words pierced Riso, leaving him stunned. Helios subtly added, "And I've heard that the two of you have been meeting frequently lately. I would be very grateful if..." Helios turned and left. "It's already getting dark. Then I wish you a safe journey back, First Prince, your highness."
Stepping into the dark room, he guessed, "Is she asleep already?" Seeing the gift box next to Bless, who was sound asleep, Picking up the gift box and shaking it a few times, he reassured himself, this, after all, seems to get better each year, and that's probably the case. Reading the letter she wrote, "Dear Dad, Dad, it's Bless here. Although this gift is nothing compared to Big Sister's gift, I want to give Dad a gift I made myself, so I hope Dad won't laugh when he sees it. Happy birthday this year, Dad, from Bless." Helios gently stroked her head. "Bless, for you and Helena to grow up strong and healthy is the greatest gift to your father." Seeing the two sisters sleeping next to each other, he pulled the blanket up to cover both of them. "Don't forget that now and in the future, you two are my only family." At Duke Cesa's family estate, Herrick practiced magic, throwing darts at a target but missing every time. "Tsk, it's been 8 years since I seized this power, yet I still can't control it." Looking at the hand that held the magical power, was it true that only Rabian could manage this power? Clenching his fist, he casually said, "If this is the case, there's only one way. Target that girl, the child who will succeed Rabian, then I'll absorb that power. If I succeed, I'll completely master this power. Bless, I hope you grow up safe and sound." Bless excitedly exclaimed, "What beautiful weather!" She was truly happy, because today was the picnic day she had always looked forward to. Seeing Helios behind her, Bless felt at ease. Finally, her father's busy days were over, and he now had time to rest. She ran to Helios with open arms. "Dad, carry me!" Helena smiled gently. "Bless, really? Still acting spoiled at your age?" He picked Bless up. "Helen, your father can carry you too." She indicated she didn't need it. "No, I'm fine. I'm a big girl now." Instead, she offered her small hand to him. "I'll hold your hand." Taking Helena's hand, Helios looked at her and smiled kindly. "My sweet, lovely child, even if you pretend to be all grown up, you're still just a little kid." Bless, holding the prepared lunchbox, happily told him, "I made sandwiches today, Dad. You can look forward to them." Helios was a little curious. "Oh, really?" Looking at the lunchbox, he teased Bless. "From the outside, it looks a bit unfortunate." Bless, embarrassed, hugged him. "Dad!" Finally, the family time he had always longed for.
filled with love.
Breast joked, making both of them happy, just like a scampering rabbit. Helena giggled. Breast, you really are something. Or perhaps she was teasing her father. Dad, do you only have one earring? She realized that this was indeed a family she could give her love to, wishing that everything would just continue like this. The ball had been thrown far away. He looked at her in surprise. Turns out I threw it too far. Breast happily ran to retrieve the ball. It's okay, I'll go get it and be right back. Searching for the ball, Breast grumbled a little. Dad really doesn't know anything about power control at all. Where did it roll to? The ball had gone beyond the boundary, lying in a dark, murky patch of land. She was happy when she saw it. Over there. Stepping into that patch of land, she picked up the ball. Found it. The wind grew stronger and stronger. The nearby trees swayed with it, and she instinctively raised a hand to shield herself. What was that? The wind stopped on its own. A voice spoke out. Come this way. Breast was surprised. Huh? The voice called out more invitingly. Over here. Slowly moving towards the sound, Breast was curious. It sounds like someone is calling me. The sound grew louder and louder. Come this way. Mei Hong quickly rushed forward to block her, pushing the darkness away. Breast, you mustn't.
She startled and fell backward. Seeing Mei struggling, she worriedly called out, Mei! Looking into that dark corner, there was a lonely tree shrouded in darkness, and Breast fell into thought. What was that just now? Suddenly the wind blew, and then, inexplicably, I felt dazed. It seemed like someone was calling me. But are there trees like that in this place? Not seeing her return, Helios hurriedly searched. Breast!
Looking around, searching, where was Bless? She was sitting in the distance, and Helios immediately called out to her. He ran towards her, and Bless said fearfully, Father, there's something very strange over there. Helios, puzzled, asked her, what do you mean by strange? What is it? Looking in that direction, Helios deduced, that is the Demon King's aura. Holding Bless close, his worried gaze fixed on that spot, it turned out Ledius's words were true. Is the Demon King's omen so strong that it can penetrate protective magic and affect even this place? Does that mean the seal has become weaker? Stroking Bless's back to comfort her, Helios realized, furthermore, that Bless could see it. Was Bless truly the Demon King's natural enemy? He felt uneasy knowing that in the end, this child would still have to bear that burden. A strong resolve welled up within him. Even so, Father will do his utmost to protect you to the very end. I will certainly not let you face this battle alone. Helios looked at Bless reassuringly. It's all right, don't worry, Father is here. She looked at him, touched. Father? Bless was cheerful again. Sister, try putting this on. Helena gently replied. Okay, let's see. The exquisitely crafted 5-petal flower hair clip was placed in Helena's hair. Bless delightedly exclaimed, It suits you perfectly, sister. It's so beautiful. Seeing the sparkling beauty of the hair clip, she smiled radiantly. Really? Thank you, Bless. Her excited praise made Helena like it even more. Yes, it's a perfect fit for you, Helena said. Bless wanted to give me a gift so much that she even called merchants over. I'm really touched.
Bless said a little shyly, Now I already have pocket money. She thought to herself, Exactly, I intended to give the artifact to Helena, but what my sister said wasn't wrong. Recalling the morning's events, although Father had said it was fine at the time, contrary to his words, his inability to control his expression meant something was about to happen. Bless felt worried. Even though she had Pink Cloud and also cheated by knowing the original work, her sister didn't. Looking at her sister, who was happily telling Bless, I'll make good use of it, Bless, she hoped her sister would be safe. Biella praised. Indeed, the young lady has good taste. She revealed that the hairpin was a type of magic ore with level 6 protective magic. Helena was immediately surprised. Level 6? Bless was no less surprised. It was even better than what she had anticipated, because the range that normal mages could reach was level 5 or 6. Biella looked at him. Whether it's true or false, the Duke can verify. Helios confirmed. It is indeed level 6 magic. She turned and resolutely told Helena, You must take that one, sister. Helena nodded. Okay. Pink Cloud picked up on something. It pointed towards the shelf over there, urging her. Bless, this one, take this one, this is Bless. She was surprised. Oh, if Pink Cloud says so, what is it exactly? Bless turned and pointed in that direction. I wonder if you could show me that one as well. The hairpin was blue, with a very noble pattern. Biella was surprised. Could it be that the young lady has already researched it? This is jewelry crafted from energy minerals, truly very hard to find. Pink Cloud flew over, excitedly looking at Bless. It will help you open your eyes.
Breast looked confused. Biella clarified, when a mage imbues it with energy, it will be bound with a mark. Additionally, once a day it can transform into a weapon capable of piercing metal. She gazed intently at the pin. She continued. Moreover, even if it's lost, it can be found again. It's truly a formidable piece of jewelry, isn't it? Breast turned to look at her. Well then, my entire family is gone as well. Tell me, where did you find this item? Biella smiled and said, We went to great lengths to find it for Breast. Biella walked over to her side. Bress expressed surprise, saying, "Although I commissioned a protective artifact, I didn't expect to receive something so good." In response, Biella said, "It would be awkward if you forgot who Bress commissioned." She sat down next to Bress. "Anyway, pretending not to know anything in front of your family, you're quite a good actress, aren't you?" Biella rested her chin on her hand and with a smug expression asked, "Isn't it tiring to keep hiding it like this, my strange friend?" The gem merchant, Biella, is someone who can see human souls. Biella is a pure-blooded elf and the only one who recognized the true identity of the female protagonist, Bella. Someone who enjoys interesting things, like Biella, became captivated by Bella, who was different from everyone else. She used her business and connections to transform Bella into a queen of high society. Bress calculated that if Biella sided with someone like herself, who didn't know much about the outside world, she would gain a powerful ally. One day a few years ago, she asked her father to summon Biella to Rabyong. Awaiting her, she was certain Biella would side with her. The reason was that the moment Biella met Bress, she had recognized, "Oh my, little lady, your body and soul are different, aren't they?" That was because Bress was a transmigrator, just like the female protagonist. Even if that was the case, Biella sighed. "Bress, it seems we've grown a bit distant after not seeing each other for a while, haven't we?" She hugged Bress affectionately, but to an unexpected degree, Bress, feeling uncomfortable, reminded her, "You're suffocating me, Biella." Pulling away from Biella, she gestured for her to keep her distance and asked, "Can you tell me how the matter I asked you about is progressing?" Biella took out a pristine white card. "It was quite difficult, but I found it, the way to use this card."
Bless recalled that 7 years ago, the secret communication card of the intelligence agency was obtained from the butler's room. At that time, she was very young, but had the consciousness of an adult. Bless excitedly held it in her hand, finally finding the secret communication card of the intelligence agency that had an agreement with S. There was one concern. Although she couldn't figure out how to use it, it was still useless for any purpose. But if there were any further delay, the organization would fall into Hyrix's hands, and that could become a danger to Rabian. Because of this, since Biella traveled throughout the Empire collecting information, it seemed she might know how to use it, so she had asked her privately. Biella explained clearly that the elders said on full moon days, the chief would only meet those who possessed this card, and coincidentally, today was such a day. If they aimed for the next time, it would surely be next month, and they could only meet at the secret intelligence location.
Bless looked intently at the card and listened to her speak. Biella was apprehensive. The problem here was that Bless had to get past Rabyong's security. She also realized that with her current childlike body, appearing 7 years old, it seemed difficult. Bless looked at Biella in distress, wondering what to do. She smiled smugly. "Don't worry, Biella has already figured everything out." She pointed out 2 treasures, a scroll that could transport one to a secret intelligence location, and a bracelet that could disguise one's appearance. If worn, the bracelet would make one appear as an adult. Biella cautioned, "But remember, the bracelet is merely an illusionary spell, not a physical transformation." Receiving the treasures, Bless replied, "Thank you, sister." She secretly rejoiced, finally getting to meet the Intelligence Guild, who are high-standard information handlers and would be useful for maintaining Rabyong. Something puzzled Biella. "But, Bless, why don't you directly ask the Duke? If it's Rabyong, getting information at this level should be easy." Her voice grew fearful, "because a normal child wouldn't ask for such things." Clenching her skirt, Bless said, "Biella can see souls, so you can accept another me. But my family," lowering her face, Bless said, "they might not." She thought with a sense of inferiority. "Father, Helena, if you two knew I was a transmigrator." She timidly told Biella, "I'm afraid they'll think I'm an imposter." Biella put her arm around Bless's shoulder, pulling her into a hug. "Don't think like that, Bless. Your family will love you no matter who Bless is." She closed her eyes and smiled. "You can trust the words of someone who can see souls, like me." Bless was immediately comforted. "Biella, I always only receive from Biella, don't I? I want to help too." The two happily chatted together.
Bless remembered that, if by principle, it would be through Biella, a truth that would only be known 10 years later. A bold thought formed in Bless's mind, but at this level, it should be fine. If this is over, I must give her the clue about the person Biella is looking for. At another mansion, Elaine said worriedly, "Young master." Fabian sat in a tree, engrossed in reading a book, when he heard Elaine's call. "Don't come down anymore, young Master Fabian. It's not right to evade me, your knight escort, and run around everywhere like that."
The boy said with a hint of annoyance, "Eileen, you're late." The heir of the ducal Gold family, Fabian Van Gold. Jumping down from the tree, Fabian said sarcastically, "As an escort knight, if you can't keep up with me, don't you think you're the one with the problem?" Eileen, displeased, turned his face away. Yes, it's my fault." The origin of the Gold family.
Born with the power and blessings of the Dawn Spirit, the Gold family is said to possess supernatural abilities. They are called born jewels, people who can achieve wealth just by living and breathing. Eileen looked at him with affectionate eyes. Among them, young Master Fabian was born with the strongest gold power of all time. Fabian, annoyed, said irritably, "Stop talking about the same old story, you're all talk." That's Fabian, with his wonderful personality, having grown up with excessive pampering. He held up the book towards Eileen. "Eileen, I finished this whole book, what do I do now? I'm so bored." Picking Fabian up, he said kindly, "Then today I'll tell you stories of other ducal families." The two moved towards the chairs. Eileen said, "Even so, only Rapyong is left." He was extremely curious. "All right." He recounted, "A few days ago I saw the appearances of Rapyong's princesses at the banquet. Compared to the bad rumors about the second princess, in reality the relationship between the princesses is very good. The Duke truly cherishes both daughters without favoritism." Eileen said with a smile, "Because nothing is known about Rapyong yet, the upper class is now only talking about Rapyong." Fabian felt puzzled. How can that second daughter be so nonchalant? A bastard child who doesn't receive recognition from the family has no value at all, right? He was utterly shocked upon hearing Fabian's words.
He spoke about his father's views. "My father always said that if you have no value, you don't deserve to be loved." Irene couldn't believe that the current Duke Adolf von Gould truly had no reservations about what he said to his son. That was clearly viewing his own son based on his capacity to generate wealth. Irene gave a helpless laugh. Wouldn't he know if he met them in person? He naively considered that impossible. Father had told him not to get close to the bastard child. Father said it would tarnish my good fortune. Placing a hand on Fabian's shoulder, Irene advised, "Young master, no matter what Helena says, meeting them in person and making your own judgment is still the best." Irene realized, that's right, perhaps meeting her in person would make a difference, because rumors were circulating that Rapyong's transformation was based on that second daughter. He wanted to know if meeting that child could change our young master's twisted disposition. Meanwhile, at the Grand Temple, a prophecy descended, dependent on the continent's survival. The central Grand Temple of the Leah Empire. The Reverend with a furrowed brow spoke. Indeed, the prophecy that began with the founding of the nation, it turns out is finally about to be fulfilled.
As darkness once again enveloped this land, a child already prepared would confront him. Was the Demon King truly resurrecting? The high priest quickly ordered the others in the divine temple to find the child of prophecy and immediately relay the news to the royal family. Indeed, the child of prophecy possessed the qualities of a transcendent being and was the sole natural enemy of the Demon King, who would one day resurrect. Ultimately, the child of prophecy was destined to carry the bloodline of Rapyong. However, even with the divine temple aware of all these truths, finding the child of prophecy remained difficult. Because the bloodline of Rapyong was spread throughout the entire empire, it was extremely challenging to search for each individual. This was almost an impossible task. Nevertheless, I hope the royal family will prepare a position for Rapyong. Emperor Letheus of the Leah Empire, after reading the letter from the divine temple, pondered softly. Omens of the Demon King? Did they mean that it was finally true? The reason the royal family and the 4 great ducal houses came into existence was to prevent the Demon King from awakening at some point. This story was passed down from generation to generation, known only to the emperor. Because there were only conflicting prophecies concerning Rapyong, they were reluctantly forced to seek the natural enemy within Rapyong.
According to the prophecy, the contractor for the Demon King existing in the mortal realm is indeed called Rapyong. How Rapyong could be both an adversary and the Demon King's contractor, the reason for this remains unknown. All of this was merely passed down through lore, with no way to verify its truth or falsehood. But since the prophecy of the Demon King's resurrection has been passed down, then the information regarding Rapyong also has a high probability of being true. If that's the case, then what if the search for the child in the prophecy is actually hastening the Demon King's resurrection? Who knows, the child found might be the Demon King's natural enemy, yet signs a contract with the Demon King and causes his resurrection. Indeed, everything remains an enigma. Even so, I cannot let this matter rest. As someone who cannot even secure his own position and resorts to schemes, Lethus recalled Eldian's words, "You will soon master the magic sword from Helios."
My parents just need to wait while I feign disappearance and leave this place. After all, they can't trust my brother anyway, he thought to himself. Or perhaps a reckless fool would wield the magic sword, but it's still not the time to entrust the Empire's fate. Regardless, the child in the prophecy must be found, so that later we will be able to deal with any situation. At present, revealing the prophecy could only bring chaos to the Empire. Even though its true meaning has not yet been clarified, a pretext is still needed to gather the Rapyong family in one place. Now that I think about it, is that child's birthday approaching? After that, Leidos ordered his subordinate, "Hey, send word to the Temple of the Gods." Meanwhile, Breath, disguised as an adult, sneaked out. This was due to May's magic, which helped her disguise herself.
Breath smiled and said, "Excellent. Don't I really look just like an adult? It's truly a perfect disguise."
She confidently glided through the crowd, certain that no one would recognize her with this. Once through, she quietly slipped away, then quickly pulled her hood over her head to conceal herself. Bress remembered Bella's warning, but remember carefully, it's only an illusionary spell, not a physical transformation. She breathed a sigh of relief. That was truly dangerous. To be safe, it would be best to meet with the Intelligence Guild and quickly return. Now must still be the time before those people fall into Henrik's trap, right? As Bress walked, she thought, for all of us, I must forge an alliance with them first to monopolize information. If they stand on the same side as me, they won't be destroyed, and I'll also easily get the information I need. For example, the mineral discovery Fabian will make in the future. She was filled with determination. Furthermore, in the original story, the Intelligence Guild had their weaknesses exploited and were manipulated by Henrik. It was a terrible thing for Henrik to exploit their weaknesses and threaten them. It was truly unfair for them to be used and die unjustly. Upon arriving, she wondered, by the way, do I just need to wait at the secret intelligence location now? And so, time gradually passed. A few hours later,
Breth sat there waiting and waiting, but saw no sign of activity, and she began to feel impatient. No one's coming? How can that be? Beela's information surely isn't wrong. Wasn't the meeting time already set? She should probably observe her surroundings more. She walked past a small dark alley where quite a few homeless people were sitting in ragged clothes, their bodies thin. So back alleys like this exist in every world. Just then, Breth felt a dangerous aura emanating from behind her. Wait, she felt murderous intent from that alley. She stealthily hid in a corner, listening to the situation. And there, a group of cloaked figures surrounded a young boy. "You'd better give up," one of them said. "No matter what tricks you try, you won't survive to get out of here." She thought to herself, are they targeting only that child now? It looks too dangerous. Should I help? If not, then... Suddenly, she noticed white hair peeking out from behind the cloak. But wait, why is he here? At the same time, the young boy smiled and said to the group, "That's what I should be saying to you." Breth was utterly astonished. There was no way she couldn't recognize that child. Eldian C. Enolia, both the protagonist and the future crown prince of this world, who led Helena down the path of a villainess and led a developing Arabian to an even more disastrous fate.
This was the character she was most reluctant to meet because there was no way the male lead would die in this place. She felt as if struck by lightning. I must quickly escape from here before I'm discovered. Unexpectedly, Eldian on the other side suddenly spoke up. "Did you think I didn't know you were hiding?" The people who didn't understand anything frowned when they heard him say that. "What's this? Are you scared and trying to change the subject?" Eldian growled, "You all shut up." After that, Eldian used his power to hold the group tightly, then slowly walked towards where Bless was hiding. "Where do you plan to hide? Hey, you." He smiled, holding her tightly. "Why are you here? Are you also an assassin he sent? If not, then..." When their eyes met, both Eldian and Bless were slightly surprised. He asked her again, "Why are you here?" About an hour ago, Eldian walked around this alley. Around here, perhaps? The secret intelligence agency held all information from the Empire. He tore the piece of paper in his hand, and immediately a small magic circle appeared at his feet. If the secret communication card was combined with the magic circle, he could meet them. After that, a young man with a mask covering half his face appeared. "We are still waiting, honored guest." Eldian thought to himself, the location has been changed. Camouflage magic, perhaps? He asked the other person, "Are you the leader of the secret intelligence agency?"
The young man merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. Eldian felt quite surprised. Surprised? He thought, "You are the leader of a rumored prestigious organization, and yet so young?" Well, as long as the work is handled smoothly, age doesn't matter much. Let's get straight to the point. I want to fake my disappearance, specifically to make those around me believe that I've vanished. Is that possible? The young man smiled back. Although this involves fabricating memories, which is a bit complex, if you're asking whether it's possible, then yes, it is. Eldian subtly clenched his fist. He had obtained the magic sword from Helios, just as promised. But even if he could use the power of the magic sword, he wasn't confident he could maintain stable nerves. Training was needed to control the magic sword, so he had also made it a condition in the transaction for Helios to help with the training. Training with the magic sword required maintaining sanity until the very end, because Rabiong's purification magic could soothe the magic sword's energy. The training period would be at least 3 years, encompassing both acquiring the magic sword and following Helios. Since he wasn't someone who wanted to show off, he decided to fake his disappearance.
If it were just about fabricating the memories of those around the palace, it wouldn't be that difficult. It's just that the ones capable of doing it are this intelligence guild, which makes the difficulty high. The leader, seeing him still contemplating, said, "The harder it is to approach and the more targets there are, the higher the price. That won't be a problem for you, will it?" Eldian smiled and asked him, "Do you know who I am?" He replied, maintaining his previous demeanor.
Someone who makes a living from information and doesn't even know that much cannot be trusted. The commission will be completed on the day you specify. Then, for my safety, this meeting ends here." Eldian was startled to hear that. He frowned and exclaimed, "Wait, hold on. I didn't think the conversation would end so quickly." The leader glanced at him with a sharp gaze. "While we are pleased that you acknowledge our capabilities, isn't it tiring to continue a meeting with such palpable killing intent emanating from you? Nevertheless, thank you for using our services, esteemed client." After that, he quickly departed. Eldian, seeing this, wondered, "I wanted to turn them into my faction, even by force. Was I too hasty? Or have they already allied with someone else?" Although he wanted to sway the intelligence guild to his faction because he couldn't control the magic sword, this opportunity was also missed. Perhaps it would be better to seek out Helios more quickly, even if only by a day. Even if it's just a little, the intelligence guild only needs to confirm that they haven't sided with House S. He sighed wearily. "Honestly, they don't give me any time to rest."
Amidst the silent night, dark figures lurked on the rooftops. A quick glance revealed quite a few were looking in his direction. At the same time, Bless had also arrived and was hiding behind a wall, observing the scene. She thought to herself, "This sharp-eyed fellow. I even held my breath. How did he spot me? And he spoke as if he knew me. But I'm sure we've never met, have we? First, I have to get out of this predicament. Then I can think." Just as she was about to seize the opportunity to slip away, the assassins caught up. This bastard. "Do you even know who we are to pull a stunt like this?" Eldian asked with a fearless smile. "It seems you haven't received any explanations from your client, have you? Though, of course, even my brother doesn't know my strength, so it's probably too much to expect." Bless stealthily retreated a few steps, looking for a way to quickly escape the place. Unexpectedly, as soon as she moved, he asked her with a worried expression, "But why are you here? Do you even know where this is? Even if you say you've been raised and pampered, how can you be so fearless?" Hearing this, her head was filled with question marks. Am I really being scolded by the male lead right at our first meeting? Immediately after, Eldian turned his head and quickly used magic to block a knife that was unexpectedly flying towards them. The assassins forced a smile and said, "Ignoring us and being so relaxed, huh?" In contrast to the assassin's awkwardness, he was extremely calm. "As expected, you can withstand this much overwhelming pressure, can you? I thought you were just brats, but it turns out you're something after all." "What did you say?" Eldian quietly reminded Bless, who was about to move, "It'll be dangerous. Stay behind me. Don't show yourself. How many times have I saved your life, and you still don't value your own?" She felt utterly bewildered. "What do you mean, saved me? What's that supposed to mean? Ever since earlier, I've had a feeling this person knows me. Why does he make me so uneasy?" The assassins still didn't back down and prepared to attack. "Now let's end this childish game. You should obediently offer your head, shouldn't you? Someone is eagerly awaiting your death. Apologies to the girl behind you, but you'll have to join." Before he could finish his sentence, a dagger flew out and embedded itself directly into the wall right next to him.
"What is it?" Bress smiled and said, "No need for thanks, because I have no intention of easily putting my head on the line like that." The people frowned at this. What was this? She told them, "I also have a piece of advice. Even though he's the male lead in the original story, he'd be fine even if I didn't step in. And I don't want Eldian to even notice me. The idea of my life being threatened due to someone else's demands truly makes me shudder with disgust." "If you want to escape, now's your only chance," Bress said after using magic to retrieve the dagger. She thought to herself, even though she might regret this choice later, for now she wanted to help Eldian. Eldian immediately teased her. "You've even learned how to fight?" "Quiet down," Bress said, looking utterly bored. "It's a good thing I learned how to use a dagger for self-defense. It almost turned into a huge mess. After all, it is the clouds that grant me the greatest power." It's been strangely quiet until now, as if something is being feared. Suddenly, a streak of red light shot past, startling her.
Bless reached out and touched them. Is this Eldian's aura? If that's the case, she looked at him in surprise. Is this why May was scared? Eldian turned his head to look and was surprised. "You now." The silhouette of another person appeared behind Bless. He immediately asked her, "What was that? How did you do that just now?" "What do you mean how?" "I just—" A sword clanged as it fell from somewhere. He immediately growled at both of them. "You bastards! There's a limit to how much you can disrespect others, leaving us standing outside while you two chat, you arrogant fools." After speaking, he immediately threw the sword towards Bless. "Die!" She turned around and saw another person. Suddenly, "It's really over." Eldian immediately ran and grabbed the sword. The other guy looked at both of them and thought, "These little brats are toying with me?" Moreover, these two are moving as if they're working together. He nodded a signal, and Bless, understanding, nodded back. He pointed his hand high and ordered, "Don't hesitate. Keep pushing forward." A figure rushed quickly from afar. That guy jumped high and spread his arms. A barrage of blades was unleashed. "Take this." Eldian and she immediately dodged to two sides to avoid the attack. "Ah!" Bless dodged while observing. Where? He smiled and said, I'm properly returning your words from earlier. Sorry, but at this point, it has to end. The two guys were enveloped by Eldian's aura, clutching their heads in pain. Ugh! His eyes rolled back, and then he collapsed to the ground. For now, this is just enough to knock them out. Let's go while we have the chance.
Bless looked at his back and thought to herself, Eldian, to be so calm in a situation like this. Then again, it was the same in the original story. The struggle for the throne is fierce, and these assassins are probably just one link in that chain. He's still so young, yet he's already familiar with things like this. No wonder he looks so tired. Feeling a little troubled, she thought for a moment, then waved her hand to dismiss the thought. Snap out of it, Bless. If I get entangled in this mistake, it will lead to ruin and death. Eldian's happiness will be found with the female lead, so I should stop caring. In the original story, Eldian also overcame the hardships of his youth, became the crown prince, and dreamed of a happy future with the female lead. As for me, I just need to protect my family's happiness.
Eldian felt his body was a little strange, truly strange. Even while wielding the magic sword's power, his mind remained clear. He then looked towards Bless, wondering what this truly meant. Because that child was Rabiang. Could it be that he had also begun to inherit Rabiang's power? Eldian clenched his fist. No, that's not it. Rabiang's ability was akin to healing life, but the child's power was different. Perhaps it was even more useful than Helios. A group of people suddenly appeared and rushed towards them. She said worriedly to him, It's the patrol. If we're seen like this, it'll be a big problem. Things are getting troublesome now. Eldian immediately reassured Bless. Calm down, kid. He pulled his hood over his head. Let's leave before anyone arrives. Inside the dungeon, the two were carrying things and chatting. They heard there had been a major incident recently, which was probably why the patrol was lingering nearby, and they heard that the kid was the instigator. Is that so? Luckily, the patrol couldn't find their way here. If they were caught and their hideout exposed, it would be a big problem.
He used a key to open the door, because this auction was particularly important. Indeed, word had it that everyone was waiting for that one item. A food tray was set down. On it were 2 stale loaves of bread and a cup of water. This is the food distribution. The tastes of those in high positions truly are unfathomable. To want to own a slave who uses dark magic of all things. After dealing with that mess, Eldian finally noticed Bless, whom he had overlooked earlier due to being too busy. But why was Helios' daughter here? If she absolutely had to come to this place, there could only be one reason. Did she already know? He looked at her with sharp, cold eyes. So the power from earlier was... Thinking about it again, it certainly wasn't Rabian's power. From the beginning, the family's power had been subdued by the dragon's blood I provided. I don't know the detailed circumstances, but could that child's power use magic infinitely? I need to check again. At the same time, Bless also noticed his gaze, frowning warily. Should she get out of this situation? No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Eldian asked her, What's wrong? Leaving already? Bless froze, stammering in response. Well, we've escaped safely, so now let's each go our separate ways. Hearing this, Eldian said, I saved you from danger, and that's all you have to say? She suddenly frowned. You helped me? What are you talking about? It was the other way around.
Eldian found it a bit amusing. I helped you, and now you can look me in the eye and say that? You're funnier than I thought. A reddish-brown surge of power wrapped around his arm. What an interesting child. A child who has powerfully overcome dragon's blood and possesses an unknown level of strength. I want to personally test your strength. He looked at her with cold eyes, killing intent enveloping him, then asked, Aren't you afraid of me? Unexpectedly, Breath not only felt no fear, but boldly retorted, Why? Why should I be afraid? On the surface, she said that, but she still frowned, full of vigilance. The clear truth was that Eldian would destroy Rabiang. But that and this were separate matters. If one showed kindness to those seeking their own lives, they would not be able to survive the dangers of the imperial palace. Breath continued to ask him, Should I be afraid of you because of what just happened? That was just an attack towards the other side, and you only wanted to protect yourself. She thought to herself, I want to avoid Eldian to protect my family. Eldian having such power in his hands is also for self-protection. Therefore, this is not something to argue about. Then, seeing that he didn't respond, she moved closer. Unexpectedly, Eldian gently flashed a brilliant smile at her.
Blaze was utterly bewildered by this. What was going on? Why was he smiling like that? It was too unsettling. You could see Eldian's smile, the smile of the original story's female lead, and the pitiful people about to die before him. She frowned, thinking to herself, I'm not one of those pitiful people, am I? Just then, a childish voice spoke up from behind her. Excuse me, please buy a ribbon from me. A little girl, around 10 years old, approached her and said, Please help me. My little brother is starving. Hearing this, she was flustered, not knowing what to do. What should I do? I don't have any money with me. Eldian smiled, looked at the ribbons in the girl's hand, and chose one. I'll buy one. Get me the purple one. Blaze raised an eyebrow and asked him, Huh? Why would you? After receiving the money, the little girl quickly left. Thank you. Eldian smiled brightly and replied, Well, it suits you. She frowned, unable to understand his train of thought. What is this kid suddenly talking about? Then Eldian turned around and said, But little girl, I look more than 5 years older, so next time we meet, don't call me Go anymore. Having said that, he vanished as quickly as he appeared, leaving Blaze utterly bewildered. Huh? Scene change. At Rabiang Manor, Lady has chattered to Helios. It seems the young lady has returned. You couldn't sleep and were waiting, so I suppose you're relieved now. He grumbled discontentedly. I've already cast a tracking spell. If anything goes wrong, I suppose I'll have to run. Hearing this, Lady sighed. Isn't that being overly protective, though? Looking at her destination, it seems she went to meet an information broker. How did she know about that place? It seems the jeweler gave her the contact information.
Helios raised an eyebrow in response. I had anticipated that. Blessed calling it Rabiang was indeed unusual. Quite clever. But if you ask me for that, I will listen. Even if Blessed doesn't tell me everything, I will listen completely if asked. What is there to worry about? Have I still not earned your complete trust? Lattice didn't reply, but changed the subject. Furthermore, it seems news of the temple has reached the Emperor's ears. Helios quietly asked, Is this an omen from the Demon King? Yes. He frowned, thinking to himself. As expected, that power. Is the Emperor keeping an eye on Blessed? Lattice immediately replied, It's unclear, but I know that Prince Eldon previously visited the workshop.
I am aware of the fact that the young lady has overcome the dragon faction, Helios pondered with a slight headache. Lady had continued, Sooner or later, we will have to test that young lady's power, and if we learn a little about her abilities, we will bring her to a place where we can keep an eye on her. Helios then gave his assurance, I will do my best not to attract the attention of the royal family. For now, I will rearrange what can be handled, but... Elsewhere, Brest was in her room feeling extremely confused and panicked. Huh? What does I bribe on mean? How do you know I'm just a little girl? May, who was beside her, quickly reassured her. Calm down, Brest. She screamed, tearing at her hair. In the end, I gained nothing, and everything is ruined, completely destroyed. It's so obvious. I wonder if it can be hidden completely? I look 5 years older. Don't call me you next time we meet. Brest woke up with a start from her dream. She was so panicked that she gasped for breath, sweat beading on her forehead. What was that dream about? She bit her hand, gritting her teeth as she thought. The first time we met, when he grabbed my wrist, did he discover my true self? But isn't that how he talked? As if he already knew who I truly was? Brest sat up abruptly, reassuring herself. No, that's not it. It's fine. Come to think of it, I've never met Eldian outside before, so even if he saw my true form, he still wouldn't know I'm Brest von Brabiang. Besides, Bella is the only one Eldian cares about. I just need to be careful until Eldian meets Bella. A few days later, Brest was sitting in her room when she heard a sound outside the window. She turned to look and saw a small bird carrying a pouch. It was Biella's messenger bird. Brest took out the letter inside and read it carefully. Good afternoon. Have you met the owner of the card yet? The artifact is where you can speak directly with Biella. After that, she wrote a line on it. Hello, Biella. This meeting has failed. I hope you will let me know about the next day. Biella quickly replied, They are not easy people to meet. Does it absolutely have to be them? Yes, I want those people, she thought to herself. The future must not change too much from the original plot. Only then can I take advantage of the original plot. If I want to increase my power while still maintaining the framework of this major event, the best way is to target the supporting characters. Moreover, they also know that everyone will die, just like we Rabians in the original plot. They chose S to avoid death, wanting to seize the opportunity to correct their wrong choice.
Biella immediately replied, That's great, there's a reason Bless said that. After she finished reading, she smiled brightly. Thank you, Biella. But there's also a problem. If anything happens, they say they'll go into hiding for a while, so it will take some time before they can resume external activities. Bless subtly frowned. What's wrong? Suddenly she was startled as she remembered something. Wait, now that I think about it, it's true. Why on earth did I have to run into Eldian at the information reception point? In the original story, it was mentioned that the information reception point was also where the royal family conducted their transactions. Could it be? She shook her head in denial. No way. Don't think about him anymore. Biella told her, I'll find out as quickly as possible. Thank you, Biella. Afterwards, Bless wrote a letter to Biella, and this was also a token of gratitude. A green village in the Red Mountains, next to a grapevine. If one goes there, there will be a clue about the person Biella is looking for. In the original story, Biella mentioned she was looking for a lost sibling, and the original story only mentioned this clue, but Biella still held hope from it. Up until now, that was the only thing I had received from Biella. I wish time would pass a little faster. Scene change. Count Karras burst aggressively into Bless's room from somewhere. How did you know, lady? Harold followed right beside him, trying to stop him but to no avail. Please, give me some face, Count.
Bless was sitting, reading a book when she was startled, jumping out of her skin.
It was Count Carrodus, always so noisy whenever he appeared. He quickly approached to inform her, the dragon relic has been found. This is a rare item used for various purposes, not just magic, so it will fetch a lot of money. Hearing this, she smiled brightly. How lucky. What does this mean? A few days ago, at the Rabiang Business Expansion Conference, we recommended that you take over this place. This place has a ruby quarry and also hot springs that can be exploited. Count Carrodus, seeing Bless's dissatisfied expression, gently asked, Lady Bless, are you displeased with what I said? She, who had participated based on Count Carrodus's recommendation, frowned and thought for a moment before saying, I don't like it. I prefer somewhere else.
Over there is the heart-shaped forest, commonly known as Rudin Forest. The land was discovered by Fabian, the male lead candidate in the original story. On the surface, it was just a simple forest, but in reality, a colossal dragon relic was found there shortly after. Subsequently, this place became known as the Golden Land, but Fabian immediately gave it to the female lead, Bella. Shouldn't the person who first found and bought it be its owner? Why did you say you'd use my money to buy it back properly? Count Carrodus, seeing her not overly surprised but merely smiling, quietly said, Seeing that reaction, it's clear everyone knows. Bless flinched upon hearing that. He looked at her with eyes full of deep affection. Fortunately, young lady, if you truly possess the ability to foresee, she quickly cut off Count Carrodus. It was just a coincidence. Count, come here for a moment. She whispered into his ear. If you, Count, could acquire a few personal mines under my name, I will give you more information. Count Carrodus immediately asked, You mean mines? Why are you whispering? If it's about money, you can directly ask the head of the household. Ah, is there a reason you want to keep it a secret from the head of the household? Bless remained silent, not answering him, only offering a wise smile. So that's how it is. Duke Rapiang already possesses ample wealth, but when the time comes, I'll need to accumulate even more money to protect the family. I don't want to make the two of them uneasy. This is something I need to know and prepare for myself. Afterwards, Count Carrodus quickly agreed to her request. Very well, but I also have one condition in return. Promise that you will absolutely not marry into another family.
Bless heard that and looked bewildered, not understanding. Count Carrodus gently shook his head and said, Young lady, you must not reveal any information you know to anyone other than Rabiang. Also, don't let yourself catch the eye of that ambitious emperor, and you must stay even further away from the princes. She looked at him with emotionless eyes. Why are you suddenly saying such things? Count Carrodus continued to ramble. That's right, if it's a son-in-law, then it should be fine. Bless was utterly helpless. I'm not even 7 years old yet. Harrow immediately ran to stop him before it was too late. Count, please stop. Someone is already catching on here, and who knows, maybe that side would be better. As soon as Count Carrodus finished speaking, Harrow immediately pulled him away. Let's go outside quickly. She waved goodbye to him. Go on, Count. After that, Bless slightly furrowed her brows and said, The ladies, the Count really is. I didn't want to get involved with other families from the start, so why is he worrying so much? Ladies also sighed in response. Young lady, the Count truly has a reason for acting this way. Huh? What is it? It's because the Emperor said he would host a birthday party for you, young lady, and it will be held in the very center of the Imperial Palace. Bless heard that and her face went blank. What? In the small room, Bless was intently sitting at a desk reading a book titled The Form of Energy.
The form of energy is linked to its human owner. Only the owner can see or talk to the energy. The more she read, the more she frowned. All of them wrote the exact same sentences. I want to know more about May, but there's too little related information. May heard her mention it and immediately appeared. Bless, it's late. Aren't you sleeping? I have some things to do today, so I'll sleep later. May excitedly flew around her. Bless, you seem happy, don't you? She chuckled in response. Is it that obvious? That's because today... Just then, Ladiz opened the room door. Young lady, are you still awake? Ladiz gently said. The family had said the lesson has been prepared. Shall we go?
Bless hugged her tightly and nodded happily. All right. The reason Bless was beaming was because today was the day for her secret lesson with Father. The secret lesson is when I tell Father what I want to ask of him. It's a lesson that until now only Father, Rita, and I know about. To protect Rabiang, thanks to the privilege of knowing the principles and inner power from my previous life, we have prepared many aspects, such as ample money and various physical strengths. So Rabiang will be strong enough to protect me, but unexpected incidents can still occur. Therefore, I need a kind of power that can protect myself, a power that comes from an intelligent mind and superior abilities within this worldview. At the same time, I also wanted to learn magic from someone I could trust, even if it might reveal my identity. That person was my father, Helios, the leader of the Royal Magic Knights. After seeing her open the door and step in, he smiled softly. Come here, Bless. Father, you've been busy lately, aren't you tired? Not to the extent that you need to worry. On the contrary, I wonder why you're still awake at this hour, Helios said, lifting her into his arms.
Breath remained serious. You're just like your father, so something of this magnitude is nothing, right? All right then, let's continue from where we left off last time, Breath. After obtaining the energy ore, will anything change? It depends on the user. The energy ore will also gradually adapt to it. Hearing this, she thought to herself,
Is this similar to the eye-opening experience May mentioned? In an empire where various powers exist, such as the energy realm, it doesn't just refer to magic, but also signifies the abilities of the royalty and dukes, the royal dragon blood, the sweeping magic of Arabia. The power of the 4 Grand Dukes is like Ed's venom, and there's also another power, dark arts. It is said that the shape and color of energy vary depending on the ability it is used for. Breath suddenly recalled the moment a stream of red energy enveloped her body. Thinking back at that moment, I don't know if it was because of the minerals in the energy, but I didn't feel anything at all, just like the form of energy Father once mentioned. Helios heard this and raised an eyebrow. Is that so? She smiled, thinking, Father knows about May's existence, so he'll grasp my meaning as soon as I finish speaking.
When I told Father I wanted to join the class, the first thing he said was, well then, I'll ask first, do you know the shape of energy? But why did Father ask about the shape of energy so suddenly? Is it just a coincidence, or does Father already know something? Just then, Helios suddenly called out to her, Bless, from now on I will handle all questions about energy, so just tell me what you see. He created a stream of blue power in his hand, and she nodded in response, yes. After that, the stream of light shone brightly. She smiled and said, Father's energy is a mix of silver and sparkling blue, and this is a freezing spell. Helios flinched slightly. Do I have to ask in such detail? Is it different for each person? I suppose so. For some reason, he suddenly looked visibly dejected. Seeing this, Bless asked, Father? Helios said to her in a low voice, It's very rare for people in this world to clearly see energy, let alone distinguish it in such detail. It's possible that only you, Bless, are like this. Hearing this, she looked bewildered, then confused. But Father also said that you can sense energy. What I sense is merely the trace of energy. Humans cannot distinguish energy through color and shape. She glanced at the cloud hiding in a corner and thought, So am I the strange one? Helios reminded her, First, you must keep it a secret that you can see energy. Because it's a special ability, it's very easy for others to bother you. Bless smiled faintly and said, I just remembered something, Father. I heard that the Emperor will hold a birthday party for me, isn't that right? Helios frowned and stammered, That is true.
It seems the Emperor was curious about you. He said in a helpless tone, I'm sorry I couldn't refuse because he brought it up at an official meeting. Bless didn't expect things to go that far. Seriously, that far? Formally speaking, they've been grateful for all I've done for the Empire recently. She suddenly wondered, what kind of formality? Helios turned to her and asked, Are you planning something, aren't you? You'll have to meet the Imperial family, is that okay? If you're found to be able to see energy, just don't say anything directly, and you'll be fine. That ability isn't something others can recognize. Bless didn't answer him, but pondered, because I think ordinary people can't see energy either. I've already met Eldian and felt something was very complicated.
She looked up at Helios's scrunched-up face and became even more flustered. This matter was even more serious, so there was no other way. Whether it exists or not, just keep quiet, Father, don't worry. Helios heard that and asked, It's your birthday party, isn't it? That's true, Bless replied, but please just trust me, Father. Yes, I know. Thank you for worrying so much, Bless. Scene change. After Bless returned to her room, Helios picked up a piece of paper, thinking to himself, Her eyes can distinguish energy. If the royal family, especially the Emperor, finds out, it will be a huge headache. No matter how hard I try, I don't know how long Bless can keep it hidden. I've given birth to such a capable daughter. It's almost too good. Thinking back, it was already like this in her very first lesson. Bless was only a few years old then. If that's a secret, it's truly remarkable, because not everything can be seen. At that time, Helios had asked her, What about Helena? Will she be sad if I keep it a secret? She asked back worriedly. No, it's not like that, Bless assured him with a serious expression. I'll tell her after everything is done. She'll be the first to know. I will definitely become stronger to protect both Father and her. Such solitary effort is commendable. But my daughter, what makes you so urgent? I wish you could lean on me more. Helios gently looked up at the quiet night sky outside. Although he was smiling, his eyes held a deep sadness. So adorable. Now try spinning around. Oh my, this top suits you so well too. Bless kept changing in and out of one dress after another.
She was so tired she was out of breath, groaning. I'm not trying on anything else now. We just need to choose one dress for the party. Why is it so exhausting? Lady Lante continued to gaze, selecting other dresses for her. Are you tired already, Bress? Let's make good use of bows, gemstones, and flowers. Next, let's move to this side. Despite Bress's extreme resistance, she still had to endure. No matter what I felt inside, this was the Emperor's command. My birthday party was being held at the Imperial Palace, and the rather peculiar situation of the guest of honor being invited to their own party truly existed. Seeing her tired face, Lady Lante didn't force her anymore. That's enough for today, she said. Bress looked at her with eyes as bright as if she had seen a saint. Yes, yes.
So the party would take place in a few days, and I was experiencing busy days as the guest of honor. If the birthday party was held in the imperial palace, there was no other way but to meet the princes, right? I had thought I would never meet them again, but it was better to prepare myself for it. She asked softly, "Lady Ent, what kind of person is Prince Eldian?" Lady Ent was a little surprised to hear that. Why suddenly mention Prince Eldian? She came up with a rather flimsy excuse. Well, my birthday party is being held in the imperial palace, and it would be very awkward if I accidentally met him and made a mistake. Lady Et gently embroidered the handkerchief in her hand as she replied, "Although I don't know much about Prince Eldian, he is quite passive and gentle."
Bless frowned upon hearing that, recalling their previous encounter. Knowing him to be intelligent from rumors alone, she immediately asked, "Why is that?" Ladius replied softly, "The remaining candidates for the crown prince position are Prince Riso and Prince Eldian. Perhaps even now, the royal family still has its internal conflicts and restraints. Those who survive the succession struggle with minimal losses are, one might say, passive and gentle, aren't they? This alone reveals much about Prince Eldian." Bless suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Eldian deliberately performed inconspicuous actions to make everyone drop their guard, presenting himself as someone not to be wary of. Ladius frowned slightly and said, "Everyone is pleased that the Emperor has treated you so well, young lady, but I am worried." She walked over and scooped Bless up. "Are you afraid something will happen to me?" Bless asked her softly. Ladius thought to herself, "In Rabiong, everyone can immediately rush to protect the young lady, but in the Imperial Palace, I feel uneasy because it would be difficult to do so, and these people are very important to me. Our Bless is smarter than anyone else and will handle things wisely no matter the circumstances. I truly appreciate your concern. The head of the household and young lady Helena will also be at this party, won't they? They are all your family, young lady, so nothing will go wrong."
Bless nodded gently. She thought to herself. Family. She had heard these words many times, but they still made her happy. Just then, she noticed the purple yarn placed in the basket. "Oh, this color. This is the color that reminds me of the bow Eldian gave me. Eldian. When I saw him being chased by an assassin sent by his brother, I truly didn't know what family meant, just like in my previous life. Perhaps that's why. I was bothered by Eldian's unchildlike appearance, and even though I knew I should avoid him, my heart kept getting entangled. Seeing Helena and Helios' lives become happier with their family, unlike in the original story, I thought he could be like that too." After a moment of thought, Bless was startled. Who was she worrying about? I mustn't forget my goal. She looked at Lady with determined eyes. "Lady, I will make my whole family happy."
"You'll be able to do it, right?" Ladiris heard this and smiled, replying, "Of course, my lady." Meanwhile, Briso, upon hearing the news, was so furious he gnashed his teeth. Hosting a birthday party for a young lady at the imperial palace, one who has never even been introduced before? The first thing nobles would think upon seeing her would be a candidate for the crown princess. And what's more, what about escorting that child? Knowing that I was rejected by Helios at the last party, are you planning to humiliate me even further? I am the grand prince born with the power of a dragon, yet he still treats me this way. I have no other choice but to use S's poison to go against my father." Briso called out in a low voice, "Hyric." Hearing his name, he raised an eyebrow. "I've told you several times to call me Duke S." Briso had no more patience for this. How much longer do we have to wait? A weakened dragon would not be able to withstand S's venom. Could it be that the strongest poison has already been administered?
"My apologies. Perhaps your power is no longer intact and has been transferred to your younger brother." Upon hearing this, Hyric's eyes widened as he stared at him. "There's no need to worry, Your Majesty. Haste will only arouse more suspicion." Riso frowned slightly and said, "If we do that, it will be difficult for me to remove the obstacle you desire." Hyric smiled in response. "What the Emperor cares about now is the birthday party, so you should plan your actions immediately after that. So by then, can you guarantee that the situation will change? Is protecting your own body the only way you know? Are you really not confident facing Helios?" Hyric frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Bless's birthday party is being held at the royal palace, inviting all the Rabian children? A prophecy once descended. Will the child of that prophecy truly be found? The time for that person's arrival is not far off. The Grand Prince is too hasty to accomplish anything significant. In the end, I have no choice but to get directly involved. It seems it's been a long time. Bless was sleeping when suddenly she dreamt she was in Hyric's room. A servant entered and announced to him, "This is the list of attendees for the second princess of Rabiong's birthday party." Hyric smiled upon hearing this. "Bring it here." Bless stood in the corner, looking around in confusion. "Oh, that person. It's clearly Hyric." He scanned the list and said, "As expected. Gold is also attending. It seems he wants to show off his son to Helios. Duke Gold's child was not born with the blessing of a spirit, so he always felt inferior to Helios throughout his time at the academy."
Driven by a desire for retaliation, he used his son, born with the blessing of the spirits, planning to make him appear as the guest of honor at the party. Of course, it wouldn't unfold as Duke Gold intended, but the birthday party, held in the Emperor's name, would naturally focus solely on Bless. While the Duke's son could of course hold a supporting role, he couldn't accept the fact that his son wasn't the guest of honor at the party. Duke Gold's wrath would eventually turn towards Helios, and I, at that point, would also target Duke Gold. Heinrich gave a slight smirk. Both Duke Gold and Helios were sensitive when it came to their children. Nothing was easier to exploit than this. Bless was utterly stunned upon hearing these words. He adjusted his attire and in a low voice said, "Just you wait and see. Ultimately, I will be the one to rule the empire."
Before he could finish his sentence, Bless woke up with a start from her dream, her face turning pale with fear. What was this? A dream? It was so unbelievably vivid that it was hard to believe it was just a dream. Could it be a premonition? May, half asleep, saw her sit up and asked in a sleepy voice, "Bless, did you sleep well?" She smiled and asked back, "May, did you sleep well too?" She thought to herself, "Through May's existence it was predicted that I possess extraordinary abilities, but nothing special has happened, so I'm not very sure. Could having a prophetic dream like this be one of the special aspects of my extraordinary abilities? If this prophetic dream is true..." Just then, Lady suddenly walked in and was quite surprised to see her sitting on the bed. "Why is the young lady up so early today?" she asked. Bless didn't answer her, but thought, "Does this mean Heinrich is plotting something at my birthday party? It might be, so I must stay alert." Right at that moment, a series of noises came from outside the door. "I have to go first. Wait, don't push anymore, Lillian." Hessa, Puri, and Lillian walked in together, exclaiming, "Happy 8th birthday, young Lady Bless."
After that, they continued to argue. "Milady, please leave today's outfit selection to me. Lillian, don't you have any shame? Since when were you allowed in here? Are you listening?" Seeing this, Ladiette suddenly felt a headache. Brest, however, smiled and replied, "Thank you, everyone. So now, let's get ready to go to Lady Helena's place." Brest nodded slightly in agreement. After that, Brest went over to Helena and praised her. "You really suit this hairpin and dress." Helena smiled upon hearing this. "Thank you. I'm also pleased that the gift Brest gave me suits me so well." She spun around once and asked, "What about you? How do you look?" Helena immediately said without hesitation, "Of course, you're adorable." Just then, Helios walked over to them. "Both of you are so beautiful. You've blinded your father. So let's depart slowly." Both of them stared blankly, stunned by Helios's elegant and refined appearance. "That's what we were just about to say," they thought. "Is he really a man who has 2 daughters?" Helios gently reminded them, "Since it's a royal palace party, we'll meet many noble families. No matter what happens, don't forget that we are Rabiang." Both replied in unison, "Yes." Brest thought to herself, "Even if Eric tries to stir up trouble, I won't be as worried as before, because now I have a strong family. I was determined today, because this is my 8th birthday." Scene change. At the luxurious and vast royal palace, melodious music filled the waiting hall. Many nobles were already present, discussing among themselves. "It seems the Grand Prince will be hosting today's party. If so, are the rumors true?" "You mean that rumor? The third prince has gone missing. It said there was a bloody battle. It's unclear, but we only know that Prince Eldian is reliable because he wasn't late. Truly missing? The Emperor hasn't announced a successor yet, but it must be true for now, right?"
Someone gestured for them to speak more quietly. Duke Helios, Lady Helena, and Lady Bliss of Rabiang arrived. All 3 stepped in simultaneously, radiant and confident. Upon seeing them, the nobles present immediately began to whisper, "That child is... What on earth is the Emperor thinking?" Bliss looked around, then thought, "The Emperor has invited so many people. The scale is different from Father's birthday party. So on the mother's side, unexpectedly the atmosphere between the 2 sisters. Thinking back to Duke Rabiang, I frowned upon hearing those words. I thought my own birthday party would be about me. It wasn't just about her, after all." She glanced to her side, where Helios was instructing Helena, "If anyone strange approaches, just come find me right away, all right?" "Thank you, Father." "Ah, right, it's impossible to tell. I understand now, because this is a game of appearances, designed to draw attention." Just then, another voice spoke up. "Welcome, Duke."
Bless frowned when she saw the person in front of her. "Riso, it's been a long time. Allow me to extend my greetings to the Grand Prince. We bow before the Empire's little son. Thank you for hosting us in such a grand place." Riso smiled at her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Bless of Rabian. Happy birthday. It's a pity the last party ended too late for me to properly greet you. I'm very pleased to be able to meet you here at the Imperial Palace." Bless returned with a unique, industrial smile. "Ah, so that's how it is," she thought to herself. "We don't even have the kind of relationship where we need to greet each other." Then he softly said, "If it's not too much trouble, may I escort the ladies on a tour of the Imperial Palace today?"
Helios heard that and his face immediately darkened. Some people who heard it immediately said, "As expected, Rabiang will become the crown princess." Bread thought to herself,
I already spoke directly with my father about this before, but escorting requires families to ask for permission first. But on a day with such a crowded party, it's either a sign of disrespect towards me, or the prince is exerting pressure that makes it impossible to refuse the offer. But she curtsied, then ran to embrace Helios. Thank you for your kindness, Prince Riso, but for me, my father is a royal magic knight, so I'm fine staying with my steadfast father. The Rabiang you desire is not a family that the prince can easily take hold of. Riso, being rejected, stammered. So that's how it is. Today, I am attending and presiding over the banquet on His Majesty's behalf. A young lady directly participating in the banquet is also considered a burden. Helios immediately replied, I acknowledge and am grateful for His Majesty's concern, but where is His Royal Highness Prince Eldian? Riso heard that and frowned, thinking, I'm right here in front of you and you're concerned about Eldian? Hinas Hyulking too. This is an event organized by the royal family, so Eldian should also attend, but he can't because his body is in an unstable state.
Helios looked like he understood. I see. Please convey my wishes for a speedy recovery and ask him to help me. Dress thought to herself, Eldon is sick, so he's not attending? Good thing we don't have to meet. Perhaps it's because I saw him being attacked that I'm a little worried. Riso smiled and said, well then, we'll meet again later when the party officially begins. Dress angrily shooed him away. That's enough. Hurry up and go, quickly. Afterwards, she smiled at Helios. Thank you, father, for helping me. It's only natural. I wasn't happy about escorting him anyway, so don't worry about it. Helena frowned and whispered, he really has no manners. Indeed. Dress smiled softly. You know that, don't you, father? Today you are the most elegant person at this party, like a precious gem. Helios also smiled with her. It's an honor to receive praise from today's main character. She also didn't forget to praise Helena. And you, sister, are the most beautiful. Thank you, Dress. You are the most adorable. Just then, a voice spoke up, interrupting their conversation. Helena, Dress?
Lady Lanthe, teacher. Lady Lanthe smiled and walked towards them. Meeting in the Imperial Palace is quite different. As expected, your outfit suits you very well. Happy 8th birthday, Bless. Your gift has already been placed on your family's carriage. Thank you, teacher. I heard that the third prince isn't attended today. Hearing this, Lady Lanthe replied, well, actually, there are rumors spreading in the Imperial Palace that Prince Eldian is missing. Helena and Bless were both startled to hear this. Since this was a place he couldn't possibly miss, public opinion wondered if the rumors were true. As a result, the number of supporters for the first prince suddenly increased. Bless felt extremely astonished. Missing? Eldian suddenly went missing? At that time, Eldian had wondered if assassins sent by his brother were involved. Looking back at that incident, this disappearance could also be related to the succession war. Lanthe continued, the Pillar of Light hasn't signaled yet, so nothing is certain. That's right, there's also the Pillar of Light. Nothing has happened with that yet, so Eldian definitely isn't dead. There's no way the male lead could die so soon after appearing, Bless thought to herself. The Pillar of Light, when only one royal family member inheriting dragon blood remains, will manifest a series of lights carrying the power of succession. Unlike the 4 great dukes who received the successor's power upon awakening, this royal family member must kill all other royal family members with dragon blood to fully inherit the power. At that time, the Pillar of Light will appear, and all citizens of the Empire will know of the Crown Prince's birth. So what is Eldian thinking? Lady Lanthe realized she had said too many things she shouldn't have. I've said too many meaningless things. Today is Bless's birthday. Let's forget what was just said and enjoy ourselves. Yes, thank you, Lady Lanthe. I'll introduce you to the other families. Yes. Scene change. Riso stood before all the nobles and said, once again, I extend my gratitude to everyone who attended Lady Bless's birthday party.
This party is hosted by a long-serving royal magic knight in honor of Duke Helios von Rabia. As with other parties, Lady Bless is still young, so after the gift-giving, there will be no special ceremony. Just enjoy the party freely. He felt a little anxious. Honestly, I'm very surprised that my parents entrusted the party to me. The rumors of Eldon's disappearance are somewhat regrettable, but I'm sure I can handle it in this kid's absence. Who will be the master of the next generation? But then, Grisho continued with a smile. Why are the court officials also participating before that? Bless sat in the center, constantly listening to one person after another speak, outwardly smiling but inwardly thinking, so when will this be over? The guests continuously chattered. This is a rare fruit that only grows in the eastern desert kingdoms. Its taste is truly unique. This is amethyst, also known as fairy tears, a famous craftsmanship from Glace. I heard Lady Rabia likes sparkling things, so I prepared this sacred coral, which symbolizes blessings.
Bless didn't care about them and glanced towards Helios. If this continued, father might just explode. His face was scrunched up, extremely impatient. How dare you bother my daughter all day long? Next, Riso slowly walked towards her, with a servant holding a gift box in hand beside him. Bless let out a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it must be the last one now that it's Risso's turn. Is this gift-giving segment designed to make your gift stand out?
At the same time, Lenia, Eldon's attendant, also approached with a gift box in hand. Bless was quite surprised to see this. 2 of them?
Could that be Eldians, who prepared a gift but didn't attend? Risso frowned at Limia, but his words were directed at Bress. Although you have received many gifts, I hope my gift will particularly please you. Bress reluctantly smiled. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. But what is it, exactly? Then the gift box was opened, revealing a brooch containing 4-layered magic. He was extremely proud of this gift. As you know, miss, magical artifacts like these are not easy to find. This is a token of my sincerity towards Miss Bress. I also put in a lot of effort to find this. As a prince, I couldn't not give a gift, so please don't feel pressured. Bress held the gift box in her hand, feeling quite awkward. Biella was the only one who could provide such permanently enchanted sculptures, so these must have come from Biella. If so, did they not know that she had dealings with Drabian? The fact that she had bought a dagger made from energy ore had already reached most high-ranking nobles. Additionally, Helena's hairpin, which she bought, also contained 6-layered protective magic. For the nobility, information was what fueled a power struggle, but judging by their appearance, it seemed they knew nothing. A crown prince candidate known for his hidden eyes and ears, yet. Perhaps that's why they tried to push Eldian away. The emperor didn't see Risso as his successor. I pity your foolishness, but I need to salvage the atmosphere. Brest forced a smile and said, Thank you, Your Royal Highness Risso. You should be thanking me, he said, completely oblivious. I'm glad you acknowledge me. Limia silently presented the remaining gift box. If I may, Miss Bress.
This is a gift from the 3rd prince. Inside are a purple ribbon and a turquoise gemstone. This is, it seems, an accessory, Bress mused to herself. For example, something that could be attached to a dagger. Moreover, judging by the surrounding energy, it seems to be imbued with quite powerful magic, perhaps even stronger than the magic in the gift Rishal had prepared. So what exactly does this purple ribbon mean? Why was the gift wrapped with this purple ribbon? Could it be that he recognized me as Bress von Rabiang that day? But we've never officially met. How could he have... Just then, Limia spoke up. Lady Bress, the prince said this is an accessory suitable for a dagger, imbued with 6 layers of magic. Are you satisfied, lady? She was completely taken aback by this. 6 layers? First, I must safely conclude this part. Then I can think about the gift later. Yes, please convey my thanks. Just when she thought everything was settled, another voice rang out. I apologize for being late to the banquet hosted by His Majesty.
Bless frowned when she saw the person in front of her. This person? Happy birthday, Lady Bless. It's a pleasure to meet you. From the Ducal House of S, I am Heinrich von S. Neither Helios nor Helena would have expected me to dare to come. Father, Rizzo, however, wasn't surprised at all. Why so late? Bless was extremely worried. Heinrich, because this was a party hosted by the Emperor. It's unexpected to meet you again. She forced a smile and replied, Hello, Your Grace. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Please enjoy the party. She thought to herself, after the attempted poisoning, there haven't been any troubles. I don't know what he's plotting. Heinrich smiled, his eyes 7 parts cold, fixed on Bless. Thank you for welcoming me. With this heartfelt wish for your birthday, I have prepared a special gift. He thought to himself, that is a life you can feel with your entire suffering, childlike body. You don't hide how you live, do you? Do you hate Rabian that much? Saying this, Heinrich ordered his attendant, bring the gift. His gift was a necklace, the deep blue color of the ocean. Will you accept it? Of course, Bless replied, extremely wary. A necklace? And he even prepared a gift? What are you thinking, Heinrich?
Helios looked at her worriedly, his eyes never leaving her. Brest smiled, saying in a voice loud enough for him to hear, I'm fine, father. If you step in, our family will face problems. Anyway, I don't plan to use any tricks here, so it's fine. Looking at it this way, it seems normal. After that, the necklace suddenly lit up, and an image of Helios appeared within it. Naturally, it was him again, her father, and another person she had seen at the stables at that time. Heinrich said to her in a low voice, That's magic that shows the faces of parents, for whatever reason, made for those who don't know their parents' faces. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Helios immediately lunged and grabbed his collar. How dare you? Are you mocking my daughter? Heinrich was not only unafraid, but also looked at Helios with a provocative gaze. Others, seeing this, immediately intervened. Duke, your actions are very awkward. Don't forget you are standing before the prince. Heinrich smiled faintly. I didn't know your feelings for your daughter were so intense. You've changed so much, Helios.
A powerful aura emanated from Helios. He growled each word. The one who abandoned his beloved in the stable. That man is still the same as ever. I haven't had the confidence to become a duke since the day I left Cesa to die. Hearing that, Eric remained silent, not responding. Up there, Bless felt very anxious. Father, my sister too, she thought. Actually, I'm already used to my mother's absence, so those words didn't hurt at all. On the contrary, I felt grateful that my family was angry on my behalf. So I only have one question. Until now, I had simply considered it a dark plot point of the original story regarding the hatred for Rabian, but Eric's actions today seemed to want to insult Bless. The first time we met, he said I was his niece. Since my mother is Eric's sibling, could Eric hate my mother, and therefore he also hates that woman's daughter? Then she stood up and walked over to Helios.
"Father, I'm fine," she said. Hearing her voice, he immediately turned around. "Bless."
Bless smiled, gently saying to Herrick, "Duchess, thank you for showing me a picture of my mother." He frowned upon hearing that. What was the reason? What was this about? Herrick had ruined this party, probably wanting to make his birthday terrible, but he wouldn't fall for such a trivial provocation. She continued with a smile. "Although I only got to see my mother's face today. Until now, I had never thought of myself as lonely. Both my father and my sister, who are in Rabiong, have always raised me with love. So I can say, thank you for letting me see my mother. Thank you, sir. I will forgive your disrespect, Duke." Herrick found it quite ridiculous. Forgive? Risso, standing nearby, subtly frowned, trying to stop him. "Duchess, please stop. This time it truly is disrespectful. I would be very grateful if Duke Rabiong would overlook this incident out of respect for the royal family." Bless quickly felt that something was wrong here. Risso, stepping in to mediate, felt somewhat off. Risso, looking helpless, said, "This is a party at the royal palace. I hope we can resolve this peacefully." That's right. He just didn't want a conflict between families at a party he himself hosted.
Helena was still very worried about her at this moment. "Bless," she hugged Bless tightly, as if silently comforting her. Bless was suddenly bewildered, wondering why Helena was crying before she even had a chance to. "Helena, honestly." Helios quickly stepped forward. "Bless, are you all right?" She immediately replied, "Of course, Father has already gotten angry on my behalf." But neither of them believed her words. "Bless, are you truly all right? Are you still okay?" "Yes, I'm still fine," she thought with a touch of helplessness. "It's because both of them are already worried. Anyway, after this, everyone will leave me alone." Just then, the door suddenly opened. Duke Adolf von Gold and Prince Fabian of the Gold ducal family entered. Bless's face immediately darkened. What is it this time? Duke Gold, Adolf von Gold, was opening a chest, a sinister expression clearly visible on his face. Born without perfect abilities, instead of being a noble, he had become someone involved in the commercial world. This was hardly mentioned in the original story. Fabian had fallen ill when he started getting involved with Bella. Duke Gold was sitting on the bed, looking tired. Empty glass bottles were on the table, the space dim and quiet. His greed led to his premature death. After learning this,
Fabian officially partnered with Bella. The two shook hands, changing a destiny. Anyway, I still haven't seen Duke Gould by now, so I think he's not participating. He's probably just late, right? After all, he is also the second male lead. Fabian of House Gould, Risso, was also present. He walked over to Duke Gould. "This is a bit... Duke Gould, when did the party start that you're only just arriving now?" Duke Gould happily opened his arms to welcome Risso, even holding Fabian in his arms. "Haha, long time no see, Grand Prince." Duke Gould smiled kindly. "I was late because I was preparing this. As you know, I have a lot on my hands." Risso smiled back at him, gently saying, "This isn't the kind of party where someone of Duke Gould's status needs to prepare so much. You're always so thoughtful." He was just wishing himself a happy birthday. Doesn't he remember the image he's supposed to uphold? Does Duke Gould even know what politeness is? What is his current stance? Everything was gradually becoming arrogant, and Prince Risso was trying to adapt to Duke Gould. He's a duke, so why is his attitude so different? Perhaps the rumor that Duke Rabiong had feelings of inferiority since his school days is true? So does he trust his son to succeed? What's there to be ashamed of by putting your child first? Breath was lost in a whirlwind of her own thoughts. I generally know what his reputation is like. Only the Grand Prince truly understands my heart. Suddenly, Helios spoke up. "Helena, Breath. As you can see, Duke Gould is a greedy man. His immense family pride makes him arrogant and causes him to view people as mere money." Breath and Helena were very surprised to hear this. Then Helios continued, his gaze fixed on Duke Gould, who had an arrogant demeanor. "If his son is also like that, then you should not go near him." Then he crossed his arms, looked at Heron and said, "Heron, take the children away and keep them from getting close to them." Heron immediately bowed and accepted the order. "Yes."
Bless was immediately led away by Heron. She turned her head to look and thought, "This is the first time I've heard father speak like that. Is their relationship not very good?" Duke Gould walked over to Helios, his tone surprised. "Oh my, who is this? Refusing my invitation several times. Isn't this the arrogant Duke Rabia?" Helios looked at Duke Gould without any reaction. Adolf, no matter how greedy he was still the father of the male lead, Fabian. He had no shame, but judging by father's reaction, he was truly a bad person. Bless observed Helios and Duke Gould talking from a distance. It was truly the opposite of Fabian. Fabian was said to be the embodiment of a spirit. Fabian looked at Duke Gould with sparkling eyes, his hand still tugging at his father, and gently said, "Father, I'm bored." At the same time, Bless accidentally saw it, her eyes wide with surprise. Fabian's appearance made her heart flutter a little, her cheeks flushed.
Bless immediately whispered to Helena,
Sister, he's so adorable, isn't he? Like a walking gem. Helena looked at Bless in surprise. A walking gem? You really think highly of him. I guess it's because Bless likes gemstones. Bless immediately retorted, Me? When did I ever like gemstones? Helena smiled. Fabian was silently watching them. Duke Gate reproached Helios. You didn't let me meet your precious daughters. I was very sad, you know, Duke Rabiang. Even so, I still personally attended this party. Even if you hate me, everyone adores my son. Helios listened to Duke Gate with annoyance. He didn't bother to say a word. Then Duke Gate lifted Fabian high, proudly saying, All the princesses want to be close to my son. Helios found those words meaningless, because his 2 daughters were no less accomplished than Fabian. Why should he listen to others praise their own child? Duke Gate put Fabian down, gently saying, Fabian, go talk to those 2 young ladies over there. Helios immediately intervened. No, my children are resting.
Duke Goad immediately flared up, shouting, My son personally attended the celebratory banquet. How dare you disregard such a gesture? But Helios showed no reaction to those words, as if this had happened many times, making him too accustomed to it. Bress also saw, I understand now why father dislikes him. He's noisy and arrogant. The Countess was taken aback. Duke, wait. Fabian, in contrast to his father, was very calm and not boisterous. Bress stood in a corner, silently watching Fabian. Then suddenly, Fabian looked towards her and smiled at her. That smile was like roses, very beautiful and captivating. Oh my, he's smiling. It truly seems right to call him the embodiment of a spirit. How can he be so beautiful? There were continuous whispers from the onlookers, but Bress showed no reaction at all. She thought to herself, was he just smiling at me? Her face clearly showed embarrassment, and her cheeks flushed red. Helios looked at his daughter. Aren't you tired, Bress Helena? She then recalled what had happened. I came here to express my gratitude to the attendees. Cain cheerfully said, Bress, this way, cut the cake. Bress eagerly took the knife, preparing to cut the cake. Helios stood aside, thinking, I didn't starve her, did I? Then together they opened strange gifts with the uninvited guests. Heinrich smiled. Father is bored. I'm the uncle here. Reflecting on what had just happened, Bress felt a little tired. Today truly has been full of tiring events, but it's not over yet.
Helios said, I was going to tell you to go rest, but Bless looked towards the children. Today, children of the same age had come to celebrate Bless's birthday. A young lady with blue hair, her face shy. A young lord with red hair, his cheeks flushed as he looked at Bless. A young lady with tea-colored hair, her face adorable. Lady Lante thought it would be good to arrange seats for the children to sit together. A teacher? Could this be preparation for a better social future? If so, even just one more supporter for Rabiang would be good. Bless looked at Helios. I like it. I'm fine, so please don't worry, Father. Helena smiled brightly and happily said, I'm also fine. Please don't worry, Father. Helios looked at Bless and Helen with affectionate eyes, smiled at his 2 daughters, and gently said, All right, if anything happens, just call me any time. He didn't forget to add, Don't run off anywhere. Helena held Bless's hand. Yes. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bless, making her feel uncomfortable. It seems they're quite curious, aren't they? She gently spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
Brest and Helena placed their hands over their chests, heads bowed low, with solemn expressions. I am Brest of House Rabiang, and I am Brest's older sister, Rabiang's firstborn, Helena. Then Brest flashed a bright smile like a small sun, thanking everyone for attending her birthday party. That smile made the young masters and ladies flutter and feel a momentary stir. Everyone happily greeted each other with a flurry of, pleased to meet you, lady, I am, and I am. Suddenly someone appeared. After all, this was a special invitation from the emperor, so being in the same space as people of different social classes felt truly strange. Brest felt a slight pang of unease, thinking, is that woman over there looking at me to speak? What are these brats saying? The woman with purple hair, accompanied by another person, had an arrogant demeanor and a rather high and mighty personality. Oh ho, it seems you've heard everything, but it's not wrong, is it? Suddenly she pointed a finger at Brest. After all, because of you, I heard Duke Gold prepared many gifts, yet you haven't sent your thanks to the young master. How rude! Brest and Helena were utterly surprised to be directly called out like that, and the purple-haired girl turned her gaze towards Fabian. Isn't that right, young master?
Fabian was standing behind the purple-haired girl. His face was tense, showing no reaction. Helena's attitude changed. She looked at the girl in front of her and spoke. Today is my sister's birthday party. What do you mean by being disrespectful? The girl, however, showed no anger or anything else. Instead, her voice seemed to provoke Bless and Helena. Miss, are you perhaps getting angry on behalf of your sister? A young lady like yourself, incapable of acting so carelessly, it seems the inheritance of Rabiang will go to another family then. For a moment, Helena fell silent. She felt as if the girl had spoken the truth. Let me just sit back and see how far you'll go with your words. Bless frowned, showing clear displeasure towards her. That's a bit out of line.
Recalling when Blast was previously introduced to them by Lante, isn't this the daughter of Marquis Bonburn? The Bonburn family also said they had been in contact with the Gold family for a long time, so why trust Fabian and act so boldly? Even though Fabian is still young and cannot express an opinion, what right does she have to represent Fabian? Blast clenched her fists. She felt something was wrong with this matter. Fabian smiled and spoke up. Yes, it's you, isn't it? You are an illegitimate child. Recalling when Fabian met Elaine, at that time Elaine spoke to me as if I were someone special. I was curious what kind of person he was, but it turned out he looked more ordinary than I thought, so I was a little disappointed. Anyway, he managed to change Robbie Young. Finally, I wanted to see if she was any different. Fabian smiled, wondering how she would react if she were insulted in front of so many people. I wondered if she would cry and be ashamed like others. What is that expression? Blast's face darkened. Her expression stiffened. Why is she looking at me with that expression? Blast's eyes widened in surprise, as if she couldn't believe the words she had just heard. I didn't say anything wrong.
Fabian looked at Bless, feeling a little uneasy and worried. Why was she looking at young Master Gold like that? The purple-haired girl smiled, her tone gentle. Don't mind her. It seems she doesn't know what politeness is when it comes to young masters. Those nearby also chimed in, as if competing to curry favor with Fabian. That's right. Unlike the young master who is blessed by spirits, she can't even use her family's abilities. How can she act so dignified when she can't even use her powers? Fabian's attention was solely on Bless. He couldn't even take his eyes off her. Isn't an illegitimate child without core abilities useless? The purple-haired girl showed no respect for Bless, always speaking in a harsh tone. An illegitimate child with no abilities at all. If it were me, I'd be too ashamed to attend a party hosted by His Majesty. You're truly something. Fabian was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. If you're useless, you can't receive love. My father is always like that. That's why I receive everyone's affection. Fabian proudly crossed his arms, his eyes sparkling. But she seems a little different, Fabian thought again. She's useless, yet she still receives her family's affection, and the royal family even hosts a birthday party for her. How does she still receive affection? Elaine told me to come observe and judge, so I came. But on the contrary, after seeing it with my own eyes, I understood even less. So I'm curious what's special about her. Anyway, Robbie Young's miraculous reputation seems to have ended. Bless was hurrying towards Fabian. Fabian immediately spoke up. Lady Belborn, stop now. Bless quickly replied. Her demeanor completely different from before. She gave a faint smile. That's enough. I won't tolerate another insult towards Robbie Young. Helena looked at Bless in astonishment. Bless, I don't know what you believe in to insult Robbie Young so casually. If you believe in the Gold family, with whom you've had a long-standing connection. The purple-haired girl was very flustered, her face filled with fear. Lady.
Fabian made no move, his face as cold as ice, silently watching Bless. As for the responsibility for that, Bless said softly again. You just need to ask the Duke. Bless's eyes held a hint of regret, and the space fell silent once more. Beneath the grandeur of the palace, they weren't indulging in festivities, but instead confronting each other. Why should I do that? Fabian asked, seemingly bewildered, like a lost fawn. What did we say wrong? What does that even mean? Bless's mood wasn't good, but she patiently explained. The young master and young ladies here said as much. It was an insult that crossed the line, not just for me personally, but for Robion as well. Seeing that Fabian was not just bewildered, but also naive, Bless wondered what kind of circumstances this boy had grown up in.
Bless moved closer to Fabian, a faint smile on her face. So you have to apologize. But Fabian seemed unwilling to back down. What's wrong with telling the truth? Even so, if the words are disrespectful, then it's still wrong. Fabian, stubborn as a mule and refusing to listen to anyone else, still spoke to Bless with his sparkling, gem-like eyes. No one has ever told me that before, so aren't you the one who's misunderstanding? Bless was utterly exasperated with Fabian, beyond words. She had thought Fabian was still young and had been influenced by those young ladies, but that wasn't it. Bless sighed. She no longer had the energy to talk to stubborn people like Fabian. It turned out he wasn't even aware that his own actions were wrong, because everyone around him affirmed he was right. He failed to recognize his own impoliteness. Bless fell silent, perhaps looking for a way to make Fabian understand. She became thoughtful, considering for a moment. If that's the case, I'll take this opportunity to make him understand precisely, so he doesn't behave rudely towards me or anyone else.
Bless was quick to act. She pointed a finger at Fabian and said seriously, Young master, just because no one has said anything all this time doesn't mean your actions are correct. Fabian was utterly bewildered by the criticism. Bless continued, They only overlook your mistakes because they want to get something from the young master of the Gold family. The more Bless spoke, the more the purple-haired girl and the brown-haired girl seemed to have their guilty consciences exposed, their faces clearly showing worry and unease. But I won't overlook your disrespect, and for that very reason I have no intention of becoming close with the young master. When Fabian heard this, it was as if he'd been struck by lightning. A gloomy aura surrounded him, and his face turned ashen with fright. What? Fabian thought he had misheard and asked again. You don't want to be close to me? Bless was resolute in her intention.
Yes, I don't want to associate with disrespectful people. No one truly wants to be around someone like that. If you want to be respected, you must respect others from the very beginning. Bless continuously lectured Fabian, but after speaking she felt a slight hesitation. Would these words truly get through to Fabian? He only ever wanted to hear pleasant words. Was he crying? Fabian's tears flowed freely as he listened to Bless. She didn't know if it was from feeling wronged or because someone dared to speak to him like that. Were these words too harsh for someone like Fabian, who wasn't used to hearing such things? Although the young man's tears had fallen, Bless showed no reaction. She crossed her arms and watched Fabian sobbing. Look at that expression. He's probably fine. It's just because he's still a child that he's a little weak-hearted. So until now, no one had ever spoken such words to Fabian. Fabian was sad, his eyes welling up. Bless also felt a little guilty for making him cry. Let's stop here. Suddenly, Ellen's image appeared in her mind. She wished there were better adults around.
Fabian von Goth, hearing his name, immediately looked up. Bliss put on an air, as if to say, no one wants to be close to a rude person, so the young master has realized his mistake. Helena looked at Bliss as if she were a grown-up and couldn't help but laugh at Bliss's cuteness. Ha ha, Bliss. Bliss continued, if you sincerely apologize, I will gladly accept it. Bliss was like the flowers of spring, always radiant and warm. With her small face and harmonious features, she looked at Fabian and said, therefore, you should think carefully about what you did wrong. Fabian felt something, his cheeks flushed, and he had also stopped crying.
Fabian's commotion, even amidst a crowd, Helios still prioritized looking towards Duke Gold. His gaze was eloquent. It was arrogant and haughty, which angered Duke Gold and had Fabian removed. Heinrich saw everything. He even wore a sinister smile, as if plotting something. The incident ended abruptly, and the main event, the gift exchange, was also over. Thus, the party gradually came to a natural end amidst the chaotic atmosphere. A young man spoke up, catching Bless's attention. Having to be here until now, I'm tired. The royal banquet is almost over. Please bear with it a little longer. Bless deeply sympathized with the young man. I also wish it would end quickly. What a tiring party. I also felt relieved that the royal banquet had ended in such a way. Behind Bless, a group of young ladies were talking about something. A young lady with red hair stood out, saying, this is a gathering place for generations of noble families. Isn't it too noisy? Despite this, Bless seemed to sense something, her eyes widening in surprise. Bella looked at Bless. I find her confident demeanor truly admirable. The young lady accompanying Bella said, oh my, are you serious, Lady Bella? Bella paused, her tone hesitant. What? Of course. It's just my personal opinion, Bella. If it's Bella, then how could Helena not understand what Bless wants to do? Bless.
Bress looked at Bella in surprise, a little flustered. The original novel's female protagonist, Bella von Raby. I knew this party gathered everyone connected to Rabying, so that child was probably indeed the original novel's female protagonist, Bella. If it was truly Bella, this encounter could actually be an opportunity, Bress thought, clenching her fist. That child seemed to want to befriend her, and if that child was truly the original novel's female protagonist, then building a relationship now would definitely be beneficial. Let's try to speak first, Bress said with a heavy, somewhat hesitant tone. I thought I might have overreacted, but thank you for seeing me so favorably. Bella smiled faintly. Bress then smiled for I sincere. May I ask for your name, young lady? Meanwhile, the other young ladies had all disappeared. Bella suddenly became timid, as if afraid of social interaction. There must be no misunderstanding. She's the only one that matters to me, so I don't care about that, Bress thought. The image of the adult Bella appeared, but alongside it there was also a small timid Bella here. I am Bella, Bella von Raby. Bella von Raby. The full name is exactly the same, isn't it? Bress sank back into her own world, constantly thinking about this. But there was also a slight unease. She never expected to meet the female protagonist at her own birthday party. I will make the most of this opportunity. Bless immediately took Bella's hand. It's a pleasure, Bella. As you already know, I am Bless von Rabyang. It seems we're the same age, so let's talk comfortably. Bella was like a timid rabbit. So is that really all right? Bella seemed unable to believe it, her face rigid. Of course. A second later, Bella bloomed into a smile like a rose. In that case, I'll be counting on your help from now on, Bless. Bless gleefully pointed towards the dessert table. Bella, my sister and I are heading over there. Would you like to join us? Bless pulled Bella along, and Bella shyly said, all right, all right. To be honest, I didn't think too deeply about what Bella had done. For me, protecting my family is paramount, but facing someone like this made me feel uneasy. I think it's because extending my hand to Bella wasn't truly my own desire. No, whatever the reason, my willingness to open up to Bella was genuine.
Bella noticed Bless was a bit quiet and asked, what are you thinking about? Bless was slightly startled. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, who did Bella come with? Bella innocently replied, with my father. Everyone was surprised to receive an invitation from the royal family. They said that all people of Rabyang, including the branch families, were invited to the party. But I didn't know that even distant branches like mine were included. The royal flag fluttered in the air. Hearing that, Bless immediately replied, I see. All of Rabyang were invited? No wonder I only see familiar faces. That's why I got to meet Bella, whom I thought I wouldn't encountering her. Is it because it's a family birthday party? There was a group of young people behind Bella and Bless. Bella took a cake from the table, but then said, Bless, I'm not a very sociable person, so I've been very nervous today. Bless listened attentively to Bella. She also ate a sweet cake. Bella continued,
so I'm really happy that you talked to me like this. Therefore, if we meet again in the future, can I treat you as a friend? Bella was so friendly that Bless was surprised by this level of friendliness. Ah, Bella is indeed the female protagonist. She is such a kind and affectionate person. I feel guilty, so it's hard to look straight at her.
Breast immediately lowered her face, avoiding eye contact with Bella. Of course, if there's a next time, it might be the day we make our debut. Breast held the plate of cakes, intending to eat them, but then she suddenly realized something. If it's that debut period. Bella seemed to have two personalities. One was cheerful and innocent like the sunshine of life, while the other lived in gloomy darkness, which was when her principles took over. In other words, that's when possessiveness began to emerge. Breast handed the cakes to Bella. Perhaps this encounter with Bella might truly be the last. Bella glanced around. I guess I have to go back to my father now. I suddenly feel so sad. Bella, if we ever meet again. Breast looked at Bella, saying sincerely, please, come to my house. Bella seemed disbelieving, still a bit stunned. If you still remember me when we meet again.
Bella smiled brightly and happily. Once again, the roses bloomed. Come as a friend then. The night sky, the stars had risen high. In the garden, carriages and horses were waiting for their masters. This useless fellow. How could you let that commoner girl talk back? Helios will surely look down on our family later. Duke Goud was scolding. I don't want to see your face, so take a different carriage. Fabian, having been scolded by his father, was not very happy. While still reeling, Eileen stepped out from somewhere. Young master, I heard you meant the second child of the Rabines at the party. How did you feel meeting someone you were curious about? Very strange. Eileen suddenly found it funny, but he couldn't laugh at Fabian in this situation. I apologize. Fabian, as if being teased, glared sideways at Eileen, not forgetting to intimidate him. Eileen then became serious. Why do you think it's strange? Did that child act disrespectfully towards the young master? Fabian realized something. No, I was the one who acted disrespectfully. Recalling Bress's expression when looking at him, he had been curious about how the other would react, so he said something rude. He had truly thought the other would pay attention to him, whether by being sad or crying.
Fabian placed his hand over his chest, feeling his heartbeat. On the contrary, he said my actions were wrong. It was the first time he had met someone like that, so he felt truly strange. Fabian looked at Elaine. And there's this too. He said he didn't care about my abilities. Elaine gave a faint smile. So, as young master feeling sad, Fabian raised his voice, his eyes sparkling. No, absolutely not. On the contrary, I want to be closer to him. Everyone else treats me well because they want something from me, but he doesn't. Fabian clenched his fists determinedly. That's why I want to be closer to him. What if he already hates me? Suddenly, Fabian burst into tears, looking sad. Just now, he said he would accept my apology and forgive me if I apologized. What if he changes his mind? Elaine was helpless before Fabian, only able to force a smile. Oh dear. Then he lowered his gaze and gently said, Young master, next time will be different. Fabian was still crying, resentfully saying, How would Elaine know? Elaine picked Fabian up. Young master has reflected on his mistakes, hasn't he? Fabian softly replied, No one would hate someone who honestly admits their mistakes. That statement brought Fabian's confidence back, and he opened his eyes wide. Really? Elaine helped Fabian into the carriage, still taking the opportunity to chat. Yes, so the young lady will accept young master's apology. Will it really be like that? Elaine was confident in his words, even patting his own chest. Of course, Elaine wouldn't lie to young master. Fabian, however, gave him a sidelong glance. It's because those are Elaine's words that I'm even trying to believe them.
Fabian sat down on the chair. So the next time I see him, and Fabian is smiling happily about what happened, I will apologize for my previous harsh words. And if he accepts, I will suggest we become friends. The carriage finally started moving. Helena was feeling a bit tired when a sound suddenly reached her ears from the party space. Sister, Helena immediately turned her head to look. Blaze was holding a glass of water, offering it to Helena. You must be tired, and the party is almost over. Drink this and try to hold on a little longer, okay? Helena looked at Blaze gently. Those were the words I should be saying. Helena took the glass of water from Blaze. Thank you. Sometimes Blaze is more like an older sister than I am. Recalling the events of today, Helena felt that Blaze was like an adult, having to calmly deal with the Duke's and even the children's mistakes, while she herself hadn't done anything right. I'm your older sister. I want to protect you. Helena, tipsy, was playfully teasing Helios. I'm fine, father. I can walk. Helios, helpless, carried Helena. Heron, prepare the carriage. Helios looked at Lante and instructed. Please take care of Blaze until I return. Yes, safe trials, Duke. Blade, flustered, apologized for making Helena so drunk. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was champagne. Lante immediately comforted Blaze. Let's have the last dessert before the Duke returns. You wait here, okay? Blaze was sad because she had just caused trouble. Yes. Hey, what did you say? As a servant, you should apologize. How dare you? Suddenly, a commotion erupted, and a group of mysterious people advanced towards Blaze. Huh? What's that sound?
She really needed to go check it out, but as Bless was about to leave, she was bumped into by a man. Causing Bless to fall backward. Ouch! The man extended his hand forward. I apologize. Are you all right, miss? Yes, I'm fine. But Bless sensed something. She widened her eyes, looking at the man. Could it be the power of S? He cast his eyes down at Bless. Why do I see the power of S? Father had told her not to casually speak of what she saw if she didn't understand it. Bless was a little scared. She didn't know what to do in this situation, but if she could sense the power of S, it meant she was being affected by their poison. If she were to just ignore it, it would be truly unsettling. Becoming a target of S, it must inevitably lead to actions born of resentment, right? Strange auras emanated from the man, making others wary. Bless forced a smile. If you've been feeling unwell lately, you should go see a doctor. Saying just this much should be fine, right? I have to go now. After saying that, Bless turned and left. The man said nothing, watching her leave.
So I managed to invite everyone to my birthday. I really don't know what the Emperor is thinking. I don't understand why Rabiang's priest must also be in a state of great confusion. Lady Lante is waiting. I'll just quickly check and then leave. Bless asked softly, "What's all the fuss about?" The two young men who were discussing something were surprised to see Bless. "Lady Bless." The young man pointed at someone. Well, this servant, he bumped into someone and refused to apologize. The young man who had bumped into someone and refused to apologize was Eldian. Although Eldian was in the wrong, he showed no remorse on his face and even smiled at Bless. Eldian's lips cried slightly. She looked at him in surprise. Eldian? Thinking she wouldn't attend today, she had been caught off guard, and unexpectedly they met like this. Bless felt a bit awkward, while Eldian and the other two didn't understand anything. But when Bless looked at the clothes Eldian was wearing, she wondered, why does Eldian always dress like that? Even if he wasn't dressed like that, he shouldn't be unrecognizable, so why didn't she recognize him? Eldian raised his hand in the air, signaling something. Could it be because of that? Eldian smiled, looking like a cute white fluffy puppy. The art of disguise? Was he trying to move and then pretend to disappear? Then Eldian bowed his head. I apologize, I wasn't looking clearly ahead. The apology, once spoken, stunned everyone, including the person who was bumped into. What?
He looked up. Didn't you want me to apologize? That's how it is. But why so sudden? The young man immediately pushed his friend away. Hey, all right, he seems strange, so let's just go. We'll take our leave now. Bless sensed something amiss again. Wait, if they leave first, then... Elion smiled, happily saying, Thank you for helping someone like me, Lady Zappian. Only he remains. It's nothing, Bless replied courteously to Elion. This is my birthday party, so I'm just doing what needs to be done. Someone is waiting, so I'll go ahead now.
Ailan realized something, but the princess of Rabiang. He smiled, even showing excitement, and used honorifics with a servant? Really, how unfortunate. Bless explained that in Rabiang they are taught to always use honorifics, so Eldian interrupted. Why is your explanation so convoluted? What? It's too late to pretend you don't know now, isn't it? I already showed you earlier.
He say he noticed my realization because of that? Her face remained still. No, if it were the Eldian I knew, the likelihood of being suspected from the very beginning would be very high. Bless recalled the image of herself with Eldian, though she didn't know why. It was like seeing her own reflection. I can see my true self. The truth about her knowing her identity. If so, did he come to verify that? Why is that necessary? What is he thinking? Bless clenched her fists. Island happily boasted. By the way, how's my gift? The last one I gave was too cheap, so I sent another one of the same color. Are you satisfied? Bless pouted, showing her attitude towards Eldian.
It seems everything is already known, so let's not talk about it anymore, Bress immediately replied. Yes, I understand. Ellen was more comfortable with Bress. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Last time we met you were so arrogant. Haha, I was never like that, Bress flinched. She had thought they didn't know she was Bress von Rabiang. Eldian lowered his gaze to look at Bress. It's okay to be honest. If you're not enjoying it, I'll prepare something else. Bress pondered deeply. Why did Eldian act friendly when he knew I was Rabiang at that time? Didn't the royal family have a poor relationship with Rabiang? He had disguised himself and disappeared from the start. He was, after all, the third prince. Or did he want something from Rabiang? Eldian's ulterior motives once again came to Bress's mind. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Bress's thoughts. Bress? She didn't know how to respond, because she wasn't clear about Ellen's intentions. Bress was still deep in thought. Perhaps she didn't hear someone calling her name. Bress?
Bless turned her head. Oh, Eldian chuckled. It seems you have many questions. We can discuss that when we meet again soon. Then he vanished before Bless noticed. When she looked back, Eldian was nowhere to be seen. What did you say, Eldian? Did he disappear again like last time? Helios ran to Bless, worried. Bless, where did you go by yourself? Lante ran to Bless, crying. Bless, I was truly panicked. Bless had once again caused trouble for Helios and Lante. Lady Lante, I apologize. Helios picked up Bless. It could be dangerous, so don't go alone next time. Yes, I'm sorry for making you worry, Father. Helios led Bless away.
It's getting late, so let's go say our goodbyes and head home. Lante followed them. Eldian had clearly said they would meet again soon. It was as if they would see each other again very shortly. What did he mean by that, after all? Finally, the suspicious encounter with Eldian concluded my birthday. Bless opened her mouth after finishing a bite of cake. She smiled happily and hummed, "This is truly healing." Her face was joyful as she spoke those words. This was after the arduous birthday party had concluded. Duke Rabiang also returned to a peaceful daily life. Many unexpected things happened at the party, but I also gained a lot. That was... Someone brought out a tray of letters and said, "Miss, these are the letters that arrived today." Bless glanced at them and smiled. The truth was, my position in high society had reached a positive standing. After the party, many noble families began sending me letters. She smiled with delight. That no longer had anything to do with me being an illegitimate child, and it meant that I had been recognized as the second young lady of the Duke of Rabiang's household. This also expanded my scope of activities.
Picking up a letter, she glanced at Ladiet and asked, "But will I be allowed to attend these invitations? What if my father doesn't permit it?" Hearing her question, Ladiet immediately replied, "All the letters I've given you, young lady, have already been chosen by the master." Then she smiled gently and continued, "So everything you look at will be permitted." Hearing this, Bless was surprised and asked in return, "All of them? Is that really true?" She said that, but in her heart she was already very happy, thinking, "I didn't expect so many people to contact me. Honestly, they just want to build close relationships through me, and that's perfectly fine." Then a voice called out, "Bless," causing both of them to look up simultaneously. Seeing Helios, she happily exclaimed, "Father." His face was smiling as he walked towards her. Seeing him start to sit down, she immediately asked, "You're done with work already, Father?" As he was about to sit opposite her, he spoke, "I had an appointment with you. That's why I hurried here." Hearing him say that, she smiled even more brightly and said, "Oh, really? Lottie, my father is here. Please get that for me." "Yes."
Bless also began her thoughts. Lately, besides invitations, many gifts have been sent. Among them was my favorite dessert. I don't want to receive expensive gifts, but this one is so delicious. So is it okay if I keep accepting them? As she ate those cakes, Bless's face was truly filled with satisfaction. In her heart, she happily thought, "It tastes like real royal food." Then she paused slightly while eating and continued, "Neither Lottie nor father said anything about this, and the source seems reliable." She then ate another one, thinking, "Since it doesn't say who sent it, I can't say thank you. It leaves no family crest." Seeing her joy, the man had to pay attention and say, "Is it that dessert again?" He glanced towards ladies and asked, and she softly replied, "Yes." Hearing that answer made him sigh helplessly. At the castle, a voice rang out, "Normally you don't come when I call, but today you've come on your own. Is something the matter, Helios von Rabiang?" Helios looked at the emperor and said seriously, "Your Majesty sent this gift to my daughter privately. As a parent, am I just supposed to watch? I won't beat around the bush. What do you want, Your Majesty?" His eyes were serious as he looked towards the emperor. From above, he merely glanced at him indifferently without speaking. Then he rested his hand on his head and spoke, "If it's a gift, I send them to all the children who attend the birthday party." He paused and continued, "But seeing such a sensitive reaction, I suppose I was right in my assumption." Then he said again, "The truth is, your child is the child of the prophecy, a transcendent being." Helios was stunned by his words, unable to react. He then went on to say, "Of course, I had predicted that enemies would be found within the temple and the royal family, but no one expected that the enemy from the demonic side would come from Rabiang. Therefore, I apologize for using your daughter's birthday as an excuse, but I did so to gather Rabiang to find that child of the prophecy." The emperor also said seriously, "How can one see the power of E? That daughter of yours can see energy." He then explained in detail that only transcendent beings possess the ability to see energy. What does this mean, Helios?
Hearing this, he sighed in annoyance, his face slightly beaded with sweat. I tried my best to stay out of the emperor's sight, but when did he manage to contact Bless? Then he spoke, "Your Majesty said my daughter is the child of prophecy." The emperor also said seriously, "That's right. So to prevent the royal family from wanting to raise her directly," he paused slightly before continuing, "Bless will not yet understand the great responsibility entrusted to her." Then he clenched his fist and said, "The eyes that can see that energy still lack the ability to purify. Therefore, if your Majesty permits," he paused slightly. Then he bowed his head and said, "Under Rabiang's protection, I will take responsibility for raising Bless to be worthy of her position as a transcendent being. If your Majesty permits, I, Duke Rabiang, swear to forever accompany the royal family." Hearing him, the emperor immediately spoke, "This is inherently unacceptable.
But remember that you yourself have relinquished that. Helios von Rabiong, from now on I will monitor your every move. Hearing his words, Helios merely bowed and replied, yes. Then he said, very well, you may go. Recalling that, Helios felt somewhat annoyed and thought, I thought I would be overlooked. I wonder what he's thinking now. In that letter there was the line, consider it an investment in the future.
Helios thought sadly, I'm worried about getting involved with troublesome people, even for just a minute. He reached out and ruffled her hair, his face etched with worry. With her head lowered from the touch, she asked, what are you doing, Father? When she sat up straight, she could only think with worry. Thinking back, Father looks more tired lately. What could be wrong? Her face also showed some worry. Then she spoke up and asked, aren't you eating too, Father? Hearing her words surprised both of them into silence. After that, he was silent for a moment, then said, I'm fine. Small clouds still drifted in the air. When it was dark, she sat on her bed thinking, there's probably no one outside, right? At that moment, Cloud appeared and said to her, here's Bless, what Bless needs. She immediately took it, smiling, and said, thank you, Cloud. Holding that paper, she also began to think, after the party, the plan to protect Rabian has also made progress. That was it. After that, Bless tore the paper, and a circle of light appeared beneath her feet. As the mystical circle vanished, a voice rang out, oh, they're here, they're here. Please come in, I've been waiting for you, the blonde person said, turning their head to look as she arrived. Captain Bless winked and greeted her politely. She pondered, the truth is, I've become a partner with the intelligence team. The partnership with the intelligence team's guild began not long after the party ended. She recalled her conversation with the orange-haired man who had smiled and said, you seem to be a noble young lady. This isn't a place to look for lost pets or dolls. Although the guild initially looked down on her, she had said at that time, if you cooperate with me, I will save your younger brother. That person, upon hearing this, shouted, how do you know about that? She merely replied indifferently, that's not important to you. In the original story, the guild had to save the youngest brother, Guild 1, because he was deceived by Harris's lies. At that time, she presented a transparent vial and said, this is the only medicine that can cure that disease. I'm sure if I provide the treatment, they will side with me. The youngest brother, Guild 1, suffered from an elf-related blood disease, which she knew from the original story, so she offered to trade with them using the medicine she found through Bila. Then she reached out to remove the bracelet from her wrist and said, becoming my partner is the only offer. Compared to S, isn't Radabang of Magic more trustworthy? Upon hearing her words, the guild's leader was so surprised that his mouth fell open. Because of the strong connection, if she provided the treatment, she did this because she believed they would become her comrades. That, ending her recollection, Root saw her arrive and was astonished, his mouth agape. He then rushed to her side and called out, Captain Bless, his voice drawn out and echoing. Isn't it too tiring to come today? I have another schedule soon, so I have to leave just as you arrive. What a pity. Bless could only think helplessly. I can't believe he called me captain and acted so enthusiastically.
Then she turned her head and said to him, what's there to be tired about? Besides, I told you not to call me captain. Miss Han, annoyed, continued, I can come anytime, so don't cancel any of your plans. Seeing his dejected expression made her wonder, wasn't he being too blindly devoted? His face at that moment looked very much like an abandoned puppy. After that, she could only force a smile and secretly continue her thoughts, figuring that since Rabian's protection methods had been enhanced, she would just have to endure it a little longer. Last time, I asked you to look into the circumstances of another ducal family. How did that go? Bess then asked, and the captain immediately replied, firstly, it's very difficult to obtain information on Eden, so I have very little to provide. Eden hasn't made any significant moves since the captain's birthday party. Then he smiled dangerously and continued. As for gold, he gestured with his hand and said, it would be better if you saw it in person. He started leading her to a place that made her confused, so she asked, this is a slum, isn't it? He immediately replied, yes, especially in this slum, there are many children, until we built an orphanage as part of Gold's recent charity project and brought the children here. Hearing this, she was puzzled. That Duke Gold also does charity? Bread began to recall. I didn't realize Duke Gold was that kind of person. He's not plotting something, is he? Then she continued, it's fortunate if Duke Gold genuinely wants to help children, but it's also quite unsettling. Hearing her words, he turned back and smiled, saying, well, his behavior lately hasn't been very good. He paused slightly, then spoke again. And actually, I took the children for charity work, but rumors say that taking children away isn't entirely good. Hearing those words, she just stared blankly and walked along, then asked, what's that about? Hearing her question, he had to answer immediately that there were vagrants and slave traders near the slum. People say that just by giving them money, one could make them do anything and take the children away. Then he continued, that's why the atmosphere here, he smiled, looking at her as he went on, has been very brutal lately.
She put her hand to her chin, deep in thought. Then she lowered her hand and said, "No, I'll still take another look around." Seeing her like that, he was surprised and tried to stop her. "No, you can't. It's very dangerous here." Then she immediately interrupted, saying, "Gray said you have a schedule soon, so you should go." Seeing her like that, he worriedly wanted to say, but Bless immediately replied, "I'm really fine." Then she smiled, as if radiating light, and said, "Do you think I'd come here without any solutions? Don't worry." She thought to herself, "It would be very inconvenient if someone were here while I investigate with May, so he should go." Hearing her say that, he accepted. "I understand." Then Bless continued, "Please find out more about Duke Gold's charity project." He immediately bowed in salute. "Yes, I will prepare for our next meeting, Captain."
Hearing that, she awkwardly said, "I told you not to call me that anymore." After that, she and May started walking through space. May then spoke up. "The dress over there is the same as this one." Seeing May walk ahead, she then asked, "Oh, really? Thank you for checking for me." May then replied, "Oh, really? Thank you." May hugged her tightly. Seeing May like that, she smiled. I had been very worried, afraid Gray would stay by my side until the very end. It could be said it was lucky that he left more gently than I thought. After that, she continued walking and thinking, anyway, it would be the same for anyone else. It seemed they had indeed been forced to go somewhere. The dolls placed on the ground really made her think. She kept thinking, which was why she had hurried away from here. This charity work is officially carried out by a duke, although it's not illegal. Considering his image at the party and his reputation, the Golden Duke is probably not the type of person to help others. I'm also concerned about the children being brought here roughly. Surely this isn't some kind of roundabout scheme, is it? Suddenly, from behind her, a loud shout rang out. "Catch her!"
The voice made her widen her eyes in confusion. What was that sound? Then a hand covered her mouth, surprising her. That person pulled her into a hidden corner, making her wonder, what's going on? Then that person quickly let go of her hand, making her glance, but still held her shoulder. Seeing clearly made her worried and think, could this child be? Then he opened his mouth with some difficulty, and then quickly raised a finger and whispered, "I'm sorry, just be quiet for a bit until that person leaves." Then a shout rang out, "He's injured, so he can't have gone far. Search everywhere. Don't forget that kid's ability is the most valuable compared to the others." Someone else opined, walking and repeatedly saying, "Yes, yes." The two in the alley were hiding in a black barrier, while the other person ran past as if not seeing them, saying, "Where could that little rat have run off to?" Then she poked her head out, looking confused. "So they can't see us now?" A voice from somewhere drifted everywhere, calling out, "Where's Breath? Blitz is here, why can't I see him?" In the darkness, it searched everywhere while she stood hidden, thinking, concealed here. Then another shout, "Why aren't you searching properly? There's a trail of blood here. He couldn't have gone far, so search thoroughly." Hearing that shout made her glance at the other person, who then coughed a little and said, "Ah, no."
Then she looked up. His power was being nullified. He painfully wiped away his sweat, which made her think, I must save him now. She then grabbed his shoulder and said, "It's okay." Then, as if telepathically, she added, "You can relax now." Her whole body seemed to emit a floral scent, enveloping the two of them. The scene caught the attention of Green Eyes. She then extended her hand and said, "Cloud, please hide our bloodstains." Cloud immediately replied, "I understand, Bless. Cloud has heard clearly." The bloodstains then disappeared one by one without a trace. Someone then said, "Where did the blood here go?" The person next to him replied, "How did that kid do it? Hurry, go to the opposite direction." Yes. Then someone realized and said, "That's strange. Was there a wall like this just now?" She let out a slight breath. Good thing they didn't notice. The boy behind her wondered, why? Hearing him ask, she turned her head to look at him. He asked, "Why did you help me?" Hearing that, she immediately said, "Because I don't want to be caught either. Could you lower your head a little?" Even though he was confused, he still lowered his head to look at her. Then she thought, it's clearer now.
An hour later, she said, "This child is a slave boy, capable of handling the shadow that the Emperor desires. The third male lead in the original story. His collar then seemed to open up, and it was truly Arius von Geisel." Then she scratched her cheek slightly and thought, "Lately I've been frequently encountering original story protagonists, and it feels like the tension has also disappeared compared to the first time. Anyway, I can't leave the injured boy here, especially with slave pursuers around." Then she spoke, "I know you have a lot you want to say." Hearing her words made him just give an awkward laugh. Then Bless smiled again and said, "But first, let's go to my house and talk." The young boy looked around in confusion. "Here?" Bless smiled and said to him, "Welcome to Rabiang Manor. I was in a hurry earlier, so I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. I am Bless von Rabiang. And you?" Hearing that, he looked as if he couldn't believe it. She could easily guess his thoughts. Rabiang. Could it be one of the 4 great ducal houses? He was probably thinking something along those lines. The young boy coldly replied to her, "Arius." "Arius," she thought. "He seems to be thinking a lot, doesn't he?"
A lot has happened in a short time, so it's probably for the best. First, let's rest. I'll have to tell father tomorrow. Then she softly said, "It's all right, Arius. It's safe now, so you can relax. It's late, so we'll deal with everything else tomorrow." Without waiting for her to finish, he pushed her hand away and stammered, "Why are you helping me? A noble lady has no reason to be kind to someone like me." Arius recalled his past memories. Those who called themselves nobles, upon seeing him, had said things like this. Why is it called shadow creation magic? So it's an ability specialized for assassination. When will this product be released? Nobles can't help me without a reason. The situation was very tense just now, so I revealed my ability and followed you here. But if I see any suspicious signs, I'll have to take you down and run. Arya said in a low voice, "If you're after the ability you saw me use just now, then I apologize. I don't know anything about the ability, so it's very difficult." Bress immediately said, "It's shadow creation magic. It's my first time seeing it directly too, but because it has a special aura, I've already looked into it." As expected, she knows my power is shadow creation magic, which is why she brought me here. This power is very specialized for assassination. If she's a duchess, she'll have many enemies, so she'll surely become greedy for it. She frowned, thinking worriedly. Lately, nobles have suffered greatly from their obsession with shadow creation magic, which is why he's wary of me. That's a reaction I could have predicted, but I don't care.
Bless said sternly and emphatically, "I didn't bring you here to be an assassin. Even with many enemies, Rabbi Young has the power to deal with them honorably. I simply couldn't ignore a child crying for help, which is why I brought you back. It's not my fault, as I don't want to witness suffering." Actually, Arios is an illegitimate child created by the Emperor to acquire shadow manipulation magic. His mother realized the Emperor's intentions and took him out of the imperial palace. Illegitimate children with such abilities were treated poorly. Arios is like my past lives, so I couldn't pretend otherwise. Arios found these words quite ridiculous. "You brought me back with this terrifying power, just for that reason? Was your power at that time not important?" Arios looked very earnest. Then Bless smiled and told him, "Go to sleep. We'll talk in more detail tomorrow." She led him into the room and gently tucked him in. Although Arios was still wary, he was so exhausted that he immediately fell asleep. Scene change. The next morning, Bless took Arios to greet Helios. She felt a little apprehensive. Yesterday, I had prepared everything with Arios, yet facing father still felt so suffocated. Helios asked her in a low voice, "Bless von Rabiung, now explain what all this is about." She forced a smile and stammered in response, "Well, this is a friend. But father, you don't know. Your expression shocked me so much that I unconsciously started babbling."
Helios, of course, knew perfectly well that she was lying. Listen carefully, Bless. Besides being visible to the eye, energy can also leave traces. Yes? Bless looked bewildered. Why was he suddenly bringing up energy? In the case of a trapped energy-restricting orb, for example, waves are emitted due to a reaction. Arius flinched slightly upon hearing Helios's words. And typically, tracking magic will follow those traces, like this. She had absolutely no idea about this. Tracking magic? Does that mean Arius's location might have been by them? Helios, as if guessing her thoughts, said, "Of course, this magic cannot affect the house's protective magic, so you don't need to worry about that." Bless immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But Bless, why is your friend afflicted with tracking magic only used for slaves? I can overlook you sneaking out, but in this case, having a runaway slave near you is truly very dangerous. She wondered blankly. Did father know about all the times I snuck out? If he knew, then he had been pretending not to. I'll have to explain properly later, but first, Arius's problem needs to be resolved now.
Logically speaking, hiding an escaped slave of unknown identity is extremely dangerous, and even more so if this runaway is the Emperor's illegitimate child. Even so, Arius cannot be allowed to go out again. If he lives in the West Villa, he will avoid the Emperor's gaze. To make this happen, she had to persuade her father by any means. From her experience, once her father had made a firm decision, he couldn't be swayed. So there was only one way. She immediately put on a cute, spoiled expression, saying, "I want to help this person, father. Please don't kick him out of the mansion." Blessed called this the Agio strategy. Her father was always weak against her Agio, so this was the only remaining option. If there was danger, her father would protect Blessed, and of course she was right. Helios was utterly unable to resist. He said with a hint of helplessness, "The name Blessed Rabian carries no small weight, which means you must be cautious in everything you do. Rabian will have to bear all the responsibility, so it's fine as long as it's not revealed. Just for a while, until he recovers, then he can go with a servant to the East Villa." Blessed interrupted. "No, it's the West Villa, and not a servant, but an escort knight. Only then can we stay together and help him," she silently added in her heart.
"Bless, Dad," she continued to playfully whine. Finally, Helios had no choice but to compromise. "All right, I give up. Just do it." "Dad's the best," she said with a radiant smile. Then he turned to Arius and asked, "What's your name again?" "It's Arius." "Bless, I need to speak with Arius privately, so please step outside for a moment." Bless felt a little worried. Talk privately with Arius? After she left, Helios and Arius sat down on chairs and talked.
The reason I asked to speak with you alone is because I've written this for you. Arius immediately guessed. A labor contract? Since you'll be living here anyway, there are some necessary procedures. With that, he took out a contract, on which was written, "This contract will hold funds until adulthood, cooperate in power control, and conceal from external forces throughout your stay at the mansion." After reading it, Arius frowned. This contract is exactly what I had in mind. This means you've known about me since last night. So why did you remain silent?
Didn't you already know I'm a runaway slave? Helios replied casually. I couldn't just do anything because Bless brought you here, and I was just waiting, knowing she would eventually come to ask for my permission. If I hired you as an escort knight, everyone would probably be very surprised, but if my daughter wants it, it won't be difficult. The terms state that I must be hidden from outside forces, so you already know my identity? That's right. Therefore, if you stay here, I can hide you from the Emperor, your father. From my position, such information is accessible. There's no need to be so surprised. Furthermore, I have no reason to use you to connect with the Emperor, so don't worry about that. I don't want to hand you over to the royal family and earn Bless's hatred. Arius continued to ask, I am a shadow magic specialist, the Emperor's illegitimate child. Even knowing all these truths, you still allow me to stay here, just because the young lady wished it? That's right. Seeing him agree without hesitation, he thought, what a strange family. Even though the daughter knows my abilities, she still wants to help me without expecting anything in return. The father says he's helping me hide from the Emperor because his daughter wants it. I want to stay here. I don't want to return to the royal family. All right, from now on, I will protect you in Robian, and I hope you will obediently follow the terms of the contract, and I will try to manage your abilities while you are at the mansion. This is not just a matter of protection, but also a necessary part of hiding you. Arius was utterly surprised. They even considered protecting me in this way? I actually thought they wouldn't care that much.
Helios continued in a low voice. The shadow manipulation technique is based on emotions. If you don't properly manage your emotions, that power can harm those around you. Therefore, if you can manage all your energy during a period of guidance, then I will ask again. Just in time, there's a good teacher in the mansion who can teach you, so study well. Hesa, immediately, another female voice rang out. Yes, master. Arius, seeing the aura around her, quickly recognized that it is shadow manipulation. Can you help this kid manage his energy? Hesa agreed without hesitation. Leave it to me. He couldn't help but be surprised when he saw her, just like him, a person with shadow manipulation. In the room, Gladys smiled and said to Helios, that child arrived a few days ago. Although Hesa's training is very difficult, she still perseveres quite well. Helios felt the same way. What a relief. When the Demon King awakens, tell Hesa that the more cards Bress has, the better he can use them. Yes, master.
The royal family has been quieter there. I kept thinking that you would take him away because he is a shadow mage. Helios sat down on the chair and said, the Emperor only created the child to confront the Demon King, so as long as he can control his energy, it won't be a concern no matter where he is. Going with the child who was prophesied as the child of the prophet when he was young. On second thought, perhaps everything will turn out well. Gladius then added, if it were the Emperor, he would think that way. Is it because that child is the child of the prophet? Extraordinary children revolve around the young lady, the third prince, then the information guild, and now a shadow mage. Hearing that, Helios let out a slight sk. Among them is also young Master Gold, who has continuously sent such letters. This letter is an invitation from Duke Gold's charity project Patronage Society, and young Master Fabian has personally invited the young lady. Regarding the dissatisfaction with the rudeness at the birthday party, if one looks at this apologetic demeanor, perhaps he is different from his father. The letter stated, I have sent letters many times, but I still have to apologize directly. Therefore, I wish to invite young Lady Bless, despite the disrespect I have shown in the past.
But Helios, without a moment's hesitation, threw the letter into the fire. Seeing this, Lady Eve said, because you are displeased with young Master Goldar, I didn't expect you to still evaluate him so generously. It's just that you don't like anyone approaching your daughter. Enough small talk. Now hand the invitation to Bless. If it's that child, let's see if Bless decides to go or not. Scene change. At the training ground, Hesa said in a low voice, do you know that shadow creation techniques are based on the ability to process emotions? The power you've used until now is shadows created from rage, hatred, and fear. But if you only use abilities based on such emotions, one day your spirit will not be able to bear it and will collapse. A shadow that has lost its master will attack those around it. If it's aimed at an assassin, it's fine, but if it's to protect someone, you need to protect your spirit first. Arius quickly stood up from the ground and replied, yes.
Hesa showed no mercy and continued her assault on him. Although now known as an assassin's ability, the shadow creation technique was originally developed as an ability to protect someone. Therefore, he must use that power more effectively through positive emotions. So from now on, try to think about who the shadow you create is meant to protect. That will be the first step in mastering shadows. Her teachings remained etched in his mind. The power to protect someone. Arius walked around the garden, deep in thought. From the beginning, compared to what he knew until now, he had approached that idea with a completely different kind of doubt. But by following the instructions, he had felt more comfortable than before in handling the shadows. That positive emotion, perhaps she was talking about what he felt in this house. Everyone in this place was kind, but among them. Just then, Bless's voice rang out. Arius! She smiled brightly and ran towards him. He also realized that his feelings for that child had changed a little. He wasn't sure why, but he could now use his power more appropriately. If he continued to the very end, he would surely find out. Then a table laden with various desserts was set out. Is this prepared for me? Arius asked softly.
Brest smiled back. Yes, I heard you've been training very hard, so I called you here to eat my favorite dessert. She thought to herself, he was clearly so full of vigor back then. I heard my father trained you. What do you think? Are you more comfortable using shadow manipulation now? She asked softly. Arius recalled Heiss's earlier warning. The young lady knows you're receiving training, so you must be more careful from now on. Then he replied coldly. Yes, thanks to the head of the household, I've become much more comfortable with shadow manipulation. She thought to herself, confused. It seems he needs a short break. Is he very tired? He continued. There's still a lot I don't know, but I will practice more diligently now that I've been given the opportunity. If it can be of help, then that's wonderful. Brest thought, Arius seems to have trained hard with Father. Looking closely, his figure is thinner than when he first arrived. Father is truly too much. He's so weak. I suddenly feel so guilty. Then she piled a bunch of things onto his plate. This, that, eat a lot, Arius. He found her sudden unusual cheerfulness a bit strange. Thank you. Brest still felt very worried. Compared to the other male leads, he was too concerning. Eldon and Fabian were arrogant, strong, and unpredictable. Compared to those who knew how to control what they had in their hands, Arius's personality was both calm and gentle.
If that's the case, will there be a scene later where the female leads compete with each other? Arius, originally an assassin, had personally sought out the Emperor, acted arrogantly in front of Bella, and obtained the surname Giselle and the title of Count. Now that I brought him to Drabiang, I don't know what will become of it. He needs a title to be comparable to others. Thinking about hindering future love makes me feel a bit strange, a little guilty. I didn't think about that when I brought him back. Arius, I will definitely help you succeed with Bella later. Bless looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Lady Bless. She happily ran to hug Ladius. Sorry for interrupting your pleasant tea time. It's all right, Ladius softly said. The head of the household wants to send this to you, lady. She blankly held it in her hand. This is an invitation to Gold's charity event? Anyway, I received a report from Gray yesterday. Let's find out more about Duke Gold from work. Yes, I will be prepared next time we meet, Captain.
This time, the charitable work of the Gold ducal family is being overseen by Prince Fabian. He said so. Thinking back to his image at the party, I don't think Fabian would undertake a charity project like Duke Gold's. Did Fabian's worldview change that day? Seeing her look uncomfortable, Lottis added, the head of the family said he would respect the young lady's decision. Really? That's unexpected. I thought Father wouldn't allow it because of his poor relationship with Duke Gold. I must use this opportunity to directly confirm what Fabian is thinking. Excellent. Please convey that I will attend the Charity Patronage Council, Bless said, brimming with determination. Scene change. At Duke Gold's mansion, everything was so radiant it sparkled dazzlingly. Bless thought to herself, although this is Duke Gold's organization, does the Charity Patronage Council need to be this splendid? If I just look around like this, there seems to be nothing suspicious. Why on earth were the children brought to the slums so roughly? Of course, if it's just a baseless rumor, then it would be fortunate that the children are receiving proper support. But if it's just a baseless rumor, they should be sent home immediately. How tiresome. Helios saw her sullen face and asked, "Why do you look so bored?" "Yes, just a little." She hugged him and whined, "Oh, let's just fill our seats for a bit and then leave right away." Helios looked reproachful. "Are you already tired? This is a patronage council that you said you would attend." Typically, patronage councils are organized by the event staff, publicly disclosing where the prepared funds will be used. As you said, filling the appropriate seats also means there will be parties. Hearing this, Bless felt truly exhausted, thinking it would probably last longer than she had imagined. If my sister were here, how wonderful that would be. Helena was absent today because she had a prior engagement and couldn't come. Helios then said, "Otherwise, since we're already here, making some friends wouldn't be bad." "That's fine too. Then I'll go greet everyone and come back." She thought to herself, I insisted on coming in the first place, so I can't ask for anything more. So first, the organizer, Duke Pould. She hadn't seen him from the beginning, so she had overlooked him. She felt somewhat petty about it, considering he was a duke. She looked around and wondered,
Perhaps I should greet Fabian first. That would be polite. Where is he? She found him, in a small corner. Fabian was red-faced and in tears. Why such a gloomy expression? Is something wrong? Immediately after, Bless walked up to him and said, "Hello, young Master Fabian." Fabian saw her and flinched slightly. "Young Lady Bless?"
Just then, Duke Gold's voice rang out. "I want to thank everyone who has gathered here today." She immediately looked towards the hall. It's already started? Fabian's face darkened instantly. Duke Gold continued, "Many people have sponsored our charity project, and I feel this generosity is truly abundant." He said a few nice-sounding words. "As a token of gratitude, I want to personally show everyone how our valuable support fund is being utilized." Bless quickly noticed Fabian's state. His complexion was worsening. What was wrong? "Come on, everyone, step forward. Thanks to everyone's support, these children have become happier." Contrary to Duke Gold's words, every single child wore a sullen and sorrowful expression. The sight before her made her stiffen in thought. This is... Her face filled with fear. The blond boy could only hang his head without saying a word. Then a voice spoke up. "Come on, children, say hello too." The two people opposite her also bowed their heads. Seeing their fear, she thought with discomfort, what kind of game are they playing? They remained in the room, yet seemed lost in the crowd, saying nothing. She could only look around and think, this is like displaying products on a shelf.
Bless clenched her fists and thought, treating children so poorly and calling it charity? The thought grew increasingly unsettling, completely unbelievable. She had clearly heard that Fabian was in charge of this charity project. She was still pondering when she turned her head upon hearing a sound and exclaimed, "Young Master." Then another voice spoke up. "Duke Gold is boasting like this after forcibly collecting children from the slums?" The more he listened, the paler his face became. When she turned her head, she was so surprised she was stunned. What was going on? The blonde-haired boy's face was now welling up with tears, as if he wanted to cry, which confused her. What kind of expression was that? Then he ran off. Beside her, a close servant also spoke up. "Young Master, where are you going?" He ignored them, running off and saying, "Don't follow me." He ran away so quickly that neither of them could react in time. Bless was also surprised at this point. What was suddenly wrong? Thinking back, Fabian's expression hadn't been very good all this time. Was there some other problem she didn't know about? Someone beside her then spoke up. "Lady," he then continued, "I have something to tell you." When she heard someone speak, she turned her head to look. He hesitated slightly and said, "Actually, our young master," as if recounting a story. At that moment, the Duke was spreading his arms and saying to Fabian, "Fabian, you are the embodiment of a spirit, unlike those lowly children out there." The Duke happily waved his hand. Behind him were large, uneven gift boxes.
He only smiled when he heard his father's compliments. "Father is very proud of you for receiving the soul's blessing. This time, thanks to you, Father has achieved great success. Father always spoke kind words to me. Then one day he said, 'Oh, our lovely Fabian, so young and already thinking about charity work.' So I never thought Father would be different from me. Once he said, 'Just leave everything to me now, I'll do everything for you.' The person I always relied on and trusted slowly shattered in Fabian's heart. Then sometimes he would say, 'Thanks to your support, the children will be happier.' The more he thought, the more he denied it. No, what I had in mind wasn't things like this." At this moment, Fabian was quietly taking steps, walking while his thoughts raced. He said to just trust him, so I trusted and entrusted everything to him. Wiping away tears as he walked, "I don't want to turn those children into a joke. It's just that I wanted to become close to someone, thinking that Brett would look at me again. That's why I started the charity project." Fabian recalled her face at that moment, just now when his father told the children to go outside. Bless's expression wasn't very good. The more he thought, the more desperate he became. I was going to be friends with her by becoming a good child. Now Bless hates Duke Gold, doesn't she? So I don't know if she'll hate being friends with me. He sat desperately hugging himself in a corner. At this moment, she approached and spoke. "So you're here, young Master Fabian." Seeing her, his face lit up. She spoke again. "It's very dangerous to be alone in places like this." Then he spoke. "Miss Bless, Miss..." The more he spoke, the more he faltered. She just sighed emptily and said, "If you keep running out like this, I can't help but care." Hearing her say that, he immediately said, "No, it's not because of you, miss." She reacted by simply replying, "Yes, I know. I've heard everything from Eileen recently." Then she began to recall his words. "The young master was embarrassed to see the young lady, so he didn't come to his seat." He said a lot, also mentioning, "He wanted to make up for the bad impression you had of him the first time, but now it's the opposite. He's even more hated." Hearing that, she froze and asked, "What does that mean?" Eileen sincerely said, "Today's plan was supposed to show that the young master is a good person so he could be friends with Miss Bless." His face looked a bit helpless. She, puzzled, spoke, "Be friends?" Hearing her reaction, he could only give an awkward laugh and say, "It's a bit absurd, isn't it, that this is the reason for a large-scale project?" She could only give a few awkward laughs, thinking to herself, "Yes." Then he continued, "As merely an attendant, it might sound a bit arrogant, but I had hoped that the arrogant young master would find positive joy." He continued, as if recounting the past, though he had his own motives.
He seemed to recall Fabian's smile as he spoke, but upon seeing the genuine smiles of everyone directed at him, he understood the positive joy. Then Island stopped bowing and said, "I am also very happy and have supported this change from the young master, though it was assistance, but—" He began to recount the Duke's actions. As the scale of the project from the district grew, there was no other option but to transfer the responsibility to the Duke. I didn't expect it to cause such an incident. The Duke is someone who invariably only focuses on what benefits the family. Upon hearing this, she seemed to awaken. So that's why.
She began to speculate inwardly. Fabian's own business had made the world better and more profitable, but had it caused the Duke to interfere and distort it? How could his son's good business intentions have been twisted? Then Helena interrupted her thoughts again. "It might be disrespectful to you, miss, but please don't think ill of our young master anymore." At this, she moved closer to Fabian and said, "It seems young Master Fabian already has a good person by his side." Seeing her sit next to him, he immediately asked, "So you're not angry with me?" She just gave a forced smile and said, "Yes, I apologize for being angry without knowing anything. The one who is more pitiful is young Master Fabian." When she said that, he blushed slightly and said hesitantly, "The truth is, today's Board of Trustees meeting was where I intended to apologize to you." He began to explain. "I've been sending apology letters continuously, but received no reply. Perhaps apologizing through letters wasn't sincere enough." Hearing about the letters, she was confused and thought, "What letters is he talking about?" Then he continued, "Elena said that Bless likes friendly people, and I thought this charity event would make you come to meet me." His hands clenched as if in fear, then tears welled up as he hesitantly said, "Bless, I apologize for those unpleasant words back then. From now on, I absolutely won't say anything disrespectful again." Seeing his face like that, she was also stunned. Then he spoke again. "So, will you be my friend?" She thought to herself, "That arrogant Fabian has come forward like this, hoping to be friends with me." The boy's face was now full of dejection.
She, on the other hand, thought, "I really don't know how arrogant he used to be," and Bress smiled faintly. Then she spoke, "All right, be my friend, Fabian." She smiled, looking at him, which made him blush and look bewildered. Next, he suddenly stood up to confirm, "Really?" Seeing this, she replied, "Yes, thank you for telling me beforehand." Then she averted her gaze from his and said, "And about the letter," she hesitated slightly, "it seems it was only delivered halfway. I'm sorry, you did such a big thing." Hearing her say that, he quickly said, "No, you don't need to worry about it." Then Fabian's face lit up with joy as he said, "I started a business for Bress to see, but I'm very happy to see someone happy because of me. But making those who once laughed at me feel ashamed, that's truly regrettable." The more she listened, the more annoyed she became with the Duke, silently cursing, "Duke, go on your knees and apologize to your son immediately." Despite that, she still said, "Don't worry too much about the children." She leaned slightly, preparing to stand up. Then she began to recount. "I moved to someone else's place while my father stood up to attract attention," recalling the scene where Helios stood up and spoke. "I won't let you off the hook because I don't like that idea." Seeing this, the Duke's face darkened as he retorted, "Helios, how dare you?" Hearing those accounts, Fabian joyfully said, "Is that so? That's wonderful. So let's go back to the party now." He immediately replied, "Yeah." May flew in from somewhere and said to her, "Danger, Bress." It warned, making her turn her head. "May." Then someone covered her mouth.
That person immediately threatened, "You'd better not make a sound, little ones." Behind them were also two people, one of whom had tightly covered Fabian's mouth. A glowing staff appeared, and the voice rang out again, "Because of that person, you shall follow us." Her eyes began to lose focus, but she still had a thought, "I must not lose consciousness." Elsewhere, Arius was being trained by Cesa. He looked towards her, lost in thought. The afternoon training session had already been going on for over 6 hours.
He grew more bewildered, wondering, isn't she tired? Her face at this moment remained indifferent as she looked at him. No matter what power she used, how could she sustain such a massive expenditure of physical energy for so long? Seeing him remain idle, she spoke up. "Arius, you're not focusing on training today, are you? Is something wrong?" He was still wiping his face. Hearing her words, he spoke. "Hessa, you're so strong. Why didn't you accompany the young lady after she left?" Hearing that question, her face lifted. He continued, "Not just you, but all the maids as well. Why is that?" Then a purple light struck his shoulder, making him cry out. She spoke. "If you still have the leisure to think about gossip, you must still have energy, right? If you have time to rest like that, then focus on your training. The Duke was with the young lady from the very beginning, so what's the problem?" At Duke Helios's location, Duke Gold was frantically shouting, "Fabian still hasn't been found?" Helios behind him merely bowed his head and said nothing. Helene was also blaming herself at this moment. "I apologize, Your Grace." Helios still bowed his head, thinking, Best's power also suddenly vanished along with the young master. What's going on? Then he asked again, "Did you notice anything different?" To that question, he immediately replied, "Well, when the two of them were talking outside, I was waiting nearby. It was as if an illusory barrier had blocked them, and suddenly I couldn't see them anymore." Hearing that, Helios began to make a deduction, saying, "They must have used an artifact that suppresses energy signatures." Hearing his query, he immediately replied, "Yes." Helios couldn't help but ponder upon hearing that answer. If they used magic to break through the protective magic I created, it means that person employed a third-tier spell. If it was merely a staged kidnapping to control the two dukes, it would be rather unusual. He pondered for a moment, then cast a glance towards Duke Gold, who was interrogating the guards. If so, it could also be a prank by someone who knows Brez is the child of prophecy. The reason didn't matter. He clenched his fist. Around his body, electric currents began to emanate. "Please wait a moment, Bless." In a dark room, soft groans could be heard. Then a voice spoke. "My head." Outside, moonlight was shining into that dark room. Next, she opened her eyes and looked around. This space was tightly enclosed by a barrier. Then she looked at her arms. Her limbs were tied. "So I've been kidnapped?" She glanced over at Fabian. He still hadn't woken up, which was good. It would be difficult for a child. The children of the two dukes had disappeared. They had probably already sent people to search for them. After that, she began to assess. If so, this was a race against time. She closed her eyes and asked, "May?" Hearing no reply, she was confused. "Huh?" In her mind, "No May? Where did it go?" Then a sound caught her attention. This sound? A scream echoed. "Why on earth are you doing something I didn't ask for? I told you the opposite." A knife slowly flew towards her leg, yet it didn't stop. She should at least struggle. Then the sound continued. "So you want to die with that person like this?" She wondered to herself. That person? Outside the door, a man was arguing. "Have you ever thought that if you keep moving around so freely, you'll catch that person's eye?" The scream still echoed incessantly. "Have you forgotten that that person cares deeply about the boy who overcame his own poison?" Hearing that, she was very surprised. Poison? She began to speculate. Could the person they mentioned be Henrik? Another voice spoke up. "Quiet down, the children will wake up." Hearing that, she thought, "It seems they are coming this way." She quickly lay down and pretended to faint. Then a voice rang out, "Why bring the Baron's child back too?" Another voice rang out, "First just contact that person." Another asked, "What if that person doesn't help us? Why else? We'll have to kill them and run away immediately." She sprang up immediately upon hearing those words and thought, waiting until father arrives is truly dangerous. It would be better to leave here first. She shook Fabian vigorously and said, Fabian, wake up quickly." Hearing her voice, he slowly woke up. She continued, "Do you remember what just happened, Fabian? Everyone must be scattered, looking for us, but the situation isn't very good." He just hummed in response. Then she worriedly continued, "Even so, just trust me. You don't need to worry too much." She then asked, probing, "Understand, Fabian?" He just nodded and said, I'll trust you." Looking at Fabian, she thought, "He's calmer than I thought. I expected him to be panicking." Then she praised, "Good. First we need to cut these ropes with this." As soon as she finished speaking, a small dagger appeared behind her. The small dagger quickly cut Fabian's ropes, and he in turn quickly cut hers, as she couldn't see behind her to cut them herself. The ropes were quickly undone. "All right," he observed and said, "If we want to get out of here, we have to break the magic first." Hearing this, her face stiffened as she wondered, "How so?" Then he pointed towards the magic circle and said, "It seems that's what's preventing us from escaping." She agreed with him. "Yes, that's right. We have to destroy that thing. Fabian, you're smart." Hearing her words, he stopped blushing and stammered, That was nothing?" Next, she turned her head and wondered, "But why do you call me sister?" Hearing her question, he was puzzled. "Huh? Aren't you Sister Blair much older than me?" Hearing that, she was a little embarrassed. "That's true, but since we've decided to be friends, let's talk more casually." He quickly replied, "I am being casual." She could only helplessly say, "Is that so? If that's the case," then he asked again, "Anyway, this thing is very difficult to destroy. That's very difficult magic for a normal witch or wizard. Moreover, this is quite advanced magic." Hearing her say that, Fabian immediately worriedly asked, "Then what should we do? We can't escape?" "No, it'll be fine, just trust me." She began to use her mind. As for ancient-style magic, she pointed and adjusted, smiling as she thought, "I learned it from my father." "We can't go far! Find them now!" A shout echoed across the land. She and Fabian were sitting on the ground, speaking softly to each other. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm just a little dizzy. Everyone will definitely come looking for us, so don't worry." Then she began to assess her surroundings anxiously. "I said that because I was afraid Fabian would worry, but I didn't expect things to get so messed up like this. I had been so confident in the lessons I learned from my father." An hour ago, May had said to her, "Bress, ancient magic must be handled delicately. If there's even a small gap in the magic barrier, that magic can be destroyed. At that time, she had confidently pointed her hand, controlling the magic with the thought, it can be destroyed. Then she thought if she wanted to create a void by gradually adding energy, she needed to concentrate her mind. Bless then condensed magic but kept thinking, this takes more energy than I thought. A light flashed. All right. She wiped away her sweat and complained, much more tiring than I thought. Behind her, Fabian asked, are you okay, sis? Hearing that, she smiled and said, I'm fine, we can go out now. His face showed worry, then he whispered, you're bleeding from your nose, sis. Hearing that made her freeze. Oh, really? And she quickly explained, it's just because I used too much energy, don't worry. Hearing that, he just nodded. Then, with a sad face, he said, I suddenly feel, speaking of magic, are you working too hard, sis? His face looked like he was about to cry, which made her quickly interject, no, I'm really fine. Then she walked closer to him and said, if we want to leave here, there's no other way but to break it. She gently patted his shoulder. It's not your fault, Fabian. Anyway, let's get out quickly. He softly replied with a sound. Both quickly ran outside. She began to recall that circle, that thing. She looked up and thought, as I saw back then, the magic that blocks energy, it seems to have been created here too. She began to speculate. My father was late for that reason too. A red light surrounded this house.
Then she quickly stepped out, thinking, but if that could escape? A voice rang out, where are these kids going? Hearing the voice surprised both of them. Then the voice rang out again. There's definitely a barrier, so how did they get out? Next he jumped down and said, what? All right then. He landed safely and continued, that person isn't answering, so they've probably abandoned us. Then he extended his hand towards her and said, so you kids might as well die here. She reached for the dagger in her pocket. It glowed pink, then quickly stabbed him, making him cry out. After that she yelled, run now. The other voice rang out again. They're running away. Catch them. She whispered to Fabian, what's with that expression? I'm really fine. She was panting at this moment, thinking, I don't have the strength to move right now. It seems the problem is breaking the magic used too much energy. She looked at Fabian and thought to herself, the reason we've been able to avoid detection until now is probably thanks to Gold's luck. His face seemed to glow as he whispered, you're really okay, right? She thought to herself, but even that has its limits. At this moment, May spoke up. Blaze, May is here. Hearing this, she immediately asked, May, where on earth have you been? May replied, May was brought here. She realized and asked, what did you say? How could... A footstep appeared.
His fierce face appeared before the two of them and said, found you. You're done for. Hearing that voice terrified the two of them. Then he yelled, give up now. They were surrounded on all sides. We're surrounded. She pulled Fabian closer to her, hugging him tightly, and thought, no, this year's birthday is ruined too. Then a light appeared, surrounding her. Breath's eyes widened. What is this? Faint groans echoed. Help! Help me! She looked at the energy source and thought to herself, this energy source.
A scream rang out. Duke Robian saw the person in front of him. She happily thought, Father, you're here, and then called out, Blaze! His face showed clear worry. Then he slowly walked towards her and said, are you all right? Are you hurt? She was overjoyed to see him, but Fabian held her back tightly. He embraced her and said, thank goodness, everything is all right. She clutched the hem of his clothes, thinking, I knew you would come, Father, so I wasn't scared at all. Her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at him. Then she tearfully said, Father, I'm scared. I'm so scared. Seeing her like that, he calmly comforted her. It's all right. I'm sorry I'm late. Watching the two of them embrace with such affection made Fabian standing there feel out of place. A shout rang out, Fabian! Making him turn his head. Duke Gold rushed towards him and said, oh, Fabian, my son is safe and sound. Behind him, an attendant also said, young master. Seeing him, he also tremblingly said, Father, why are you so late? He immediately replied, I'm sorry, Fabian. Looking at the scene before her, she secretly thought, Fabian seems to have endured fear all this time. At this moment, the Duke spoke, Blaze.
His face was sorrowful. It's time to go home now. Hearing this, she cheerfully replied, yes. And so the sponsorship council for Duke Gold's charity project, along with our kidnapping, came to an abrupt end. The kidnappers at the scene were expected to be brought to trial, handled by the Emperor. A day before the trial, they took their own lives. As evidence and witnesses could not be secured, the trial was cancelled. She looked at Duke Helios's face and thought, Father's expression suggests that the imperial family isn't too pleased about this. It seems things with the Emperor didn't go smoothly. He fed her a bite and said, you look rather displeased. Hearing this, she puffed out her cheeks. I'm just imitating Father's expression. Hearing her, he put down his fork and hesitantly asked, am I like that? Then she remembered something. The other person's shout. Have you forgotten that he was very concerned about the boy who overcame his own poison?
At that time, she had bought poison. Now recalling it, she began to speculate. Seeing the kidnappers say that person was concerned about the poison, it seems Hyrick might be involved, so I don't feel comfortable ignoring this. She ate a piece of cake, still deep in thought. Perhaps I should entrust this to Gray. Seeing her eat the cake with a troubled expression, he also spoke up. The Imperial family is also displeased. He continued, Duke Gold's reaction is not pleasant at all. Hearing this, she asked, In what way? He said seriously, It's not just that the meticulously prepared sponsorship council went awry, but also that the young master's kidnapping was met with too much silence. They say they will continue to maintain the charity.
She started thinking, and upon reflection realized something was odd. Given that person's personality, it wouldn't be strange for them to scramble to find the person behind the kidnapping. Besides, why continue this charity work, which is entirely humiliating and offers no benefits? Is Duke Gold calculating something? What on earth is he thinking? Somewhere a voice echoed, I have received Duke Gold's promise that he won't consider it an issue again, and there will be no more problems. A voice replied, I understand, you may leave. They moved too independently, leading to an unexpected incident, but the kidnapping has made everyone stop paying attention to the supported children, which is on the contrary, a very good thing, because we still need more sacrifices from that person. I hope that person will cooperate with me until they are fully conscious. Duke Gold, Fabian, looked out the carriage window, frowning as he said to the person beside him, Y'all, is it still far? The young man beside him said flustered, We're almost there, young master, please wait a moment. Also, it's very dangerous, please sit down. Fabian sat back properly in his seat, sighing. It's a good thing Duke Rabion allowed us to visit.
The boy said something that made Eileen next to him force a smile. I actually thought it wasn't allowed, he mused. He didn't think his expression was very good. Rewind time to the day of the kidnapping, late at night. The three people present were Helios, Fabian, and Eileen. The boy spoke up to thank Duke Rabion. Thank you for saving me. Fabian was about to continue. Well, and also, when Helios, half sitting, half kneeling, said, I only did what I had to do. Is there something you want to say? Seeing this, Fabian immediately blurted out his intention. Duke, may I come to play at the Rabion mansion? The Duke was somewhat stunned upon hearing this, disbelieving his ears, and asked again, What? The boy lowered his face, clasping his hands together in an apologetic manner. I've reflected on my rudeness from last time. I apologize, and have decided to be friends with her. So, Fabian looked up, pleading with him. May I come to play? Helios bowed his head, sighed, and reluctantly accepted. All right then, let's live in harmony from now on. Fabian sat on the chair, smiling as he thought. Although it will take time to convince my father, since I want to go out often, I have to ask for permission.
He recalled Alan picking him up. He comforted Fabian. About that, I told you we could be friends with the young lady, didn't I? He said, that way is... Fabian remembered Brett holding his hand and running, asking, does that include us getting into trouble together? Fabian pouted, refusing to look at Alan, who could only sigh helplessly. No, that wasn't part of my prediction. I apologize. Quickly, he regained his cheerful mood. What, in the end, thanks to Alan, we became friends with her, so I'll let it slide. Suddenly, Alan asked, Young master, do you know that the Gold family always comes with the blessing of the spirit? Fabian said, that's why my father said I was born with the essence of a spirit. He asked curiously, but why suddenly? Alan explained, because the young master was born with the essence of a spirit. I suddenly became worried. As I've said many times, if one is born with the essence of a spirit. He spoke at length, saying, you will have the ability to create that mark, and that mark will be the core of your very being. Therefore, you must always be careful. After listening, Fabian thought dejectedly, he's nagging again. After a long time riding in the carriage, they finally arrived at Rabion Manor. This was a magnificent mansion with many fragrant flowers. Fabian exclaimed loudly, Look, Eileen is Duke Rabion. He then confusedly asked, Young master, did you hear what I said? Suddenly, Eileen shouted, What, young master? During their afternoon tea, the four of them were silent, making the atmosphere quite unnatural. Blaze thought, the atmosphere is more awkward than I thought. She had no choice but to speak first to break the silence, saying, Since some of us are meeting for the first time, I will make introductions. At times like these, we must change the atmosphere. Blaze began introducing them one by one. She pointed to a little girl with 2 black braids and purple eyes and said, This is my older sister, Helena von Rabion. Helena shyly said, It's a pleasure to meet you, a little annoyed at having her sister's tea time interrupted. Blaze then turned to a black-haired boy and introduced him. And this is Arios, who recently became my escort, although he's just an apprentice. The boy said somewhat nervously, Please look after me, feeling tense in the unfamiliar situation. Finally, Blaze said, And lastly, this is young Master Fabian of Count Gold. Since this is his first time at Rabion, please treat him well. He introduced himself, I am Fabian von Gold, disappointed that he wouldn't just be playing with Blaze. After the introductions, the atmosphere fell silent once more. Bless awkwardly turned away.
Helena, sitting beside her, saw this and immediately became worried. She then turned to Fabian and asked, "The incident last time must have surprised you greatly, young Master Fabian. You weren't hurt anywhere, were you?" He listened and replied, "Yes, thanks to the great help from Miss Bless and Duke Rabiang, I'm fine." Fabian stammered, rubbing his hands together. Miss Helena," he sincerely said to her, "I want to apologize for being disrespectful to Rabiang last time. I've already apologized to Miss Bless, but I also want to apologize to you, Miss." Helena smiled and said after hearing him, "That's all right now. Thank you for apologizing, young master." Helena praised him. "I heard that after that incident, the charity work has been taken over by young Master Fabian. You're so young, but you're truly amazing." He listened and replied, "Thank you. Yelin, my escort, helped a lot." Bless, sitting to one side, happily thought, "Great, the atmosphere has relaxed a lot, and if it's Yelin, he's trustworthy." She secretly glanced at Arius, thinking, on the other hand, Arius couldn't join the conversation. Bless looked at him with annoyance as he silently enjoyed his tea without saying a word. "I called him here because I wanted to change his mood." She recalled the day she and he stood in front of her room, the day after the kidnapping, when Arius came to her with a worried expression. Bless asked Arius, "After hearing about me, you were very surprised and came to find me, weren't you, Arius?"
She tried to force a smile and said, "But you see, I'm fine now. This must have worried you." A voice replied, "Not at all." He faced Bress and said, surprising her, "It's been a long time since I've worried about someone like this, so I'm a little surprised myself. I'm glad you weren't hurt at all, miss." She thought, "He came to confirm I was safe and then returned to the training ground." Bress, with sparkling eyes, looked towards Arius and thought, "I'm really worried if I can endure the male leads." Bress held her teacup and asked, "Arius, I heard you've intensified your training recently. Are you doing all right?" He replied, "Ah, yes." Arius said, "Thanks to you, Ms., I was able to solve the assignment given to me, so I've been training more easily than before." Bress, hearing this, asked curiously, "Assignment?" Suddenly someone called her name, Bress.
It turned out to be Lady Helena. She turned to them, asking gently and kindly, "What interesting thing are you two talking about?" Fabian chimed in from the side, "Sister, I want to hear too." Brest replied, "Nothing special. I was just talking about the kidnapping, and Arius was worried about me because of it." Seeing this, he immediately said, "Ah, young lady, well, that." Brest thought, "My training with father is a secret, so I need to quickly change the subject." She added, "And I was also praising Fabian." Seeing this, Arius cleared his throat a few times and changed the subject. Hearing it again, the young master got caught up in some trouble, but handled it very maturely. Fabian, upon hearing this, happily said, "That's right, Fabian is very mature. It turns out you have a good eye." Brest, observing from the side, thought, "I can't believe these two can talk like this. What a strange combination." Helena, who was nearby, called her name, Brest. She asked Brest worriedly, "I wonder if you've been lonely all this time because you don't have friends your age." Brest couldn't believe what she heard. She asked in shock, "Huh?" Helena explained, "Even though you've been alone, Brest, you've managed everything yourself. But seeing everyone gathered like this, I wonder if you've wanted to play with friends your own age. Moreover, a sister cannot replace friends." Brest immediately objected upon hearing this. "That's not true," she declared firmly. "I only need you by my side. That's enough." Bless added, "Even if you make more friends later, I will still be the most important person to you." Helena was touched upon hearing this and called out, "Bless." The two boys on the sidelines didn't understand what was happening. Bless continued, "Nothing can replace me." Helena happily asked, "Is that so?" She happily moved closer to her sister, smiling brightly. "Thank you for saying that. I'm very happy that Bless has such good friends. Everyone seems kind." After hearing this, she said worriedly, "I wish I could also be close with those friends. I don't have any friends, but you," Helena flustered said, "I'll try my best." Rabiang rarely socializes outside. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sun. A thought flashed through my mind. For the first time, I decided to stay in Rabiang to protect the family. I never thought I would see a scene like this. Many things are different from the original story, so I'm worried about the future, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. Now I want to enjoy this happiness. My daily life seemed very peaceful, but then one day she turned pale when she met someone. Her teacher said, "Say hello, Bless Helena." The teacher said, "This is my student." The silver-haired youth smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, young ladies." The boy with silver hair and emerald green eyes introduced himself. "I am Dian."
Brest looked at him and was startled, wondering why the missing third prince was at Rabiang. Dion smiled brightly and said, "Please take care of me from now on." After hearing that, Brest thought, "The most troublesome person has appeared. What's with Dion?" she wondered. Was it a thought to conceal his identity? Since he was Eldian, she wasn't sure if he was truly Dion. She recalled Dion's back, frowning and thought, "I know Eldian isn't missing, but is the reason for faking his disappearance to enter Rabiang?" After thinking, she sighed, her pale face lowered. She hadn't expected her involvement in Eldian to reach this extent. She speculated,
Father couldn't possibly not recognize Eldian. That means Father intentionally brought him here. Why exactly?
My father doesn't care about royal politics. What reason is there to get involved with the royal family? Is it because of us? Brest leaned against the house wall, deep in thought. My father doesn't know that I know Diane's identity, so I can't ask him. Even if he knew the truth, he wouldn't tell me. But if I can't hear the reason from him, there's no other way. Diane, standing nearby, saw this and approached, asking, "What are you doing here?" He came closer. "Are you waiting for me, Lady Bress?" She thought there's no choice but to get the answer directly from him. Bress looked at Diane in front of her warily. "Diane, what exactly are you plotting?" That evening, Helios went out to meet Diane privately. Some people had followed the prince all the way to the mansion. Helios reminded him, "I told you not to bring assassins when you came." Diane could only sigh after hearing this. "It would be great if we could just skip that part, Duke." Then he smiled brightly and said, "Even if it were me, diverting them is too much. Though few, the pursuers have already entered." Upon hearing this, Helios's face darkened. He continued, "It seems the first prince hasn't given up yet." Diane replied, "My brother will follow my trail until the pillar of light appears and the successor is confirmed."
Helios sighed. Given his long-standing responsibility to care for things, this was truly unwelcome news. Seeing this, he asked, "Can you control your expression?" Diane swung his sword. Hearing him, Helios replied, "Huh, all right." Then he further asked, "So have you checked on Bless's condition?" Upon hearing this, Bless smiled without saying anything. In the hallway, Bless asked Diane, "Your Highness, why did you come to Rabiong?" Diane happily pointed to his ear and said, "Even with my disguise, thanks to art, you still recognized me?" Bless frowned irritably and said, "What disguise, besides that earring? Answer my question first." Diane lowered his voice and said to Bless, "All right, however, there's something I want to say first. As I introduced earlier, I intend to live here as a common disciple of the Master. My name is Diane. Keep your voice down and don't let others hear. If my identity is discovered, it won't be good for the Master, so I hope for your cooperation." "I understand. I understand." "Diane, look back at what you said last time. It seems you told my father about coming to Rabiong a long time ago. Did you perhaps grasp my father's weakness?" "Weakness? Can't we just call it a transaction?" Bless, surprised, asked again. "What?" Diane smiled and waved his hand in refusal. "I have no intention of revealing what kind of transaction it was." Hearing this, Bless could only let out a helpless huff. He then curiously asked, "On another note, previously, due to a major incident, the Master was very worried. Is her physical condition stable?" Bless could only give a wry smile and replied, "Well, as you can see." Diane gave a mysterious smile, his expression darkening as he said, "How fortunate. According to the information I've received, the kidnapped young master and young lady have removed the magic and escaped. It has been publicly revealed that the young master of the Gold family knows nothing about magic."
Perhaps it was because this child had dispelled the magic. At that time I thought so, but truly the more I learned about this child, the more wondrous they seemed. He smiled faintly, recalling the old scene when he met her. Later there would be something valuable worth keeping an eye on. For personal reasons I had come to Rabiang. He amicably extended his hand towards Bless, which quite surprised her. Before she could react, he said, "Let's get along well from now on." Bless, seeing this, faltered and broke into a sweat, but eventually she assertively decided to tell Dion, "All right." After he finished speaking, he smiled, his eyebrows slightly curved, and said to Helios, "That child seems overly cautious. Is it the Duke's influence?" Helios waved his hand dismissively, refuting, "Your Highness, no noble is truly at ease around the esteemed royal family." He replied, "That seems natural." Under the moonlight that clearly lit up the night, Dion said with interest, "Whatever the case, I am certain that the dragon blood within me still holds sway over that child. You can see my true form through that influence, and the reverse will also be true."
He hesitated, recalling her image as a child. There was only one concern. Previously, the power of the Prest family could be appeased by my blood, Dion said, crossing his arms over his chest, facing Helios. But now, even that seems to be its limit. Helios heard this and felt a little puzzled by those words. The image of Prest appeared with long white hair. This means the child's power will surpass that of dragon blood. If so, the power of that child's family will soon skyrocket, and the child's body will be overwhelmed when bearing it. Hearing this, he could only remain silent and listen as the young man continued to explain. Although the child's mother is Duke S, even with Hyrek, that power cannot be underestimated. It is a power that we can consider an heir to S. You have a wonderful daughter. Dion smiled faintly and said, "So what about this?"
He faced Helios and asked, "That child is using another power it possesses." After speaking, Dean turned away with a wry smile. That transcendent ability is called purification, so it can pacify the forces of the two families. Hearing this, Helios wondered, "You already knew about that?" Hearing this, he turned back and said, "It would be a mistake to underestimate my information."
Just then, His Majesty said he would raise that child to fight the Demon King. Until now, the tiresome power conflict of the dragons could still be prevented. Taking this opportunity, they will also learn the method of purification. Dean chuckled with amusement at him. I will cooperate in exchange for concealing my identity in Rabiong. Hearing this, Helios breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for those words, Your Grace. As he spoke, Helios reached out and drew his sword. Then the matter of Bress is settled. From now on, we will also test how many magic swords the prince can handle. The sword in Dean's hand glowed fiery red, surrounded by red auras. A rather eye-catching purple gem was embedded in its hilt. He cautiously said, I hope Master will be satisfied. As fast as lightning, Helios lunged forward and swung his sword in front of Dean. He quickly parried, but struggled considerably and broke into a sweat. Continuously, Helios nimbly forced him to retreat, step by step, until he was overwhelmed. Struggling, Dean sarcastically murmured, You're already a mage, and now you know swordsmanship too? Isn't that a bit too much like cheating? Helios calmly replied, It seems His Majesty has not yet fully unleashed his true skills. Suddenly, a hand released the two swords. Dean's sword fell, embedding itself into the ground. That was a side effect the magic sword was unaware of, causing it to move more slowly.
He sat down looking up at him as he taught. Therefore, His Highness is here with the task of making the sword god acknowledge its master. Even if you have to try your utmost, please take care of your health. He continued, making Dion's eyes widen, because if he went to such lengths and still didn't become the crown prince, it would be a great injustice. Helios turned away, leaving Dion sitting cross-legged in shock. That's all for today. Dion sighed, thinking, the teacher-student relationship is just a formality. He said, the Duke speaks as if he were a true master. He stood up, rubbing his shoulder, thinking, is this change in Duke Rabiong due to Bless? Dion looked at the sword plunged into the ground, radiating a brilliant red glow around it. It was for a purpose that I tested Rabiong, he thought, smiling to himself. But it seems life here isn't so bad after all. Bless looked confused and asked, what are you doing? Eldian replied with a bright smile, don't be so cold. Bless exclaimed, no way. The door was perfectly fine from the start. Why did you come in through the window? Eldian calmly explained, I had no other choice because the main door was blocked by the young lady's loyal escort. Without an appointment, entry is not permitted. Upon hearing this, Bless understood the situation clearly. Eldian smiled, turned to look at Bless, and continued, and the reason I came to see the princess today is my desire to get closer to you, princess, so that my life in Rabiong can proceed smoothly.
Bless heard it and immediately frowned, her heart filled with questions. A moment later, Eldian held a book in his hand and said with surprise, really? I'm bringing a fairy tale passed down in my family, and you don't want it? Bless avoided his gaze and replied, that's right, I have an appointment soon. She looked at the storybook and wondered, he even prepared a fairy tale to get closer to me? What is he planning? Of course I'm interested in royal fairy tales, but... The title on the book cover, The Demon King and the Five Guardians, made Bless exclaim the two words, Demon King. Eldian smiled and asked, that's right, are you more interested now? Bless frowned, thinking to herself, and it's a story about the Demon King? This is a topic I'd never read about here before. Eldian tried to persuade her, even though it's just a fairy tale, it's really worth reading. Bless quickly changed her mind. It wasn't time for her appointment yet, and curiosity had won. Bless eagerly said, I'm so curious about the content. She added, Eldian also prepared this for me, so I'll give it a listen. Eldian opened the book and assured her, the story definitely won't disappoint you. The story began. Once upon a time, humans lived very happily. Then one day, the Demon King, envious of those happy people, began to awaken the darkness in their minds. Human minds began to be filled with negative emotions, and before anyone knew it, the entire world was submerged in a sea of tears. At that time, a hero appeared, felt pity for them, and together with their comrades confronted the Demon King. But despite the hero's attacks, they could not defeat the Demon King, who had already plunged the entire world into darkness. So the heroes gathered all their remaining strength and left a prophecy. Although we must stop here, submerged in darkness, one day there will be a child who can deal with the Demon King. To prepare for that day, we will leave our power to future generations, so let us build the nation together and await that child's arrival. Eldian closed the book and read the final words. Thus the heroes called that child the Child of Prophecy. He smiled and added, actually, this isn't just a simple fairy tale. It's the story of the early days of the Empire, passed down to the royal family in the temple. Eldian asked, what do you think? Is the story I told interesting? Bless didn't answer, but fell into thought. The Demon King and the Child of Prophecy. Did this content appear in the original work? She recalled old memories. Thinking back, there was a very suspicious point in the past, and her father's expression wasn't good either.
If the Demon Lord truly exists in this worldview, then what did that have to do with the Demon Lord at that time? Eldian's voice rang out, cutting through the train of thought. If this story is true, then the characteristic powers of the royal family and the Duke are meant to deal with the Demon Lord. Bless stammered in response. Perhaps so. Eldian continued. The inheritance of power does not guarantee personal quality, therefore this custom must be abolished someday. The name Eldian appeared in Bless's mind, full of questions. Eldian tilted her head. Therefore, I hope this fairy tale is true, so I can deal with both the Demon Lord and the Prophet's child as soon as possible, because I want to rule such a country. Bless called out Eldian's name thoughtfully. She looked at him and thought to herself, the royal palace is the most brutal place in the War of Succession, and hearing it from Eldian, who survived there, made her feel a deeper sincerity. Suddenly, a servant's voice echoed in, "My lady, young Master Fabian." Before the servant could finish, Fabian cheerfully ran in. "Sister," he asked. "Sister, how have you been lately?" Bless replied, "We just met a few days ago." Arya saw Eldian and immediately wondered, "And how did you get in here?"
Eldian said casually, "Since you wouldn't let me in, I came through the window." Arius raised his voice. Anyway, he rubbed his head and sighed. "Just use the main door." Eldian smiled happily. "So you're allowing it now? Thanks." After affectionately hugging his sister, Fabian turned and asked, "But sister, who is that person?" Bress hesitated. "That person is—" Eldian continued for Bress, introducing himself. "I am Dean, the Duke's disciple." Fabian was surprised. "Duke Rabia has a disciple?" Bress rubbed her head helplessly. "Finally, all the male leads have met at my house." Bress reminded him, "You'll be meeting frequently at Rabia in the coming days, so please get along, Fabian." Fabian flinched. "If you say so, then there's no other way, is there?" A familiar voice echoed in. "Well then, my work here is done." Helena opened the door and stepped in. "Oh my, everyone's gathered here?" Bress ran to her, whining. "Sister!" Helena smiled and said, "They said the garden tea party is ready. Let's go quickly." The four of them would often gather after the first tea party. Helena looked at Eldian and asked, "There's still a little time before Dean's training, right? So come along with us, and then you can go train."
Eldian immediately agreed. "Ah, yes, all right. Thank you for your goodwill, young lady." Bless froze stiff at this. "Oh no, my sister too." Helena noticed her sister was a bit strange and asked, "What's wrong, Bless?" Bless stiffly replied, "It's nothing, sis. Let's go eat." "It's great if everyone goes together." Eldian smiled, then thought with a smile on his face, "It seems she doesn't like me taking up a seat." Bless pouted and thought to herself, "The downfall of Rabian is when my sister falls for Eldian, and that would be an opportunity to torment Bella. Therefore, it will be a bit unsettling when the two of them get close, but since this situation has been created, I'll have to keep a close eye on things while in Rabian." Bless looked at Eldian's back and sighed. Night fell, and the full, perfectly round moon appeared. Bless was in a deep sleep when she heard her name being called. The urgent calls woke her up, and Bless opened her eyes to see it was the little cloud. May said breathlessly, "Bless, there's someone scary." Bless rubbed her eyes and asked again, "What? Where?" Bless threw off her blanket and got out of bed. She told herself it couldn't be an intruder, because not everyone could break through her father's protective barrier. Who could it possibly be, after all? Bless opened the door and said, "May, lead the way." Outside, Bless stopped short. She wondered, is that the training ground? Why is everything so chaotic? Bless sensed something, and this energy source was somewhere over there. Bless turned her head towards the source of the energy. A familiar figure gradually appeared, making Bless wonder if it was Eldian. Suddenly, that person raised their sword and shot high into the air towards Bless. The cloud screamed, "Danger, Bless!" May quickly protected Bless, and Eldian was pushed back. Bless was grateful, thanking May. Bless covered her face to avoid being seen. It was Eldian holding a strange sword. His eyes showed a murderous glint, and his face was as cold as ice, making Bless wonder, is that Eldian? No, it can't be. Why is he so strange? Although she didn't fully understand Eldian, for him to be hiding and rabbying and then foolishly attack a princess like herself made no sense. A thought suddenly flashed through Bless's mind. Is something returning? May immediately warned, "Bless, that's the terrifying one." She looked at the red aura covering the sword Eldian held and fell into thought. On second thought, the sword's power seemed to be enveloping Eldian, as if controlling him. She suddenly remembered, wait, if it's a sword that can control its owner, could it be that sword? A demon sword? A demon sword grants immense power to its owner, but it possesses an independent spirit and is a sword that drives its owner mad. If it isn't acknowledged for what it is, it's also the sword that transformed the originally weak Eldian in the original story into a prince. According to the original story, Eldian used the sword freely, but why is it suddenly malfunctioning like this? Could it be that before being acknowledged as its master, Eldian suddenly lunged, startling Bless? Uh-oh, here we go again. This situation was more dangerous than she thought, when suddenly someone appeared.
She was stopped by a protective barrier, and Bless immediately realized, this magic, could it be? She immediately called out, "Father!" Helios said, "Bless, go over there," and she obediently replied, "Yes, Father." She worried, "But Father, Eldian now." Helios interrupted her. "That's right. As you can see, His Highness's true self has influenced the sword. But if you control them with your energy, everything will immediately return to normal." Bless asked again, "Thanks to Cloud?" "That's right. A superpowered individual possesses a special ability to purify predetermined power, and the form of that energy is how that power manifests." Hearing this, Bless wondered, so Cloud plays such a role? Helios encouraged, "So give it a try." Bless looked at her father and thought, even though the demon sword is wreaking havoc, Father's attitude is very calm. It was as if Father already knew this would happen. Bless couldn't help but ask, "Father, did you know Eldian would become like this?" "That's right. His Highness artificially activated the demon sword for practice." Bless was astonished. "Yes, why would he do that?" Helios reassured her. "It's as if he's truly living in Rabiang, so don't worry too much. Now focus on expanding your energy." Bless thought to herself, "I don't know how the two of them communicate through their abilities, but this is a great opportunity to awaken Cloud's power." Bless turned and asked, "Can you do it, Cloud?" Cloud replied, I'm a little scared, but if Bless wants it, Cloud will do it." Bless clenched her hands and said, "Father, I'm ready." Helios praised, "Excellent. The form of this energy will also be based on the form of your energy. It will begin by searching for the energy within you, just as it is within the clouds. Since it's the first time, it will require a lot of mental strength. I will support you, so just approach it calmly." Bless closed her eyes and hummed an affirmation. She relaxed herself and gradually felt the power, the energy within her, along with a cloud-like life force, still unseen, focusing a little more. Little Cloud jumped up and called, "Bless, over here, over here." "Found it, Cloud?" she asked. "Are you signaling me to follow?" Little Cloud pointed to a source of energy and said, "It's here. Just place your hand on it and awaken it." Bless raised her hand and asked again, "Like this?" Little Cloud hummed an affirmation. Bless thought to herself, "All right, easier than I thought." Something caught Bless's attention and she wondered, "What is that? It looks like a door." Suddenly, the energy source emitted a dazzling light, forcing Bless to shield her eyes with her hand.
Breath succeeded. Her energy flowed into Eldian. It neutralized the sword's control. Eldian regained consciousness. Helios asked with concern, "Breath, are you all right?" Breath immediately replied, "Yes." She thought to herself, "I've only used it once, but I'm much more tired than I expected, even with Father's support. Anyway, it seems to have been properly purified." Eldian returned to normal, forcing a smile as he said, "Compared to the first time it was opened, this is excellent." Seeing Eldian stumble, Breath anxiously cried out, "Eldian!" Helios caught Eldian and reassured her, "He's just fainted for a moment." Breath worried, "Could it be because it hasn't been properly adjusted yet?" Helios dismissed it. "It's not your fault. Although it's said that the power was reluctantly released, losing his entire self was because the demon sword didn't recognize its master. His Highness will handle the entire sword through his training. You don't need to worry about it." Breath pondered. "Until now, I haven't thoroughly considered Eldian's position. That's because, to me, Eldian will be the one to destroy Rabian." Seeing Eldian exhausted in front of her, but with this appearance, the more she learned about Eldian, the more uncomfortable she felt inside.
Helios interrupted her thoughts. "Anyway, for your first attempt, you've done excellently, Breath. Although you possess incredible innate power, the judgment to wield it is entirely your responsibility. And I believe you don't need to follow in the footsteps of previous generations and get into trouble with the royal family. Instead, you must build a relationship together to forge the next era." Breath smiled and replied to her father, "Yes, I think so too." She thought to herself, "Father was right. Now that I know Eldian isn't a bad person, perhaps his likelihood of confronting Rabian will decrease later." Breath's voice was full of excitement. "I will train diligently with Eldian." Not long after, in his study, Helios was organizing papers and thinking about what had just happened. The power of the superpowered individual has been unlocked, so all that remains is mastery, and training with the prince will be very helpful. Helena suddenly opened the door and entered, calling out, "Father, it's me." Helios, surprised, called out Helena's name. He asked, "It's so late. Is something wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Helena pouted, "Father, really? How old do you think I am?" Helios laughed loudly. "To me, you're still a child." Helena was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Father," she suddenly asked, "is Breath the inheritor of Rabian's power?" Seeing his silence, she continued, "Actually, earlier I saw Breath in the training area with Eldian, who was unconscious, and there was some kind of light. What kind of power were they using?"
Helios wanted to explain Helena about that, but he was interrupted. "Suppose Bless's power isn't from Rabian. You also know you can't inherit Rabian's power." She recalled Bree's words. "If one is Rabian's successor, then naturally they can use healing magic." Helena continued, "If the family's power hasn't manifested by this age, it can be considered hopeless."
Father, I also want to become the head of Rabian, because I want to become a barrier that can protect both you and Bless. Anyway, I came to see you today to say that even if I don't inherit the power, I'll be fine, so you don't need to worry. Besides, you also said I have enough qualities of a mage, unlike... Helios spoke up. Helena, the next generation of Rabian will not be decided by power or lack thereof. A cool head will make bold decisions for the family, reputation can guide the elders, and a keen eye can read records to keep the family stable. There are many other important things besides the family's power to lead a family like this. Although Bless has clearly inherited Rabian's power and truly has the qualities of a family head, I want to give you every opportunity. No matter what you want, I will always be on your side, so don't give up. Helena wondered, how can Father always say exactly what I want to hear?
She mused, admitting that she hadn't inherited the power and that her mother and butler now remembered nothing. It had tormented her that if she didn't inherit the family's power, she would become a useless child in Rabiang. If she had grown up following the teachings of her mother and butler, she would surely resent her father and Bless. Just imagining it was terrifying. Helena's face flushed as if she were about to cry. How fortunate it was that she got to know her father and Bless.
I want to continue protecting this precious and sweet Rabiang, Helena spoke up. Thank you, Father. She clasped her hands over her chest and promised, I will try even harder for Rabiang in the future. Elsewhere, someone's voice rang out. Eldian is still alive. Lariso, drinking tea with someone else, continued, that's proof that the Pillar of Light hasn't appeared yet. I'm also worried that the place where he disappeared seems to be Rabiang territory. He speculated. Assuming the worst-case scenario, what if Eldian decides to join forces with Duke Rabiang to increase his power? Riso's voice turned cold again. I don't think we can get past the Duke's protection and deal with him, so before he returns to the Imperial Palace, there's no other way but to bestow the power of inheritance. What do you think, Duguess? Eric chuckled cunningly. There's no point in interfering with His Majesty's poisoning. I recall telling you to take your time and wait for it, and it's not time yet. There's still another way to bring Helios out, Riso asked. How are the preparations for that going? Very smoothly. If we can further empower him later, my expectation is that a stage will also be set up to solidify His Highness's position, Riso praised. That sounds excellent. I will wait a little longer and await that moment, as you said. Back to the present, in the classroom, Countess Lante stopped and announced, We'll stop here for today. She smiled and added, I was a little worried because Bless asked for a favor, but Arius did very well. Arius quickly replied, Thank you. It turned out Arius had attended the class with Bless.
His voice seemed flustered, whereas I wondered if I should enjoy this. Bress immediately comforted him in a serious tone. Don't worry about that anymore, Arios. As a princess, this is only a small token of my gratitude. Bress thought to herself, training Arios had been tough, but since he had escorted her, she could do this much more. And also, she admitted to herself that it was her selfishness. She hoped Arios choosing Drabian wouldn't lead to any drawbacks. Arios smiled and replied, Yes, I understand. Lante chuckled behind her hand and said, It's good to see you two so close. I also greatly anticipate Arios's development. Arios gratefully replied, Thank you. I will work even harder. Lante bid them farewell and left. Well then, I'll be going now. Bress replied, Thank you. Farewell, madam. Seeing Eldian using a disguise that only Bress seemed to notice, Lante immediately asked, What is this, Dian? Eldian bowed to the madam and asked in return, Has the lesson concluded? He opened the door and stepped inside. I have something to say. Bress turned to Arios. My father has given permission to meet Dian, so you don't need to worry. Hearing this, Arios turned and left. Then I will wait outside. After Arios left, Bress immediately rushed to Eldian and asked, I heard it's been decided that training will resume today. Are you all right now? Eldian reassured her. It's not to the extent that the lady needs to worry. I was unconscious longer than I thought, but there's nothing abnormal with my body. Bress looked at the sword on Eldian's hip and thought to herself, on the surface, perhaps so, but the demon sword's influence makes his spirit feel vulnerable. In reality, my father thinks Eldian hasn't fully recovered, and since then, they haven't been able to train together even once.
Braz looked at Eldian smiling in front of her, unsure if it was genuine or just a pretense of normalcy. Eldian then spoke, asking, About that, the child outside. I heard they're studying with the young lady now, aren't they? That's right, it hasn't been long. Eldian added, Studying with a commoner. I think sometimes you forget that you are a princess. Brez sighed. Don't interfere pointlessly anymore, she explained. He's diligently training because of me. It's just a way to repay his gratitude. There's nothing wrong with building good relationships. Eldian just listened without saying anything. A moment later he spoke out. If you say so, that I merely intended to greet her, and it seems I've already bothered you, Brez exclaimed. What? Eldian leaned closer to Brez and asked, Young lady, do you have time tonight? When night fell, Eldian led Brez to a place that made her exclaim in surprise. Wow! The scene before her made Brez marvel. Where is this? It's truly beautiful. Eldian replied, I'm glad if you like it. He revealed, This is my secret spot, quite far from Robin, isn't it?
Bless teased, just out of Robbieing and you're already talking so casually? Eldian asked with a smile, is it more comfortable to use polite language? Bless helplessly, all right, have it your way. Eldian said, it feels strange to hear voices here. This is the first time I've come here with someone else. Bless repeated, her voice questioning. First time? She raised her voice. Then why did you bring me here? Well, you said it yourself. There's nothing wrong with building a good relationship. Eldian looked into the distance. Perhaps you've heard from the Duke. We'll be training together from now on. To solidify my position, I must obtain that magic sword. Hearing this, Bless immediately frowned with worry. I am confident that I will receive the recognition of the magic sword. I know this task won't be easy. He recalled that moment. I heard nothing but the voice of the magic sword.
Eldian paused for a moment, clenching his fist. Initially, I only said I would help you, but it seems I'm the one who needs help. Bress, I really need your assistance. I hope you can cooperate and help me gain recognition from Magum. Bress looked at him and thought, Eldian has asked for my help. He rummaged for something in his pants pocket. Therefore, this might be seen as a bribe, but please consider it my own way of repaying you. This place has been designated as a teleportation point through this item. A small brooch was placed in Bress's hand. If you want to reuse it, you'll have to wait until its energy is fully recharged. That's its drawback. This is the last gift my mother gave me, a person I barely remember now. Please understand. Bress smiled, thinking, how could I possibly accept this, you fool? The star-filled night sky made Bress unable to help but praise. This place is truly beautiful, but without any sign of people, it feels so quiet and lonely, almost like the end of the world. Eldian had no support, so he had to strive from a young age, described as maturing very early. When he was too tired from enduring life in the royal palace, did he come here? Bress spoke up, refusing. I can't accept this. Eldian was confused. Huh? Why? Don't feel pressured. I don't use it much anymore. Bress made a suggestion. No, whenever you want to come here, just take me with you then. That's enough. Eldian's eyes widened, and he replied with a smile. All right, let's do that. Bress's thought surfaced. I can't imagine this side of Eldian. Perhaps I should lower my guard with Eldian. The two of them chatted for a long time. I can teleport myself anyway. You also know that magic can't be used for that, right? Or should we skip class? Brother, just how much do you know? Blast pondered, always tense, so now being relaxed felt unfamiliar. Was I bound by the original plot, even though many things had already deviated from it? Later, the relationship with Eldian would change even more, and thinking back, the character Blast had already deviated significantly from the very beginning. With that change, I met people who were important to me, and those were fateful connections that lasted until now. Currently, I no longer have to be bound by the original plot. Blast smiled, eyes full of hope. I will write Rabian von Blast's life myself. In the charming little kitchen, watching Blast cook steak and sunny-side-up eggs, Helena's voice rang out. Blast, I understand your intentions, but please leave these tasks to the maids. Blast firmly replied, No, sister. I proposed this welcome party for Eldian, so I want to help. As Blast spoke, she diligently continued cooking. Helena smiled and called her name. Blast.
Helena looked at the pot of purple food cooked by her younger sibling and thought to herself this prevention was justified, as Bress was not at all skilled in cooking. Watching Bress diligently stirring the pot of soup, the servants couldn't help but feel terrified. On a side note, Eldian had recovered and begun official training. The training method to enhance power made the sword spirit's form appear eroded. Looking back, it seemed a bit foolish, but I believe that, to enhance his abilities, Eldian only needed to make rapid progress, and after I resolved to live my own life, no longer needing to be wary of Eldian and becoming closer to this child, I prepared a special tea party. In the living room, the tea party had begun and conversations filled the air. When she said she would prepare a welcome party for me, I was very happy that the young lady had regarded me favorably. Eldian looked at the intensely purple thing in front of him, his voice full of suspicion. But on the contrary, this seems to hate me. Bress urged, just try it first, then talk. Arius chimed in, the young lady thought of you and made all of this for you. Stop complaining and eat. Eldian smiled without replying. A moment later he said, indeed, a loyal escort knight. With such meaning, I will share it with you. Eldian then pushed a bowl of water in front of Arius. Seeing the two of them looking haggard as they held their spoons annoyed Bress, and she yelled, it's not so bad that you can't eat anything.
Fabian innocently called out, Eldian, I'm also curious about your cooking skills. Eldian laughed and replied, Young master, don't you know curiosity can lead to trouble? Honestly. In the end, everyone ate the food Bless had cooked together. Bless whispered, How's your training going lately, Arius? Arius promptly reported, Currently, I've learned almost everything I need to learn. He added that what remained was endurance and the ability to perceive the flow, and he was having difficulty with this because it was hard to grasp. Bless nodded thoughtfully and thought, That's true. Those are the most vulnerable aspects in actual combat. Arius added, That's why the family head said he would pay attention to outdoor training.
Bless smiled and replied, "Is that so? That's great news." She thought happily to herself, "Father has really been very attentive to this matter."
Eldian started the conversation. "Come to think of it, I heard Lady Helena opened a 5th-year class. Despite being the head's daughter, you're still amazing." Helena was delighted by the compliment, and she appreciated it. "Hearing those words from my father's disciple feels quite strange. Thank you for the compliment, Dean." Brett proudly spoke up. "If it's a 5th-year class, that's equivalent to an active mage. My sister is truly skilled, isn't she?" Helena sat beside her, covering her mouth and giggling. Eldian teased, "Why is Lady Brett so self-satisfied?" Brett looked towards Fabian. She asked with concern, "Fabian, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking?" Fabian replied flustered, No, it's not that." Eldian chuckled. "Young Master Fabian is better than his peers, but he's a picky eater. Turns out he's still just a child." Fabian retorted, "What did you say, Dean?" Brett immediately intervened. "You two, stop it. Fabian, how's the orphanage doing?" Fabian quickly replied, "Of course, it's still doing well." His face lit up with pride. "Have you forgotten who I am? I am Fabian, the one who brings good fortune to the Gaul family." Fabian said smugly, "Many people support it, and many children have been adopted, all thanks to me." Brett smiled and praised. "That's truly wonderful, Fabian." Fabian also mentioned that those children sent him letters every time they leave. If he collected all the letters he's received, they would probably fill a whole box by now. Brett exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" She also found Fabian adorable when he was happy. Brett looked at everyone and thought to herself, "What does it matter if it's different from the original story? Everyone is so happy like this. I hope that peace will continue like this in the future." Eldian also smiled happily. Time flew by, and Helios diligently practiced.
Bless and Fabian were playing together. Helena, meanwhile, was busy cultivating her knowledge. 3 years passed. One peaceful afternoon, Bless was dozing off by the window. In her sleep, she seemed to have wandered into some space. In front of her was a magic circle, and Bless wondered, "Where am I?" A question echoed, "Is this the sacrifice?" Suddenly, a voice replied, "That's right." The person stood near the circle, their voice filled with excitement. "Oh, Supreme Being, it won't be long until I meet you. At that time, please, let this humble one borrow your power." Bless was confused. What is he doing? Someone's voice replied, "Excellent." Herrick reached out his hand to receive the black aura. "Power, I can feel the immense power has arrived." Bless thought puzzled. "I can't clearly hear what Herrick is saying." Herrick's eyes gradually changed from purple to turquoise. "Helios will soon trample over your drabang." He made a promise. "I will show you my satisfied face. Just wait." A voice echoed again. Miss Bless, it's time to wake up." Bless suddenly woke up, her face covered in sweat. Bless sat up and rubbed her eyes to clear her head. "It seems I saw something strange in my sleep, but it slipped my mind."
Eldian announced, "Young Master Fabian has arrived. If we're late again this time, he'll surely cry his eyes out. Shouldn't we hurry?" Bress complained as she walked. "He's early again. It's still a long way until the appointed time." Eldian spoke up for him. "He's still young, so he always has plenty of time." Bress voiced her concern. "Fabian is still so young. Isn't this pushing him too hard?" She recalled, "We've been together for 3 years now." Eldian had been recognized by the magic sword recently, and I had become proficient in wielding supernatural abilities. Little Cloud, trailing behind, asked, "Bress, did you have a nightmare?" Bress replied, It seems so. Fabian had made a contract with a lower-tier spirit. Arius officially became my escort knight, and my older sister had become a maid with an official name in magic."
Bless smiled, and when she thought that these changes were all thanks to living with Bless, she felt refreshed. Eldian's voice interrupted Bless's thoughts. "You're making that strange expression again." She thought to herself, Eldian now completely treats her like his younger sister. Bless pouted, "You shut up. Since he's also smiling more than before, perhaps it's a good thought?" Eldian chuckled, "I'm just kidding." Bless wondered, what was that dream just now? Fabian ran over and called out "sister" twice. Bless still felt uneasy. Something was very unsettling, but she couldn't remember what it was. She wished she had realized then that it was a prophetic dream. Bless ran over to Fabian and said, "Fabian, why are you here so early?" Her thoughts continued. "Then I'll try to remember it somehow." As time passed, she kept pondering because she couldn't recall that dream. If she knew the future to prepare for it, would it be okay? Like, clearly, the breakup she hadn't prepared for honestly left her with a bitterness. As time passed, the servant's announcement rang out. "Young Master Gordon has prepared the carriage." The person called out, "Young Master Fabian." Fabian shouted Ilan's name. Fabian regretfully said, "What? Why is everything already prepared?" Ilan awkwardly said, "I thought we should delay it as long as possible." Bless could only laugh at this scene. Bless said, "Sorry, Fabian. Only we are here to see you off. My sister and Arius have things to do."
Fabian hugged Bless tightly. "No, it's nothing," he said. He spoke the words in his heart. "Don't you know yet, big sister? All I need is you." Eldian felt very puzzled by those words. Not long after, the carriage departed. Bless gently stroked her hair and thought, to think of it, Fabian seems to have grown quite a bit taller. She recounted that over the past 3 years, many things had changed. Especially unlike the internal affairs of Duke Rabiong, the outside world was very chaotic, not like before. This led to the outbreak of the Eastern Monster War. When the war became more serious, my father joined the battle last month as a duke. I don't remember how many times I cried when the order came from the Imperial Palace. Bless recalled the scene of her and her sister bidding farewell to their father. She wondered, "Father, will you be safe and sound?" It was already dark. Bless sat in the room, deep in thought. Surely nothing bad will happen, right? Eldian went to open the door for patrol and discovered her. He called out puzzled, "Princess, princess." Bless immediately asked, "Eldian, what brings you here?" Eldian explained, "I looked into the master's room because I saw light coming out. Princess, why aren't you in your room and what do you do here?"
Bress said in a faint voice, "I'm just worried if my father is okay." Eldian silently approached Bress. He comforted her. "Master will return safely. He is the Empire's top-tier mage, so a monster battle will be nothing to him." Bress's worries seemed to lessen, and she said to Eldian, "Thank you for saying that." Bress thought to herself, "What is this? Can he really comfort me like that?" Suddenly, Eldian added, "But having excessive power can sometimes become toxic. What if the Duke isn't capable enough?" Bress immediately looked bewildered and confused. If that were the case, even if he were summoned, he wouldn't have to bear heavy responsibilities. Given the current situation, it could take 1 year or 10 years. Bress said in a confused voice, "Wait, aren't you supposed to be comforting me?" Eldian smiled brightly. "Well, I'm just stating what's there." Bress immediately thought, "What? Even so, I'm still troubled. If we follow the rules, isn't it time to leave Rabiong?" Bress said irritably, "You should also go to the battlefield to help my father." Eldian spoke up, "I've clearly felt it through this war." Bress looked up, paying attention. Eldian smiled warmly. He continued, "If I want to protect my people, I need power. If I had the authority to decide this war, I wouldn't let Master go to the battlefield."
Dress looked up, deep in thought. Thinking back, Eldian had entered Rubiong to tame the magic sword, but I don't think he said this was just for training. Besides training, was there also the matter of relying on his father? Eldian hummed. He said, "But as you know, my goal is to inherit the throne." Dress heard Eldian's words and thought, seeing him speak so frankly, did he mean to speak as Eldian himself? Eldian smiled and asked, "So I have a proposal. Would you like to hear it?" Dress hummed in response, "All right, if you want to say it, I'll listen." Eldian prefaced, "These aren't impulsive words, so don't misunderstand, and just listen. Choosing Rubiong to tame the magic sword was an excellent choice, thanks to which I later met the people I wanted to be with, so the future will be as good as now." Eldian raised his hand and touched Dress's hand. "How wonderful it would be if I could be with Rubiong. So my point is, would you like to get engaged to me?" Dress's eyes widened in surprise. She wondered, what is he saying now? What is he saying again? A few days later, Rubiong training ground. A voice rang out interrupting Arios' training. "Arios, that was a cleaner finish." It was Cesa. "Shadow magic easily leaves traces, so handling it is very important. Therefore, don't be complacent now just because you did well." Arios paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "I understand."
Cesa added, "And also, from now on, I won't teach anything further." Arios walked and pondered the words he had just heard. From now on, I won't teach anything further, meaning that he would have to train himself from now on. Arios clicked his tongue. Suddenly those words and a voice calling his name, Arios, also meant that he could leave Arabian at any time. Bress bounced over with a smile on her face, asking, "So today's training session is over, right? Everyone's waiting. Come on over." Arios was bewildered. Bress asked curiously, "What's wrong?" He used his spatial teleportation ability and replied, "No, it's nothing." Arios reached out and took Bress's hand. "Then let's go." In a flash, the two of them arrived at their destination. Bress thought in bewilderment, so shadow creation magic can also be used this way. The sound of Bress and Arios' names being called echoed towards them. Helena waved, signaling, "Over here." Beside her, Eldian was also waiting. Bress happily ran over, "Ah, sis." But upon seeing someone else sitting next to her, she immediately put on an embarrassed expression. Dian sat there, smiling brightly at her. The four of them gathered around a round table. Bress comforted herself. Come to think of it, of course Dian would be here.
Rez couldn't look Eldian straight in the eye. After the engagement proposal the other day, just looking at his face made her feel awkward, so she kept avoiding him for a while. Eldian spoke up to start a conversation. "Young Master Gold has just arrived. What kept him so late?" Helena also found it strange. "Oh my, that's right, he always comes early," she thought. Rez heard that and immediately wondered. Thinking back, this was the first time Fabian had been so late. She worried. Could something have happened? Meanwhile, at Duke Gold's mansion.
Fabian peeked from behind the door and thought,
The atmosphere was certainly unusual. He watched the two people arguing in front of him and wondered, what were they talking about, and why such an attitude in broad daylight? His father said in a serious tone, "Understood? Don't go to Rabiang today." Fabian, confused, immediately asked, "Huh, why is that?" His father snapped, "When I say no, it's no. It's dangerous today. No, just go back to your room obediently." Fabian, bewildered, thought to himself, "Dangerous? What? Father and Elaine didn't tell me exactly, but surely something bad will happen at Rabiang today." Fabian stealthily opened the door. "So I will protect her." He dashed towards Rabiang. It was already past noon. Helena was disappointed. "Young Master Fabian still hasn't arrived, has he?" Brett's mood was no different. So I'm a little worried. This is the first time Fabian hasn't contacted us or shown up like this." Helena gently raised her teacup and said, "We must make contact." Suddenly, something made her shiver, and Helena wondered, what is this feeling? I can sense a faint aura of an outsider in this house, despite the barrier that only allows people from Rabian and those who are permitted to enter. I must go. Helena sprang to her feet. Seeing this, Bless immediately asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" Helena smiled and quickly made an excuse. "After all, we're worried about young Master Fabian, so let's contact the Go family and see." Bless suggested, "Then let me come with you." Helena gently touched her hair and said, "I'll be quick and come back. Bless, stay here." Bless was a little confused, but still nodded in response. Helena thought to herself, "I don't want to needlessly alarm Bless and the children. It's probably nothing special." Inside the Rabian mansion, Helena hastily checked everywhere. It's clear this is the first time I've sensed this sign here. Something made Helena freeze on the spot. A stranger appeared in the mansion, and Helena immediately recognized him as the former butler. He looked at Helena with a cold expression. The scene shifts to the tea party. Little Cloud rushed over calling out, Bless, something big has happened." Bless looked at Little Cloud in confusion and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is something happening?" Little Cloud replied, "Something has happened." A loud noise made the three of them alert. Eldian wondered in bewilderment. An intruder? In this Rabian mansion? Bless was stunned. What's going on? Eldian assessed the situation and told Bless and Arius, "It's very difficult to pinpoint the exact source of the sound. I'll go check around, so please look after the young lady." Arius replied with 3 words, "I understand." Little Cloud, with tears welling up, ran closer to Bless. "Bless, I'm so scared. I can feel nothing but evil auras." Bless was worried. Seeing her mother so restless, something must have happened. Another piercing sound rang out, and Bless and Arius turned their heads towards its source. Bless shouted, "Over here! I hear a sound behind the annex building." The scene of Helena collapsing to the ground unfolded. A look of panic was evident on Bless's face. Bless cried out, "Sister!" Helena looked exhausted. Zeus gestured dismissively, raising his voice. "This young lady." Arius stepped in front of the two of them. "I can't believe you're receiving help just because of these things. What a disgrace." His voice was sarcastic. "Have you forgotten my dedication to you? Or does it mean that everything I taught you becomes useless this way?" Helena asked irritably, "What are you talking about?" She snapped, "What have I ever received from you? If anything, it's just a childhood wound. My being able to get here isn't thanks to you. My father and Bless showed me the path I must take as Rabiang." Zeus chuckled dryly. He scoffed, "I've dedicated myself to you for a long time, yet you only remember that cruel father and that contemptible younger sister?"
Bress glanced at him, wondering, puzzled. Why exactly? Why is this person appearing in Rabian? I heard the butler just got out of prison, so why would someone who just escaped Rabian return? How could he have passed through Father's barrier? Bress then recalled, wait a minute, in the original story, Helena grew close to Hyric under the Duchess's influence. That means someone connected young Helena with Hyric. If the butler played that role in the original story, then Hyric is likely the mastermind this time. The image of Hyric's cunning smile flashed through Bress's mind. A frantic scream rang out. My lady! 2 dogs are charging! My lady, look out!" Arias quickly stopped the beasts. Bress quickly thought, "Oh my goodness, now for whatever reason I have to go back. What's important is to ensure safety in this situation."
She helped her sister up. First, they must avoid it, as Eros said, and bring the knights here. Little May immediately called out, "Bless, this is Arius." The image of Arius being tightly gripped by the neck by Zeus appeared. Bless was extremely panicked. He strangled Arius and said, "Anyway, it seems it's still too early to deal with me." Bless screamed, "Arius!" and ran towards him. Bless was in a dilemma. She wondered, even Arius couldn't overcome this. What should I do? She looked at the 3 approaching wolves. If she tried to escape with both of them, it would be impossible, so she had to think of a way to suppress them. What should I do? Suddenly, her father's teachings came to Bless's mind. Overmind possesses a special power to eliminate decaying power, and the characteristic of energy is the way that power is expressed. Bless mused. At that time, Father clearly said so, and what I'm facing now are monsters. Can't we eliminate them with Overmind's power? Bless called out, "May, help me. I need your power. I will unleash all my power and overwhelm the butler." Little May asked incredulously, "Huh? All of it? Is that okay?" Bless urged, "There's no other way now. Please help me." Bless encouraged herself. "All right, it'll be fine. I can do it." Bless clasped her hands and concentrated her power to save everyone. A surge of energy coursed through her body, and blinding light shone down onto the ground.
Jesus covered his face with his hand, thinking to himself, "I'm surprised you still have the strength to show off a little trick. Although this is a source of energy I've never felt until now, it's not special energy, so calm down." Bless's light affected the wolves. Jesus was surprised. The monsters were weakening. He only now realized, could this be the power? A beam of light shot straight up into the sky. Jesus' power gradually disappeared. Bless knelt down on the ground and sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Her eyes slowly closed as she felt the evil aura vanish, but she figured it was probably because she had used too much energy. So sleepy, she thought. Seeing Bless fall asleep on the ground, Manhwa immediately called out to Bless several times. Elsewhere in the mansion, Eldian had finished dealing with the remaining magical beasts. He wiped his sweat and said, "These are forcibly summoned monsters. I don't see the summoner, so I'll just head back to the children." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Third Prince." Someone was approaching him. Eldian immediately recognized this person. It was Bless's maid. He thought, "I thought she was different from the others. It turns out she can be so calm in this situation." Eldian started to say, But the maid quickly interrupted. "Please follow me, Your Highness. I will lead you to young lady." The mystical night fell, and the mansion gradually sank into a deep sleep and silence.
Fabian ran desperately, searching for something himself. He suddenly stopped, breathing heavily, and exclaimed in surprise, "Bless!" Helena was holding Bless in her arms, equally surprised, and said in shock, "Young Master Fabian." Fabian ran closer. He anxiously asked, "Is everyone all right? What exactly happened?" Helena looked bewildered. "Young Master, why are you?" The two stood motionless for a few seconds. Helena instinctively gasped, "Ah!" From out of nowhere, two wild wolves suddenly appeared, ready to pounce on them. Fabian was quite scared. "I don't know what happened." Fabian, with a slight lack of confidence, raised his hand forward and began to cast a spell. He thought to himself, "Now I know what I have to do." The circle of light he created appeared, binding the frenzied wolf tightly. But unexpectedly, Fabian's power was not strong enough to suppress it. His face turned pale in astonishment. "My soul power can't do it. This won't do. At this rate, I can't save her." Just as the situation became critical, a hand wielding a sword with a red aura appeared, saving them in the nick of time. Eldian, without much thought, directly delivered a finishing blow to the pack of wild wolves. Fabian and Helena witnessed this scene, both rendered speechless and dumbfounded. Fabian looked at the man with a resplendent appearance and striking handsomeness before his eyes. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?"
"I wondered if you weren't coming today. Turns out you're just late, young Master Gold." At the same time, a male student with black hair and green eyes, who had been lying unconsciously on the ground, slowly regained consciousness. It was none other than Arius. Helena blurted out, "Is that Dion?" Fabian, standing nearby, looked bewildered. "Huh?" He quickly sifted through his past memories, pondering, "Is this guy Dion? Although I can clearly sense the same aura. But the Dion I know is an enemy with red hair, and he always wears peculiar earrings."
Is that ceremonial earring a costume item? Eldian, sword in hand, confronted Arius, who had just sat up and coldly asked, "What exactly is this? An escort is supposed to protect their master, yet they ended up being protected." Hearing this, Arius's eyes widened, and he remained absolutely silent, not uttering a single word. Eldian continued, "Young Master Gold is also very lucky. He wasn't injured at all." Fabian immediately spoke up to clarify, "That's because I just arrived." Eldian slowly took measured steps, lowering his voice to question, "Let's see, is it just a coincidence that you didn't encounter any monsters on the way here? Why were you late arriving in Rabian in the first place?" Fabian was stunned. For a moment he felt his heart skip a beat, and he stammered in response, "That..." Eldian secretly deduced in his mind, "So that's it. Father knew it would turn out this way, which means Gold is also involved in this matter. I didn't realize this truth, and as a result, important people were injured." He inadvertently glanced over, noticing Fabian's hands clenched tightly in agitation. Eldian knelt down before the unconscious Bless, gently touching her platinum hair, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. If that's the case, then these people also know what they need to do. Eldian frowned, his face turning serious. After all, working so hard like that, she still hasn't mastered the power of over myself. A maid approached. Eldian looked up and asked her, "How is Bless doing?" She respectfully replied, "She's fine." Lady S gently lifted Bless with one arm, her eyes mild as she slowly said,
She might just be overly tired from suddenly using too much power. Otherwise, there's nothing else unusual. Eldian could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That's good then. He mused to himself, though there's still nothing suspicious. Eldian seriously admonished, "Why did you go off somewhere until now? You could have prevented this situation earlier." Lady S bowed her head and calmly replied, "My actions wouldn't have been convincing."
She placed her hand on her chest and very gently explained, "I know you have doubts, but if the Duke were here, he would clearly respect my decision." Arius was gently helped up by Lillian. He thought to himself, the Duke himself placed that maid beside Bless. Her words are true. He idly glanced over at Bless, seeing that her maid, Cesa, had already safely carried her away, and this opportunity has given me certainty. Duke Helios is necessary for Bless's safety. The scene shifted to daytime. On a beautiful early morning, golden sunlight shimmered on the distant green hills. Ladiette strolled leisurely down the empty corridor, followed by her maid, Puri. She carefully instructed Puri to temporarily close the workshop and prevent yesterday's incident from leaking out. Puri immediately obeyed and replied, "Yes, I understand."
Ladis didn't forget to ask about what had happened and how the injured were doing. Puri cautiously replied, "Lady Helena's and Arius's wounds aren't very deep, and I can also confirm that young Master Gold has returned safely." Ladis then smiled with satisfaction. "All right, everything's fine. What a relief." At the mansion, Bless finally woke up after a long coma, and she suddenly fell into deep thought. Time flies so fast. When I opened my eyes, a month had already passed since the attack on Rabiang. Bless stood before the glass window, her sorrowful face hiding a lingering sadness. Her hand was suspended aimlessly in midair. Bless suddenly recalled a faint memory when Helena had sought her out to talk. "Oh, that's right, Bless. You mean the pattern that occasionally appears on the back of your hand and then disappears? That's called a soul imprint left by young Master Gold."
Bress asked in disbelief. "The imprint?" Helena excitedly said, "All right. Through that imprint, no matter how far apart you are, it's said that you can receive the young master's spiritual power." Bress hadn't woken up even after going away to study, so she was very worried. Bress felt uneasy. She unconsciously replied, "I see." She continued to recall another memory, and when she opened her eyes, after everyone had left Rabiang, an image appeared. Eldian and Rousseau walking together amidst the hushed whispers and loud chatter from everyone around them. The third prince is still alive. Finally, the princes are also joining the war. Following that was the moment Arius grandly declared, "I will return strong enough to protect the young lady." Then there was Fabian, hurt, stating bluntly, "If things continue like this, I'll just be my father's good luck charm." Bress returned to reality. She pursed her lips, her gloomy eyes thinking, "Finally, everyone is finding their own path according to the original story. I don't feel anxious about it following the original story or about it deviating from it. I have accumulated memories with them. I'm just a little sad that they left without saying goodbye while I was asleep." A maid suddenly entered and respectfully said, "Excuse me, Lady Bress." Bress turned her head, asking distractedly, "Hmm?" The maid announced, "Outside, the master has returned." Bress quickly gathered her skirt and ran like the wind down to the courtyard. Following her, Helena was also overjoyed and excited. She and Helena both rushed into Helios's arms, crying tears of joy. "Father!" Helena, with tears welling up, clutched his sleeve and asked, "Father, what happened? Has the war not yet?" Helios honestly replied, "That's right, it's more stable than before, but it's not over yet. This time the two princes personally joined the war, were appointed as excellent generals, the military strength has stabilized, and His Majesty has allowed the family heads to return to their families."
It was also thanks to the third prince's words, Bress thought to himself. Stunned. Eldian. Don't tell me he's helping father return to Rabiang, which is why he allowed the family heads to return. At this moment, Eldian was sitting with his back against the wall, enjoying the breeze, he happily said. This will save Rabiang a great deal of worry. Eldian couldn't help but curve his lips into a sweet smile. "You must stay strong, Bress, until I return." And time passed again, autumn, then winter. 7 years later, the war with the monsters in the east finally ended. In a peaceful village, people's voices echoed ceaselessly. The war ended so quickly. It's all thanks to the third prince, not only in the name of the royal family, but also sacrificing for the empire like this. But from what I've heard, compared to the third prince, the first prince...
Breth was now 18 years old. She walked along the street, and hearing the chatter around her, she couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Everywhere she went, she heard stories about Eldian's active involvement. It was true. Today was the day of the army's victory parade, and it was no exaggeration to say that this victory was thanks to Eldian. 7 years ago, Eldian joined the war and began eliminating monsters at a rapid pace, and the war ended 2 years faster than the original timeline. Thinking of this, she unconsciously placed her hand on her chest. I don't know why Eldian wanted to end the war so quickly. Thanks to him, I felt more at ease when I heard the news. Compared to him, I hadn't heard any news about the others, so I was very worried.
Breath clenched her hands, pursed her lips, and her eyes, full of expectation, thought to herself, aren't they being unreasonable? Leaving without a word, not even a letter? A distant conversation inadvertently caught Breath's attention. The man with an eye patch grumbled. The mercenary boy was worried that as time passed, the monsters would be different from before, but fortunately, the war has ended. Someone immediately asked, different how? The man with the eye patch continued, that's right, I heard someone was controlling the monsters that appeared. Breath's eyes widened in surprise. A thought suddenly solidified in her mind. Different from monsters before? A gentle breeze blew past, and Breath turned her gaze towards the loud music in the distance. She wondered, what is this? The parade procession appeared one after another, trumpeters, drummers, and flag wavers creating a lively and exciting spectacle, the victory parade. Breath squeezed her way through the cheering, joyful crowd. She naively exclaimed, ah! A fleeting thought crossed her mind. I deliberately came here when I heard he would be participating in the victory parade.
Bless saw Eldin smirk, radiating vigor as he rode past her. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad to see him healthy. Eldin! She herself couldn't help but laugh along with him. She thought a very long time had passed, and the person standing before Eldin was Rizzo. Bless suddenly became dazed, thinking to herself, how did Rizzo survive and return? If according to the original plot, Rizzo...
He should have died in the Eastern Monster War. The war ending 2 years early also made me suspicious, but that's nothing compared to Rizzo returning alive. I had decided not to be bound by the original story anymore, but this is a different matter. The prince who was supposed to die survived, which could lead to a war of succession that would negatively affect Rabiang. It's as if I'm in a completely different world from the original story. Breast suddenly felt an unusual unease in her heart. No, perhaps the meaning of the novel's content had changed from the very beginning. From the start, Breast possessed powers I was unaware of. Over the past 7 years, through her father's training, the first doors I saw when using power were the room containing S's power. And with Rabiang, I realized the power of purification, the only thing that could exert pressure on the body. I was very surprised to learn that Breast, merely a supporting character, possessed this power. It's a pity that she could only handle the power of purification, but now I'm grateful that the number of people who can protect Rabiang has increased. No matter what variables arise, it's fine. I will use the cards I have to ensure a happy ending. The setting has changed since the prologue. Irene suddenly appeared from behind Breast, gently asking, Princess. Breast turned her head hesitantly. Oh, that voice, Irene. Seeing that it was indeed Breast, Irene was overjoyed. He happily said, It truly is the princess.
Blaise was incredibly excited, a bright smile gracing her face. It had been so long, and Island hadn't changed at all. Island replied amiably, Is that so? I thought you'd be sharper by now. Blaise's eyes widened, her mind racing with nervous thoughts. Island was here like this, and Fabian too. After a moment of thought, Blaise's cheeks flushed red again. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to suppress her intense emotions. No, calm down. If I act like this, I'll be like someone who just waits for a person who left without a word, pretending to be cool and doing nothing. Island interrupted her train of thought. When I meet the princess, there are many things I want to explain, but... Blaise was puzzled. Huh? Explain what? Island rested his chin in his hand, answering vaguely. First, I need to talk to my sister. His words made her quite curious, and she thought to herself, Sister? Island slowly asked, Princess, do you know the elf Beal Law? Blaise was startled, asking herself, why is he suddenly talking about Beal Law? She cautiously said, Island, you know Beal Law too? Island smiled. Ah yes, actually, she is my sister. Blaise was led from one surprise to another, thinking cautiously, what is he saying now? Island continued, I heard that the princess gave me a clue to meet my sister. He recalled Blaise saying at the time, the blue village in the Red Mountains, next to the climbing vines. There you will find a clue about the person Beal Law is looking for.
Breast looked at Eldon in surprise. That's right, so the younger sibling Biella is looking for, he immediately continued. Yes, that person is me, Eldon. Breast couldn't help but exclaim, so this is a half-elf. She was completely shocked. Huh? But after witnessing Eldon mimic Biella's exact movements, she vaguely thought to herself, half believing, half doubting. Wait, now that I think about it, these two really do look alike. Eldon lowered his eyes. He began to explain in a low voice. I left a trail indicating I would go to Gold Street in that place, and my sister found me using that trail. Just as I was wandering around the elf forest with the young master, there was a rumor among the elves that my whereabouts had been easily discovered. Breast sweetly praised. Well done, Eldon, he sincerely said. I just want to thank the lady. The two sat down on a nearby flower bed. Breast was still confused, so she asked Eldon, But what is the elf forest? Isn't Fabian studying abroad? He patiently explained. Although it said he's studying abroad to graduate from Gold Street, in reality, the young master's goal is to strengthen his soul power. The forest of pure-blood elves can be found, and we went there with my sister's help. The young master trained there alone.
Bress finally understood everything, dumbfounded. So Fabian was in the elven forest for 7 years? Island frowned, a little hesitant to speak. Yes, that's right. And from now on, this is the main part. Princess, about that. A familiar voice suddenly echoed from afar. Sister, let me explain the rest. Bress turned her head back in surprise. A glimmer of hope sparked in her mind. Only one person calls me sister. Could it be? Fabian had now become a tall, more mature young man, his features also more refined. He gently said, "Long time no see, sister." Bress was startled, falling into a state of contemplation. Huh? He clearly looked very much like Fabian. She stood up, walked closer to Fabian and blurted out, "Is that Fabian?" Upon receiving the answer, Bress exclaimed excitedly, "Huh? Has that much time really passed?" Fabian smiled, his eyes crinkling, and replied, "Yep, so now I'm older than you."
Bress found it a bit hard to believe, but she pushed that thought aside, worriedly chiding Fabian. No matter what, such an action is too reckless. What if there are problems during the growth process? He gently reassured her. It's not just simply skipping through time. Both body and mind grow together, so it's fine. Of course, no one, not even the forest spirits, understands my choice. Bress asked naively, "Spirits?" She pondered. Even if it wasn't like that, the book about humans was too short, so he had made an incomprehensible choice. Fabian's eyes were filled with deep affection, and he said firmly, "But I don't regret it, because now I can protect someone." A moment later, he feigned grievance, his eyes welling up with tears as he pouted at Bress. "Is there a chance you won't like me because I'm not small and cute anymore?" She immediately denied it. Of course. "What? That's not it at all." Fabian smiled brightly and happily. "That's a relief then?" He eagerly asked, "By the way, sis, how do I look? Am I cool?" Bress thought to herself proudly, "He's truly unstoppable. His body might be big, but Fabian is still Fabian." Fabian suddenly stood up and said, "But sis, it seems I'm the first person you met, right?"
Bless naively replied, I guess so." Fabian chuckled delightedly. I see." He suddenly took Bless's hand. Then Fabian knelt down in front of her, tenderly taking her small hand. He sincerely said, "I want to receive that prize." Fabian looked up, gazing deep into Bless's eyes, his eyes sparkling with hope, and gently curved his lips into a smile. "I want to be the first to dance with you at the victory party." It was already late afternoon. Fabian cautiously inquired, "Are you truly fine if you don't need me to escort you back to the Duke's mansion?" Bless got off the carriage and politely replied, I'm fine. I went out without an escort, so I wish to return discreetly." Fabian reluctantly accepted. Then there's no other way." He also gently and intentionally reminded her, "Instead, don't forget your previous promise to me. You have to dance the first dance with me, remember?" Bless gently said, "All right, I absolutely won't forget." Fabian suddenly leaned close and gently bumped his forehead against hers, murmuring vaguely, Then I'll be waiting." With that done, Fabian got into the carriage and said goodbye to Bless. "Be careful on your way." He left her standing there, dazed and clutching her forehead like a lost soul, blankly watching the carriage slowly depart, not understanding what had just happened. Bless quickly regained her composure. She thought to herself, "That startled me."
Bress, seething with resentment, turned and stepped into the house, finding herself lost in thought. "Fabian, you've become quite a sly one over time." A sudden figure abruptly appeared before Bress. She stared blankly, her curious eyes wide. Who's at the door? Arius, impeccably dressed and wearing a mask, stood blocking Bress's way. His mysterious aura made her secretly speculate. That appearance, could it be? She couldn't help but cautiously ask, "Is that Ari?" But before she could finish her sentence, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept through, carrying fluttering rose petals, causing Bress to quickly cover her face to shield it from the wind. Arius vanished completely from Bress's sight in an instant. She thought to herself in disbelief, "He's gone." Although he was wearing a mask, it was clearly Arius. Why did he leave? I finally met Fabian and Arius again, but so many things have changed, leaving me bewildered. A week later, on the day of the victory celebration, Helena asked Bress with concern, "Bress, are you all right? Do you need my help?" She politely replied, "No, thank you, sister. Let's go." Carrying her dress, she quickly approached everyone, apologetically saying, "I apologize for being a little late." Helios looked at his daughter warmly, saying sweetly, "It's all right. There's still plenty of time." Bress suddenly had a thought. "I decided to ask Father to be my escort for this party. My sister is always worried about me, but—" Bress glanced over at Helena, who was walking with a man with brown hair.
Helena smiled at him kindly. "Thank you for your help today." The man shyly and respectfully replied, his face clearly very tense. "Yes, my lady, it's my pleasure."
Bliss thought this was also a way to comfort her worried father. Helios's face suddenly darkened. He said, displeased, "His Majesty said he would choose a princess at this party, which still bothers me." He looked as if he was about to collapse, clenching his fists, his whole body radiating a thick, ominous aura. He said gloomily, "The third prince also proposed something the other day." Bliss beside him took his arm and helped him to the carriage. She could only force a smile, trying to keep the atmosphere as light as possible. "Haha," she secretly thought to herself. "No wonder my father keeps worrying so much." On the evening of the victory banquet, Eldian visited Rabiang. He unexpectedly appeared before Bliss and gently said to her with eyes full of happiness, "Long time no see, Bliss."
Bless stood frozen in place, stunned, unconsciously calling out his name, Eldian. Bless felt a sudden surge of nervousness, thinking anxiously to herself, "I don't know what to say. How should I even start talking? Should I use honorifics now?" To Bless's surprise, Eldian lightly touched her cheek with his finger, playfully chuckling. Meanwhile, she rubbed her cheek, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "What are you doing all of a sudden?" Eldian said indulgently, "You seem too stiff, so I did that to ease the tension." Bless retorted indignantly, "No, I'm not tense at all." Eldian said gently, "Perhaps it's because I miss these small things when I'm on the battlefield. That's why I'm like this." Bless was taken aback. She looked at him, her heart suddenly filled with many thoughts about Eldian. She crossed her arms over her chest and glared at him. "Don't try to change the subject with that." He laughed heartily. "Ha ha, you caught me." She immediately said, "I just thought there's no way you'd remember things like that." He narrowed his eyes. "I still remember conversations like that. Over there, I was always under stress." Hearing Eldian say that, Bless felt a pang of sympathy. Eldian must have gone through many hardships over the past 7 years, so she wanted to confirm if it was all right to joke around like this now. She said gently, "You've been through a lot. Welcome back." Eldian flinched slightly, then unconsciously broke into a satisfied smile. I'm back." Earlier, during the meal, Helios, without mincing words, directly asked Eldian, "Your Highness, if you had informed us of your visit beforehand, we wouldn't have received you so unceremoniously. Why are you in such a rush?" He lowered his gaze, radiating confidence. "I want to hear the answer as soon as possible. 7 years ago, I proposed an engagement to the second princess." His words stunned Helena, and Helios, sitting beside her, was also incredibly uncomfortable. Bless's mind felt like it was about to explode as she shot a glare at Eldian, thinking to herself, "What are we going to do if he brings that up now? Father will be utterly bewildered." He continued to speak very casually. "Well, it seems you weren't aware of my proposal."
Bless screamed internally. "I never thought that proposal was sincere from the start." Helios calmly said, "Your Highness, I thought 7 years ago was too early to talk about a proposal." Eldian hinted, "Actually, I wanted to hear the answer 7 years ago, but I'm here for another reason." Helios asked, "What is the other reason?" He seriously replied, "I heard His Majesty would be looking for a princess at this victory banquet. Therefore, I tried to get engaged to Lady Bless, who is like-minded with me." Helios, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by like-minded?" He rested his hand on the table and calmly said, "Like Bless, I also want Rabiang to be safe, because I need Rabiang to control Risov and Staff. So, for our mutual benefit, I hope you can make a wise decision." Returning to reality, Bless had now entered the grand, splendidly decorated hall. She thought miserably to herself, "Through the conversation with Eldian at today's banquet, Eldian intends to propose to me. Firstly, it was my agreement with Eldian's words that led to this situation. Actually, I don't know if this is the right choice." A solemn voice rang out. "His Majesty's representative is entering." Bless snapped back to reality. She wondered, "A representative?" A thought suddenly arose in her mind. His Majesty cannot attend this important victory banquet. Has something happened? Footsteps grew clearer, and the man entered. He politely and gently spoke. "Hello." Assuming the role of the Emperor's representative, Arius wore a mask. He stood on high and announced clearly, "I am Count Arius von Giesel, and on behalf of His Majesty, I announce the commencement of the banquet."
Bless was taken by surprise. She stood dumbfounded. Arius? People around them began to buzz with whispers about that special appearance. That person was Count Giselle from the rumors. How could he have caught His Majesty's eye in such a short time? Bless looked up, following Arius. She pondered. It seems he's doing very well, so I'm relieved. But why didn't he come to see me? She couldn't help but blurt out the question for her confusion. Why exactly? Fabian suddenly approached Bless from behind, unnoticed. He curiously asked, "Isn't that Count Arius?" She recognized Fabian and exclaimed, "Fabian!" He smiled brightly, warmly saying, "Hello, sister. I've come to claim this promise. Looking at the atmosphere, it seems I've arrived at just the right time, huh?"
Fabian lifted Bless's hand, gripping it tightly. In an instant he embraced her waist, skillfully leading her into a waltz to the melodious music, asking with concern, "You're wondering why he deliberately didn't show up, aren't you? But I'm not sure why either," she replied in a low voice. "I don't know about that either. I'm worried if it's some kind of awkward situation," Fabian sincerely said. "If you're worried, I'll investigate it privately," Bless quickly said. "I'll just accept your kindness. It's been a long time since I returned to Gold, so I guess there's a lot to do."
He replied indifferently, "Because of you, to that extent." Before he could finish his sentence, the conversations of other guests unintentionally overwhelmed him. "Oh my, isn't that the young master of the Gold family? How is he still as stunning as a gem? But I heard young Master Gold is still underage. He doesn't look his age. Duke Gold became like that, and perhaps he wants to appear more mature to lead the family." Fabian completely ignored the words and made a suggestion to Bless. "Let's go over there and take a look, sis." Although she didn't quite understand what was happening, she still nodded in agreement. "All right." Fabian's face slowly darkened, his gaze filled with a chilling intensity. It was unclear what he was plotting. He suddenly uttered a cunning lie. "Indeed, sis, Duke Gold should be more cautious." Bless's eyes went wide with utter bewilderment. "Huh?" She stopped dancing and questioned Fabian, a mix of suspicion and doubt. "What are you saying? You are a Gold." He chuckled. "Naturally, excluding myself." "Ah, Y is also okay," Fabian recalled and seriously explained. "As you know, my family was also connected to the incident 7 years ago involving Rabian. It seems my father allied himself with undesirable powers.
Recently, I don't know if it's because of that, but I'm addicted to drugs and can't go out. In this situation, I'm worried that force will harm my sister through Gord." Bress pondered thoughtfully. "Wait, is Duke Gord poisoned?" She blurted out, "Fabian, are you okay?" Fabian's eyes curved into a cheerful smile as he reassured her. I'm fine." He reached out and took Bress's hand, saying kindly, "Do you understand? My sister said no matter what, don't let your guard down around Duke Gord." Bress was drawn by a strange sound, and she immediately turned her head to look. "Ah!" Fabian also looked back. Finally, today's main characters have begun. A grand introductory voice rang out. First Prince Riso Sienna Aria, Third Prince Eldian Sienna Reese, and Lady Rabia entered.
Bless squeezed her eyes shut, desperately wanting to escape the truth before her. Helplessly, she thought to herself, "Finally, this moment has arrived." Suddenly, feeling overwhelmed with tension, someone's voice abruptly cut through her thoughts. Who was that young lady accompanying the first prince? Could she be his fiancée? Only then did Bless notice a woman with fiery red hair walking beside Riso. She wondered, her head revealing a beautiful face. Bless's astonishment grew even more. "It's Bella?" Riso politely spoke first. "Allow me to introduce you. This is..." He led Bella closer to Bless and friendly introduced her. "My soon-to-be fiancée, Bella von Robbie." Whispers immediately erupted throughout the banquet hall. The daughter of Count Robbie is the first prince's fiancée? Then the rumors about the successor princess? Bless hadn't expected this. She thought to herself, "They're engaged? How?" She flinched, looking fearfully towards where Bella stood. Wait a minute, what's next to Bella? Bless realized that there seemed to be another faint, human-like silhouette beside Bella.
Bless raised an eyebrow, vaguely sensing a misconception. Although it was a bit dangerous, it brought a familiar feeling. She had seen it somewhere before. Eldian walked up to Ritsu and Bella, saying very naturally, "I had no idea there was someone promised to you. If I had known, I would have sent you a gift already. When I saw the two of you walk in together, I suddenly felt regret. I should have walked in with my lover too." Ritsu's face darkened, and he looked visibly annoyed. "Eldian, what do you mean by lover?" Eldian merely smirked after hearing that, and suddenly glanced towards Bless, signaling her. She broke out in a cold sweat, secretly swallowed, and tried to calm herself down to stay composed. "Ah, is he going in that direction?" Bless took a deep breath to regain her composure, then confidently and proudly stepped forward. Eldian, seizing the opportunity, took Bless's hand and gently said, "Allow me to introduce you to my lovely lover, the second daughter of Duke Rabian's house, Bless von Rabian." Ritsu, Bella, and everyone attending the party were utterly shocked. As for Fabian, he silently watched Bless, not uttering a single word. In contrast, the gossiping crowd began to speak up one after another, discussing animatedly. This time it's Duke Rabian's young lady? But is there really a relationship that would make them lovers? It's unclear. The two of them rarely appear at social events. But what's surprising is that it's not the eldest daughter, Helena. At the same time, Helena, standing far away, witnessed everything. She asked Helios in a low voice, "My role is to support Bless, isn't it?" He looked at her and hesitantly replied, "Helena." Helena immediately spoke up. "In reality, she's not yet mature and already has a fiancé. Furthermore, I'm worried that the person she's confronting is His Royal Highness the Prince," she firmly told him. "But if this is what Bless wants to do, then I'm ready to support her." Helios placed a hand on Helena's shoulder, agreeing. "Yes, that's right. Even a father like me sees it that way." A dark flame suddenly flared up behind him, and he said angrily, "That's why I've been keeping an eye on this for a long time." Helena was a little startled. "Oh."
Helios said seriously. If Blast shows any dislike, she will be immediately taken out. Helena could only force a smile, thinking to herself, as expected, father doesn't like this engagement either. The scene shifts to Blast, who is currently dancing with Eldian to soft music before many watchful eyes. Everyone couldn't help but wholeheartedly praise the two. Oh my, silver hair and blue hair, they look so beautiful together.
Eldon grinned, his eyes crinkling, and said happily, "Did you hear that? They said we make a good couple." Bress awkwardly replied, yes." Eldon suddenly said warmly, "Bress, thank you." She was momentarily dumbfounded. Huh? He gently lowered his gaze to look at her. Although I acted abruptly, you accepted. While dancing, Eldon didn't forget to tease Bress. "You're very surprised, aren't you? I didn't intend to do that at first," she replied dejectedly, "because there was no other way." Bress thought to himself, I would later find out that day Riso had returned home extremely furious. He had cleverly used Bella to spread rumors about the successor princess, but his efforts to sway public opinion that he and the successor would be together had failed. And one thing remained unanswered. Why was Bella engaged to Riso? A few days later, at the Imperial Palace, the Rabiang family's carriage stopped before the palace gates. A servant, already waiting there, bowed respectfully in welcome. "Miss Bress, we have been waiting for you." Bress gracefully stepped down from the carriage, slowly walking past the line of servants who were bowing to her. She thought to herself, after the victory celebration, both Bella and I officially became wives of princes. That was how I became Eldon's wife, gaining the right to enter the Imperial Palace. In the library, Eldon carefully instructed Bress, "Even when I'm not here, you can still enter the library, so if there's any book you want to read, just come any time." She said hesitantly, "That sounds fine." Eldon said casually, "I called you here today because there's something I want to show you." Bress asked curiously, "Something you want to show me?" Eldon held out his hand, giving Bress a book with a rather ostentatious cover. "That's right. Have you ever looked through this kind of book?" Bress flipped through the pages one by one, honestly replying, "This seems to be a record of the Empire's founding."
Eldian interjected. "More precisely, it records the sealing of the Demon King. The Zeiss Empire was founded upon the Demon King's sealing. It is said that the Demon King is not a physical entity, so a substitute must be used to seal it. And it is also said that someone is awaited to completely destroy the Demon King, with the power to purify the Demon King and monsters, that is, the Child of Prophecy." As soon as Eldian finished speaking, Bless's expression shifted, and she thought in confusion, "Is he saying that I am the Child of Prophecy now? Moreover, the matter of being able to purify the Demon King, it's as if he believes in the Demon King's existence." She eagerly asked him, "Wait, hold on, do you mean that I am the Child of Prophecy and must fight the Demon King?" He naturally didn't deny it. "Yes, you've understood correctly." Eldian crossed his arms over his chest and spoke calmly, even though he still didn't know if the Demon King truly existed. Bless tensely uttered, "Yes." He nonchalantly admitted, "First of all, His Majesty the Emperor and your master already know." She widened her eyes, thinking in alarm, "What? Father already knows?" Eldian chuckled, reassuring Bless, "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to defeat the Demon King right away." She became gloomy and dejected, only managing a forced laugh. "Ha ha ha, in that case, thank you."
Eldian stepped closer to her, saying seriously, "All right, now let's get down to business." He stood close to her, pointing at a page in the book. "Here, take a look at this part. This is a somewhat strange record about Duke Arkadel." Bless's cheeks had already flushed red, and she shyly pondered, "What is this? Isn't he too close?" She suddenly spoke up, wondering, "Does this really explain Duke Arkadel?" Eldian immediately replied, "Yes, if it's true, it would explain why Duke Arkadel hasn't been seen for many generations. The title of Duke Arkadel is passed down through generations matrilineally, with women inheriting the silver hair and red eyes, making all generations of Duke Arkadel look identical. It's as if one person is maintaining it." Eldian's words quite surprised Bless. She implicitly pictured the platinum-haired maid who always stayed by her side, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Who else could this be referring to?" Returning to Rabiang Manor as the afternoon sun began to set. As Bless stood watching the sunset by the window, ladies pushed the door open and respectfully bowed. "Did Miss Bless call for me?" Bless turned her head and said in a low voice, "Ladies."
"Today I went to the Royal Archives," Lady had immediately replied. "Is that so?" Bless continued bluntly. "But according to the book there, perhaps I am the child of the prophecy." Hearing that, Lady had suddenly pressed her lips together in silence, giving no reply. Bless gently asked, "Lady, this is the first time you've heard about this, isn't it? Could the fact that my appearance hasn't changed be related to Asadel?" Lady had suddenly spoke up. "Was that written in the royal books? I remember the name a little." Bless thought in surprise. "Is that all?" Lady had recalled the time when Bless was just born, and she had cherished and cared for her with utmost devotion. She honestly said, "Yes, I know about it. It's been a while.
I've also been waiting for the child of the prophecy to be born, so I was very happy when Lady Bless was born. When the child of the prophecy is born, I can meet the person I've been waiting for all this time. Bless was completely stunned. She secretly speculated. The one waiting is Lady Et? Lady had continued to imply. Now, there are many things I still cannot say. Please trust and wait for me, Lady Bless.
Bress walked along the deserted corridor, her mind filled with worries, wondering why she couldn't voice them now. A voice called out from behind Bress. Lady Bress. She turned around, realizing it was the maid, Hessa. Is something wrong, Hessa? Hessa politely asked, could you please come down to the living room for a moment? A guest has arrived. Bress quickly went down to the living room. As she walked, she wondered, who could it be? No one important was expected today. Upon arriving, she recognized the familiar figure in dark hair of the guest sitting on the chair. Helios heard the sound of the door opening and immediately turned his head. Ah, Lady Bress. Bress stood at the doorway, staring blankly at Helios, who had appeared right before her. Helios. Their conversation ensued shortly after. Bress set her teacup gown and lowered her voice. So now you've received the title of Count and are part of the royal family's secret order of knights. She looked at Helios, nodding as she said, I see.
Brett thought nervously to himself, I didn't expect to meet Arius so suddenly. This must be why Hessa's expression earlier was so radiant. Arius unexpectedly spoke up. Actually, the reason I came to see you today is to ask for your help, miss. Brett was stunned, thinking, Arius wants my help? Arius seriously explained. Specifically, I want to connect with the information guild that you are close with. If it's them, they might know the clues I need. Brett felt quite surprised. She pondered thoughtfully. He even knows that I have an information guild backing me? She calmly asked, what information are you looking for? Arius clenched his fists. He slowly recalled and began to recount. 7 years ago. Do you remember the attack on Rabiang? The power we faced that day was quite unique. It was my personal experience, so I remember it very clearly. But I witnessed a similar energy source in this recent Eastern War.
Bless swallowed, then hesitantly asked, does it feel like that time? Arius honestly replied, yes, I heard that the attack on Rabiang that day was related to Duke S, so I feel it's necessary to reinvestigate the S family's movements. Please, lend me your strength. Bless didn't answer. She lowered her head, lost in thought, her mind a jumble of conflicting ideas. Thinking back, she had heard a similar story in the village before. That person also said it was as if the monsters were being controlled. Could Duke S be planning something? Arius understood her mood well, so he immediately made a suggestion. All you need to do is provide information, milady. She looked bewildered, not quite understanding what he meant. Yes, but how? Arius calmly said, you might get into trouble, so I will continue the investigation from behind the scenes. He used all his warmth to reassure her, telling her not to worry at all. Bless pursed her lips, then suddenly whimpered as if she was about to burst into sobs. This made Arius panic, and he anxiously asked her, oh, milady Bless.
Bress clenched her fists in agitation, and she said hoarsely, then, Arius. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she spoke with a wronged expression. If you didn't have the intention of getting information, you wouldn't have come to see me. Arius's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly defended himself. It's not like that at all. I always wished for your safety. I'm truly sorry for leaving you without a word. That day, I couldn't forgive myself for not being able to fully protect the young lady. Arius felt awkward, and he looked away evasively. Without my master's orders, I couldn't approach the young lady. However, until now, I didn't know that the escort knight position was still vacant. Bress didn't understand the intention behind his words. Huh? She stared intently at Arius, making him break out in a cold sweat. Her expression suddenly turned grim, and she thought, so these words now, is it because you feel guilty that you've been avoiding me? Bress said softly, no, it's not like that, Arius. She smiled brightly and kindly. I'm sorry for making you feel awkward. Yesterday, you accepted the Count's offer, so you couldn't become my escort knight. But, Bress asked gently, can we get along as we used to? Arius's cheeks flushed red again, and he replied shyly, yes, of course.
At this moment, Breth sprang to her feet, excitedly saying, all right, let's go then. Arius hesitated, not daring to move. Yes, where are we going? Breth cheerfully held out her hand to him, a bright smile on her face. Now we have to go to S Street to check the truth. While traveling by carriage, she talked with Arius while mentally organizing quite a few clues. An important piece of information Gray had recently heard was that Duke S's servants had been constantly changing. Changes in servants could occur, but the problem was that their whereabouts could not be known afterward if those who disappeared were victims of some event. Wanting to quickly save people, she hurried to S Street, and on the carriage ride she shared the information she knew with Arius. In addition, information about the Demon King's records was also included, which seemed hard to believe at first, but he immediately accepted it. Arius raised an eyebrow, skeptically asking, the Demon King? I wonder if he can be resurrected. The carriage carrying the two stopped at their destination.
Breath got out of the carriage first. She thought to herself, "That's right, I also found it hard to believe at first." And when they arrived at Igas, the two silently walked towards the gloomy mansion under the fading twilight.
Bress discovered that besides them, there were also nearby cavalrymen with dangerously glowing red eyes. She cautiously thought, "Oh my god, I can't believe they're appearing so brazenly. These soldiers aren't objects, but it's clear that something is controlling them with demonic power. So it's definitely S." A strange voice suddenly rang out, cutting off Bress's train of thought. "Over there, come over there." She widened her eyes, stunned for a few seconds. What was that voice? She had definitely heard it somewhere before. Arius stepped forward, blocking Bress. He said firmly, "It's dangerous, my lady. Please step back. With signs like these, you no longer need to argue about identity and evidence." He narrowed his eyes, extremely cautious. "Now I will immediately summon the royal knights." Elsewhere, Helena suddenly came to her senses after a voice inquired, "Miss Helena." Helena hastily said, "Oh dear, I apologize. I was spaced out for a moment." The lady standing opposite politely smiled. "It's quite all right. Thank you for coming today. Well then, until next time, please travel safely." Helena immediately replied, "Yes, my lady, please rest well." As the carriage slowly rolled away, Helena's heart grew heavier and more despondent. She lowered her gaze, falling into a state of contemplation. Lately, whenever I attend tea parties or social gatherings, I often encounter Countess Ravi's daughter. Having been announced as the first prince's fiancée, it's not surprising for her to be present at social events. It's just that something feels off. There's nothing left of the images I saw when I was little. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, but can a person really change that much? Lately, whenever I meet Lady Ravi, it feels as if I'm meeting a completely different person. Arius immediately summoned the knights from the royal palace. The investigation was carried out swiftly, and in reality, House S, there was more ruthless than expected. "Captain, please come here." Arius was aghast at the sight. "What I mean is, the people who died here bear a strong resemblance to the missing individuals. The strangely blackened and cold bodies are traces of experiments using poison on human bodies."
Two soldiers called out, "Duke Heinrich von S." Given such clear evidence, Heinrich's arrest did not take long. Ah! A hand lightly touched the top of the chess piece. What? Heinrich has been arrested? Rizzo, with a calm expression, looked down at the table, then clicked his tongue, ultimately still unsure how to approach the matter.
Bella sat silently watching him, you fool, outside the magnificent castle. A carriage stopped outside and a white-haired man stepped down. "You've arrived," he smiled in greeting. "Your Royal Highness Eldian. Let's go. I'll show you to the children's room." "How are things, Duke? Any other issues after S's incident?" "No, nothing special in Ribian." The two walked down the corridor. "And, Prince, it seems you've told Bless everything about the child of prophecy," Eldian replied. "Yes, I know what the Duke means." Helios listened to him in silence. "But on the contrary, I don't understand why Bless doesn't know about it," he replied, making Eldian smile with satisfaction. "When that child grows up, I will tell them everything." "So that's how it is." He reached for the doorknob, but now was not the time for that. The Demon King might have been resurrected. The three inside the room looked bewildered towards the door. Bless called out, "Father." He went to her and asked, "Bless, is your body all right?" "Yes, that's right. No more problems." Eldian, standing behind, happily spoke up. "Is that so? What a relief." He walked closer to Bless and told her, "Oh, let me tell you, when it's just us, we can talk freely like before." "Even if you didn't say so, I was already planning to do that." Arius stood aside, watching the two converse. "Oh, is that so?" Helios raised a hand to his mouth, feigning a cough. Now everyone is gathered here. Though he was angry, he didn't show it. Helena, seeing this, approached worriedly. "Bless, could you tell us in more detail, once again, what happened yesterday?" "Well, yes." Inside the splendid room, 5 people sat on chairs, conversing. "The thing is, Arius has called the knights to conduct an investigation. Father, what do you think of it?" "All right. In any case, it's not just simple dark magic."
Bless asked Helios, a little worried, "So could it really be the Demon King's power?" "Unfortunately, it's highly likely." She clasped her hands tightly on her dress. "If that's the case, then the voice I heard back then. Actually, when I went to Ducas's mansion, I heard someone's voice. If that energy truly is the Demon King's power, then I think that voice also belongs to the Demon King. Did only I hear it because I am the child of prophecy and his enemy?" He replied to Bless, "I don't know. It's very difficult to give a definitive answer. Rabiung not only has enemies of the Demon King, but also those who have made a contract with the Demon King." Helena asked again, her face full of surprise. "A contractor?" Helios's expression remained unchanged. "That's right. It's not about sealing the Demon King's power, but about summoning the Demon King back to the world and using their own power. Bless is of Rabiung's bloodline, so we cannot discard the possibility that she might possess the qualities of a contractor."
Helena, slightly confused, asked, "If that's the case, isn't it strange? Duke S isn't from the Rabiung family line, so how could he summon the Demon King?" Eldian then spoke, making the atmosphere turn eerie. "Bella von Ravi. She suddenly became the first prince's fiancée. Assuming there's a collaboration with S, that would make perfect sense, wouldn't it?
Wasn't Count Ravi part of Duke Rabiang's plan? Bread froze, his face slightly panicked. It's not that the basic conditions couldn't be met. Riso used strange power during the Eastern War, which is also suspicious. Of course, with just these words, we can't be certain about their alliance yet. Arius, who had been silent until now, also spoke up. No, Riso clearly obtained that power. It's a sensitive issue, so we only collected evidence and didn't report it to the royal family, but I clearly saw it at S's residence. A knight escorting Prince Riso was lying among a pile of corpses. Eldian calmly spoke again. Everything is as expected. To use such immense power, that malevolent power belongs to the Demon King. It seems the Demon King has awakened and is acting. A hand gripped Bread's hand tightly and offered comfort. It'll be all right, Bread. There's no need to be afraid. Helena looked at her with sparkling eyes. Because I'll always be by your side. I absolutely won't let my sister get hurt. He also spoke up, continuing, I will do the same. Even if the opponent is the Demon King, I will definitely protect you this time.
Helios smiled reassuringly at Bress. That's right, Bress. Everyone here thinks the same way. We will absolutely not leave you alone. No matter what happens, we will fight together. She happily clasped her hands together. Yes, Father. Thank you, everyone. All right. No matter how heavy my fate may be, there's nothing to fear, because I have friends and family fighting alongside me. And me too, Bress. Ah, May. A voice echoed from outside the door. Excuse me, master of the house. Helena and she flinched slightly. May I come in? Lady had stepped in from outside, and Helios also stood up and went to ask, Lady, what's wrong? Bress stood behind him, looked at her, and thought to herself, yes, the thing is, why is Lady, who is always so calm, suddenly like this? Lady spoke with a serious expression. I just received news from Duke Gold. She was slightly surprised, and thought to herself, Duke Gold? Could something have happened to Fabian? Lady continued, Adolf von Gold, Duke Gold, has passed away. Duke Adolf von Gold had passed away. Although Duke Gold had been poisoned and couldn't go out, his death was still a question mark for everyone. She walked over from a distance and called out, Fabian. He turned around, smiled, and greeted Bress. You're here? But the very next second, tears welled up. She looked up at Fabian in alarm. Bress quickly raised her arm. Fabian, you're very sad, aren't you? She reached out to wipe away the tears on his face, comforting him. It's okay. Everything will be all right. How could one console such sudden grief over the loss of parents? He hadn't even reconciled with the Duke until the very end, and now the last chance to speak was gone, making his emotions even more complicated. We'll be by your side. Outside the church, graves were built side by side. A white flower was placed on the grave. Fabian sadly told Bress, he really wasn't a good father. She turned her head to look at him, but remained silent. He was too greedy. Most of the time he saw me, his son, as a mere tool.
Helios arrived with Helena. Thank you for coming, Duke. You've been through a lot. From a young age, my relationship with my parents was never like any other. The third prince and Count Giesel, Eldian, stood still with expressionless faces. Fabian clenched his fists. I don't hate him that much, but the truth is, I don't feel any affection. His tears fell profusely, but he was still my father. Brest sadly thought to himself, I will never forgive those who did this to my father. This death was not just a coincidence. It was an exploitation of the timing to kill the Duke. And the culprit was clearly. At this moment, she also spoke up. Fabian, this is Duke S's doing. His face was full of surprise and disbelief. What? 7 years ago, when it was still only suspected to be an accident, I checked the documents and found that 2 ducal houses had cooperated with Duke S. Duke Gold had joined forces with Duke S 7 years ago, and so he killed to divert suspicion. Due to the funeral, the investigation into Duke S's accusations was postponed indefinitely. Just for that reason, then, that's not all. Duke S is planning even more by using his evil power.
Bless raised her hands in front of her. I will fight to stop it. She paused for a moment, thinking, then continued. Honestly, I need Fabian's help, but that would be a burden on a child carrying sorrow. I only told you because I thought you needed to know. Fabian, with teary eyes, said to Bless, Sister, I want to fight alongside you too. Although it's also for revenge, I want to protect and help you. When she heard his words, her eyes showed complete surprise. I don't want to lose my people to them. Bless gave a radiant smile, her cheeks flushed. Thank you, Fabian. Even in this moment, you still want to help others. Fabian truly is a strong child. I also have to do my best. Inside a large room, Helios and Helena were standing there. Seeing Bless, Helena immediately called out, Bless, young Master Gould? Fabian went to greet Helios. Helios said, Thank you all for coming, Duke Rabiang, Lady Helena. Well, I'm very sorry about your father.
After hearing Helios's words, she clearly showed surprise. Helios continued, "If you need help, just tell me." I guessed it was probably because this was the funeral of the fourth duke, and all the nobles of the empire had gathered. Suddenly, the glass in the window shattered and flew everywhere. As Helios turned to look, a scream rang out. "Ah, soldiers from outside are rushing in." Their bodies were pitch black and their gait was unsteady. "Why are they soldiers?" Bless looked at them in horror. "These soldiers."
I sensed a source of power similar to those I met at Duke S's mansion. Arius suddenly appeared and blocked her path. "Milady, it's dangerous. Step back." Arius extended a hand and conjured a blue flame. Helios raised his hand, conjuring a magic circle overhead. A slash grazed a nearby soldier. Perhaps this was the power of Duke S that Bless had spoken of. Eldian, who had been imprisoned until now, held the sword enveloped in a red glow in his hand. Is Rizzo then the one wielding this power? Fabian looked around in confusion and asked, "What exactly is going on? Why are these soldiers?"
Helios seemed to realize something. So this is how it happened. He turned and ordered her, "Bress, first go to the royal palace with His Highness." "Yes, Father, about that? This is a trap to bind us together. Right now, it's highly likely that His Majesty is in danger." Meanwhile, at the royal palace, a pair of feet hurried along the corridor, fresh red blood still clinging to the shoes. Rizzo, holding a blood-stained sword, entered the room, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. Lathus, lying on the bed, spoke. "You've arrived. What a strange turn of events." He smiled and replied to him, "Yes, Your Majesty, I have arrived." Rizzo's expression turned sinister. "Not the beloved third child, but this venomous firstborn? I have endured all humiliation for this moment, the power I gained by bowing to the mediocre Duke S. Now the throne is mine. The time has come." Lathus stood looking out the window. She smiled and said, "Too much time has passed." Pori also stood there with an emotionless expression. "We have also been apart for a very long time." Lathus smiled, her red eyes turning sinister. "It's time to face the end." Outside the castle, the sky was gloomy, shrouded in dark clouds. The two people's footsteps on the wooden floor created a clattering sound. Eldian and Bless walked in silence, a strange silence. She looked up and observed, "Why is there no one here?" He frowned, observing something. Eldian turned back and said to Bless, "It might be too late, but first I'll go to His Majesty." The space around her suddenly became gloomy. "I hope it's not too late." His hand reached for the door. "I don't sense any magic." Eldian opened the door and said to her, "Come in." Bless's face darkened as she called out, "Your Majesty." Lafaus lay motionless on the bed, his body livid. Your Majesty, please wake up." She rushed over, anxiously shaking him. "Can you hear me?" Lafaus's hands were mottled with purple marks. "What are these signs that look like poisoning?" He calmly observed his body. Eldian asked Bless, "What exactly is going on here?" He continued to ask, "What happened to the butler?" The first one to be poisoned was the butler. Eldian's face became serious. "It's Risso, isn't it?" Lathaus, lying on the bed, now smiled and spoke. "Ha! Are you really asking because you don't know? He is a child with excessive greed who crossed the line long ago. I knew that, but I didn't expect it to come to this. All right, that's my fault." Hearing his words, she teared up. "If things continue like this, who knows? Someone might actually ascend the throne."
Brez gripped the bedsheets tightly with both hands. Why was Eldian only speaking cold words in this situation, after all? "No, with that purifying power, Your Majesty." Lathios gently touched her hand, interrupting her train of thought. "All right, don't waste your strength on useless things anymore." Brez, with tear-filled eyes, looked up at him. "Your Majesty." "I must speak quickly before it's too late." He turned to Eldian and said, "Eldian, you are the next emperor of this empire, the emperor who will carry on the next generation, and Rebiang's child can help the empire." With that, Lathios' hand slowly lowered. She flinched, and tears streamed down her cheeks. He just stood there silently, saying nothing. Brez cried out in a sorrowful tone, "Your Majesty!"
Eldin clenched his hands. "Your Majesty." Suddenly, golden butterflies appeared out of nowhere. He asked Bless, "Are those Prince Gold's spirits?" She reached out and gently touched his hands. "The spirits will be by Your Majesty's side. If we do this, even if the Imperial Palace collapses, Your Majesty will remain safe and sound." Eldin merely replied indifferently. "I see." He continued, making her turn her head in surprise. "Thank you, Bless. Thanks to you, I feel more at ease." As soon as he walked away, a glowing circle appeared beneath him. Now then, a blue light suddenly illuminated Eldin's body. Work must be done. A bright circle enveloped him. She observed and thought to herself, that thing, could it be a pillar of light? The immense light that appears when the imperial family's power is inherited? Helios looked somewhat bewildered upon seeing it.
If it appears now, he spoke, surprising Helena, who stood beside him. It seems His Majesty has passed away. She immediately turned her face towards the castle. Your Majesty, what exactly is happening at the Imperial Palace? Will Bless be safe? Inside a dark dungeon. We've missed a great opportunity to deal with Eldin. Richaud walked with a resentful expression. We must prepare another method before he can retaliate. To do that, I must first go to that person. He walked up to a prison cell, inside which a black-haired man was sitting on a bed. Hayrick looked up and greeted Richaud upon his arrival. You're here, Your Royal Highness. Suddenly, he gave a strange smile. I've been waiting for a very long time. He gripped the hilt of his sword. Fool, do you still think we're on the same side? Without that power, you're useless now. That power has already killed you, and now I just need to absorb it. Suddenly, Richaud coughed violently, blood gushing from his mouth, leaving him stunned.
Risso's vision also faded. What's going on? Heinrich opened the cell door and stepped out. Your Highness, don't complain too much. After all, everything has already been decided. The prince will die right here. He incredulously raised his head to look. What? No, that's impossible. I must become the emperor of this empire. Heinrich smiled and continued to Risso. So childish. He raised his hand and laughed loudly. Why did you think that power would be yours? You didn't know it would be devoured by darkness. Footsteps echoed from afar. Heinrich immediately turned his head to look. Ah, you've arrived. The silhouette of a red-haired girl slowly walked towards the two. I've missed an interesting scene. My daughter. Outside the castle, the blue pillar of light had not yet disappeared. Eldon incredulously raised his head to look. How could it be accumulating?
Breath stared at him and thought, once the Emperor ascends the throne, there will be no Riso, will there? She quickly ran to him and asked, Eldian, are you all right? I'm fine, there's no problem. He clenched his fist as the task at hand remained unchanged. Eldian urged Breath, let's go, Breath. The two stepped out into the corridor. First, they had to find Riso. She walked behind him, constantly looking around. The palace was too quiet, which made her feel a bit uneasy. I don't think we should waste any more time. Breath spoke up and asked him, Eldian, do you have any idea where he might be? In this situation, if it's Riso, no matter who it is, if they've taken control of the palace, then he raised both hands and gripped the doorknob. Before opening the door, Eldian told her, I think the last place he could be is here. Breath looked up. Ah, here is... Inside the room, a figure was seated on the throne, in His Majesty the Emperor's audience chamber. Riso sat firmly on the throne, his hands resting on either side. He didn't look pleased to see him. Riso. His hands remained still, unmoving. He must have seen us come in, so why isn't he reacting?
Bless quickly called out, Eldian. He swiftly went and placed his hand on Risso's body. Eldian, his face devoid of emotion, spoke, as expected. She was bewildered upon hearing his words. He's already stopped breathing? It seems Risso didn't end his own life, so who was it then? What? Since when were the soldiers here? Someone appeared from nowhere and spoke, I am the one who took His Royal Highness away. Herrick, with an arrogant expression, said, Think again. The final wish has finally come true. Eldian immediately drew his sword. Bless, step back. He stood in front of her, shielding her, and pointed his sword at him. You killed Risso, didn't you? He spread his arms and laughed loudly. Ha ha, don't be too angry. It was merely self-defense. His Royal Highness intended to kill me first. Bless looked slightly worried. As expected, the two of them had joined forces to exploit each other. She clenched her hands. In any case, we'll be at a disadvantage. We must buy time by any means until help arrives. What benefit did you gain from joining forces with Risso? Let's see, I'm not very keen on answering your question. This girl, I don't like you at all. No, on the contrary, I even hate you. What is this sudden feeling of being overwhelmed? Herrick's eyes started downwards, truly finding it utterly disgusting. Because you too will share an unfortunate fate just like your mother. Such immense power, completely different from before. As expected, Herrick has made a pact with the Daemon King. He sneered and wondered, what's next for Rabiong?
Eldin charged forward, striking powerfully, but Henrik created a protective barrier, a name too grand for a beast-kin brat. His calm expression, present until now, vanished, replaced by a face clearly showing anger as he looked at Henrik. That mouth of yours, you'd best be careful, Duke. He raised his head, looked at Eldin, and sneered. Oh, Brest reached out, intending to help. Eldin's attack had already reduced the pressure. She had to help Eldin now. Eldin anxiously glanced her way. Brest, if you're tired, you don't need to push yourself too hard. As a member of the Ducal House of Rabian, I also have a responsibility to protect the Empire from danger, something I've only just realized. Around the knights, many pink specks of light appeared. Eldin also swung his sword, striking at them. He gripped the sword, which was enveloped in a red glow, in his hand. Why did the Duke join forces with my brother? Eldin's question caught Henrik slightly off guard. What? He spoke up, angering the Duke. They truly are alike, that filthy sense of inferiority.
What did you say? Henrik felt something unusual and immediately turned his head to look, but in reality, there was nothing special. The soldiers were all lying sprawled on the floor. The soldiers? Since when have they? If I'm pushed this far, it seems there's no other way. I can only call that person out. He numbly extended his hand and commanded, "Show everyone."
Breath gasped, her mouth wide open in panic. The overwhelming feeling was different from before. Could it be that the Demon King has been summoned? So the person with Bella is the Demon King? But how could the Demon King manifest as the first-generation Rabian? Her eyes were filled with disbelief and confusion. I don't know why he has a face like the first-generation Rabian, but resolving the current situation is the priority. Breath extended her hands, conjuring magic. If it's the Demon King's power, then it wouldn't be different from what we've purged until now. If it's the power of purging, then it will surely succeed. She exclaimed with even greater disbelief. How can this be? From now on, those shallow tricks, dark, gloomy tendrils of energy emanated around Heinrich. But don't worry too much. I won't do anything to take your lives immediately. He smirked. All right, I can't kill you now.
Because now, instead of being false vessels, you shall become vessels containing the Demon King's power. Bless stared ahead in horror. I become a vessel for the Demon King's power? Eldian, slightly worried, still spoke to reassure her. You don't need to listen to Baron Hyrix. His face returned to a calm expression. It's very dangerous, so step back behind me. Hyrix extended both hands, his face excited. The Demon King is no longer far from here. Now that the vessel is ready, unlock its full power. Bless fell into deep thought. What should I do now? If he doesn't kill me, it doesn't necessarily mean I'll live completely. Like those soldiers, my soul will be stolen and my body possessed, right? How can I confront the Demon King? The power of purification can fight monsters, but why can't it fight the Demon King? Hyrex's energy is still being blocked. I need to find a way before the Demon King's power is fully awakened. Think calmly. Perhaps I haven't been using the power of purification correctly. A voice suddenly rang out. She was slightly surprised by the voice. It turned out to be Rabiang's child. It was the voice I had been hearing all this time. Bless's eyes suddenly became lifeless, and she unexpectedly followed the voice, walking. This way, go this way.
Eldian saw it and frantically called out her name. Bless! A stream of black mist appeared, obscuring his vision. Hyrix suddenly bent low and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. He wore a triumphant expression. It's over now. If you touch the complete bowl, then finally... A stream of blue light came from nowhere. Eldian unexpectedly turned his head to look. This magic. The silhouette of a person stepped in from outside. It won't go your way. Helios and Helena stepped in from outside. Duke Rabiang! Hyrix glared angrily, while the Duke remained calm. Helios! He stepped forward and instructed Helena. Helena, take Bless as far away as possible. Yes, father. She walked over and gently patted Bless's shoulder. Oh, it's you, sister. Bless, are you awake? Arius also quickly entered with soldiers. Now we can rest assured. Fabian reached out to catch his butterflies. Arius and young Master Gold, everyone has arrived. We are rescuing and protecting the people in the palace. The remaining soldiers have also been dealt with, so the palace is now safe. Meanwhile, everyone wanted to get to Bless, so I was scolded for trying to stop them. Even so, I'm still trustworthy, aren't I, Arius? Fabian? Helena continued to speak to reassure her. Duke S. don't worry either, because my father said he would stop him himself. Helios's face darkened as he called out. Helios!
He immediately swung his hand out and shouted, It seems my prediction of the situation wasn't quite right, was it? Things are different now than before. You can't defeat me now. He also quickly put out his hand to block the attack. Humph. Hyrix laughed wildly. I can do it. The difference in power is very clear. I will win. On the other side, Helios raised his hand to create a magic circle. I am Helios. Let's see. I don't know what's so different. Even if you've gained that power, it doesn't mean you've swapped places with me. Helios was stunned when he heard him speak. Helios smiled and continued. You were never destined to become a duke from the start. Did you think I would never find out? I sensed the family's power gravitating towards your sister. I knew you would kill Cesa because of that inferiority complex and ambition. Merely stealing your sister's position wasn't enough. Helios advanced as he spoke. You also killed His Majesty and threatened the Empire. After learning the reason, I cannot forgive you.
All of this, if not for your wicked ambition. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, clenching his hands into fists. Helios remembered Cesara's image, and then this wouldn't have happened. Of course, even in the end, it was unbelievable. Cesara, so I will definitely. Hydric lowered his head. The power difference was clear, yet he still dared to be arrogant. He then loudly called out Bella's name. Bress, Helena, and Eldian looked bewildered when they heard Hydric call out. Is Bella there?
She thought to herself in confusion. Bella? A red skirt fluttered past. Yes, your grace called for me? Bella suddenly appeared and smiled, saying to him, I've been right beside you the whole time, until you called. Hydric excitedly extended his hand. All right, so you're here. Come closer. Unleash the ultimate power. Bella smiled in response. If I do that, how can I be of help to your grace?
Bless was stunned by their conversation. Is that okay? Of course it is. No, it's not. The Demon King's power is growing if it expands further right here. Suddenly, a spray of blood shot out, leaving the two girls bewildered. Even Helios, upon seeing it, couldn't help but be surprised. Heyrick suddenly spat out blood, small specks of it staining his collar. He held out his hand, looked at it, and asked, What is this? He collapsed to the floor, Bella standing opposite him, staring intently. Heyrick, confused, called her name. Bella? Just as he was about to ask, Bella cut him off. Why you, Duke? Although she didn't appear angry, her words carried a deep resentment. You abandoned me first. I heard everything you said just now. You said I wasn't the true vessel. You always said I was a special child. Bella placed a hand on her chest, her eyes welling up. Because I believed those words, I did everything that was asked of me. But in the end, I was the one abandoned. She clenched her hand tightly. You said you needed me. You said you would take care of me like a child. But the one you truly need is Bless von Ribiung. What exactly is that child? Tears streamed down Bella's cheeks. As for me now, everything has been arranged, hasn't it? She pointed towards Heyrick, who was collapsed on the floor. I no longer need the Duke either. Dark aura swirled around him. Now I will do as I please. Just die. Bella turned her head to look, about to say something. Bless clutched her shirt tightly when she heard her ask, Why are you looking at me like that? Do I look scary? Bella looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. What's so scary about that? She walked over to Heyrick. Then, I will now officially introduce myself. I am Bella von Ravi, the official contractor of the Demon King. A long-range attack flew towards the magic circle. Helios stepped forward, casting magic to block it. Helena advanced from behind, calling out to him, Father! Helios anxiously turned his head back to warn, Helena, don't rush out. I will deal with the Demon King's power. You all protect Bless. Eldian and Helena quickly positioned themselves on two sides to defend. Why? Bella stared blankly at Bless, who was being protected. She wondered silently to herself, how could that child be loved so much?
It would be better not to know the truth. The day I became a contractor with the Demon King, I had seen the future of another timeline. 4 people stood side by side, and I was there. Bella smiled brightly, like the dawn, a child beloved by everyone. Back to reality. But how? How did that destiny change? He tried to block the attack with his sword, but now he's reached his limit. Eldian gripped his sword with difficulty, his consciousness slowly fading. Brest called out to him worriedly, but he spoke back, I'm fine, Brest, don't worry. He turned his head, his face slightly tired, and told her, I'm just doing things my way, all right? Don't be weak. I've already made up my mind. I will take a different path from the Emperor. Therefore, I must protect my people. Although Eldian seemed unwell, he still spoke to reassure Brest. I will definitely protect you, as one of my own. Whether it's the power of darkness or the Demon King, I won't let them touch you. Bella immediately laughed scornfully. How pathetic, Lady Brest. Keep hiding behind others. A large amount of black magic emanated from around her. The child of prophecy with transcendent power, acting as if you possess such amazing abilities, huh? But when it truly matters, things don't go as planned. Bella's eyes turned red. She pointed and smiled eerily. Just like this, it has to end. She then unleashed torrents of black magic, a power incomparable to what she had released until now. Brest stared at Bella in utter horror. Can it be stopped, just with our power? Suddenly, a golden butterfly appeared and blocked the attack. This? More people are stepping in, just as I said. Arius and Fabian approached. Even if the opponent is the Demon King, I will still watch over you. I'm here, sister.
Eldon immediately approached the two. I've already had a tough time and now more spectacular displays are coming? Anyway, with just your strength, you won't be able to stop it. All right, do you have some kind of grudge against me? He angrily clenched his fist, while Fabian embraced Bless. Even now, thinking of monopolizing the young lady is a bit short-sighted. That's why I'm saying this. Fabian smiled and asked Henko, are you all right? Luckily, it's not too late. I already told you, I will fight alongside you until the end, Fabian. Helios and Helena exchanged smiles. Fabian, thank you both very much. Bella stared blankly at the scene before her. How could this be? She grew even angrier. Why is it always just her, unable to do anything, not even knowing how to properly use her own strength? Suddenly, a voice rang out. As for that, the power of a transcendent is used in its own way. Bella startled.
and turned to look towards where the voice came from. 2 girls entered from outside. "It's a relief you're all right, young Lady Bless."
"Thank you, Helios. Please protect the young lady as promised." Lady Et smiled at him. "Lady Et, it seems everything is finally ready." Her feet slowly moved forward, and she bowed respectfully, saying, "Duke Acidel, Lady Et." She stood opposite Eldian and greeted him. "Greetings to the new son of the Empire." He replied with little surprise, "As expected, you are Duke Acidel." Lady Et smiled and replied, "Yes, as you guessed, I am Duke Acidel, the first emperor of the Giles sealed the Demon King and established this empire. My loyal subjects and many others have awaited this moment."
Bless stood still, listening to her every word. Is Ladiet the first emperor? So the Imperial Library still has writings about Ladiet. She raised her arm. The power of the transcendent being can seal the Demon King, but it still requires a special condition, surviving the power unleashed by the one who signed a contract with the Demon King. Ladiet looked forward with indifferent eyes. Bella's face flushed red with anger. That was the power everyone was trying to unleash. So, keep doing what you intend to do. If Lady Bless cannot endure it, then that will be my victory. Now she's looking down on me. She angrily yelled, "All right, let's see if you can endure it this once. In the end, I will be the last one standing." A purple orb suddenly appeared above Ladiet's head. Lady Bless clenched her fist. "I apologize for making you go through this trial." A voice spoke up, comforting Ladiet. "Don't worry, lady. This is why I have this power, isn't it? This is a way to convey Ladiet's long-held wish, my own battle that no one else can replace. Trust me, I will return. If this can protect my people, then I will surely succeed." The space darkened, and loud calls echoed repeatedly. "Bless, bless, Lady Bless." Everything. That is the duty of those living in the present, merely after-images of the past. We are not directly involved in this war. Each person has made their own contract and sworn to end this battle.
Bless woke up with a start and opened her eyes wide to look. She sat up abruptly and looked around. "Where is this place? Why was I still in the Imperial Palace just now?" Bless's eyes lit up when she saw something. A loud scream caught her attention. "Seriously, I told you I don't understand." This voice, Helena with a hateful expression, spoke. "How did the invitation end up with an illegitimate child, sister?" She immediately yelled loudly, startling Bless. "What are you doing? Get up and catch it." "Why is she yelling at me like that?" Helena handed her the letter and instructed. "This is the third prince's birthday invitation. His Highness has already sent the invitation, so you cannot refuse to go. Just be quiet for a bit and then come back, understood?" She left, not forgetting to yell loudly and firmly at Bless. "Listen to me." She held the invitation in her hand. Although that person had the same appearance as my sister, that wasn't the sister I knew. What was happening? A voice appeared, catching her attention. "How do you feel, Bless? Are you suffering? This is the world I specially prepared for you, where no one will like you, Bella. If you don't break down there, I will acknowledge your victory, so try to endure it just this once." Outside the small buildings, if this was a virtual world created by Bella, then it's clear that everyone loves the main character. If so, Helena's actions are also understandable. In the original story, Helena hated her younger sister. However, if one compares the differences to what I know,
the original Helena couldn't use magic, but I could feel Helena's immense magical power, just like my older sisters. The carriage stopped. Could it be? Before my eyes was a magnificent castle. Were the others also memory wiped and dragged here? I need to check on the others' condition today. Helena irritably bumped Bless's shoulder. "Do you remember what I told you? Shut your mouth, sit still, and go home. And if you talk to me today, I won't let it slide." "Why are you talking to me like that?" Bless recalled Helena hugging her, feeling incredibly hurt. "I know this is a created world, but I'm still so sad." A call of, "Sister," jolted her awake. "Sister?
Bless looked up to see Fabian approaching, smiling as he greeted Bella. Her eyes clearly showed her astonishment. He cheerfully spoke to her. "Sister Bella, you won't forget our first dance tonight, will you?" "Of course." Arius, standing beside Bella, immediately spoke up. "Young Master Gold, please do not disturb the lady." "Huh? When was I like that?" Bella looked at Bless triumphantly and smiled. "So you know now, don't you? My feelings when everything was stolen from me. How long can you endure to receive love?" Bless gripped her skirt tightly with her hands. No, there must be some mistake. I haven't had an easy path to get to where I am now, so these trivial things are nothing." A voice rang out, interrupting her thoughts. "The third prince is entering." Bless flinched upon hearing that voice. "Eldian." Her feet slowly carried her further inside. "Eldian likes Bella here too, doesn't he?" All the affections directed towards her now. She quietly stood alone in a corner. Her back looked incredibly lonely. "I'm not confident enough to see why. Anyway, they won't care about me. As long as I can get through this situation, there's no need to watch things I don't want to see. That's right, so." Just as Bless was about to walk away, someone spoke up to stop her. "Wait, you there." She turned around blankly to look in that direction. "Eldian." He walked towards Bless, smiling brightly like a flower, and greeted her. "This is a face I've never seen before. Could you tell me your name?"
She clasped her hands together, thinking to herself, why is Eldian interested in me? Everyone here has forgotten my existence. Even my sister hates me, so why is the prince treating me like this?
Elrian tilted his head and smiled at Bless, the young lady. She was a little nervous, then introduced herself. I am Bless von Rabiong. He also smiled and repeated her name, Bless von Rabiong. Elrian smiled awkwardly. I apologize. You're a little flustered, aren't you? Even though today is the first time we've met, I have a very familiar feeling. Could it be that he recognized me subconsciously? Bella approached from a distance and asked, what interesting things are you talking about? She smiled and then asked him, may I listen in as well? Yes, your royal highness, Bella. Bless clenched her hands, comforting herself. All right, don't hope in vain.
Bella smugly raised her head and smiled at her, thinking Eldian talking to me isn't because he remembered me, but merely out of curiosity. This is the world Bella created in that way. Eldian turned around and spoke in a reproachful tone, surprising both of them. Speaking like that, is that Rabia's etiquette? Bella was stunned into silence when he rebuked her. I recall that our relationship isn't close enough to overlook this disrespect. Bress stared blankly, observing the situation. What just happened? Why is Eldian acting like that towards Bella, she thought. She frantically called out to Eldian. Wait, your royal highness, Lady Rabia. Then, addressing both, she added, in any case, there might be a disturbance. Let's move to a different location, shall we? The two of them went to a fresh, lush garden. Bress was surprised when she saw it. I came here with Eldian last time, she murmured. Eldian smiled and said to her, this is my secret place. When I want to be alone, I come here. I don't like places where many people go. Bress seemed a bit confused by Eldian's behavior. His attitude towards me still hasn't changed. Has Bella's power not reached him? He's the main character of the party. Is it all right for him to be absent like this? She wondered. Eldian then said, don't worry, as long as I show up at the end, it's fine. So that's how it is, Bress thought, understanding. Bress intently observed Eldian. This time alone with Eldian felt a bit awkward, but not inconvenient at all, quite the opposite, she mused. Seeing Eldian as the only one who hadn't changed in a place where everyone else had, I felt strangely comfortable, even though nothing had been resolved. He observed a flower, then called out to Bress, look at this flower. It's exactly the same color as your hair, lady. Oh, it really is.
Eldian turned to her. This color isn't commonly seen. It's also very magical, truly identical. But is this your first time attending a royal party? Yes. So where exactly did we meet that I find you so familiar? Ha ha ha. I don't know. Eldian raised a hand to his chin. Oh, it's time to go back. What a pity. The scenery here would be even more beautiful when night falls. It's all right. I've seen it before. Bless raised a hand to touch her hair, which was blowing in the wind, then smiled brightly. So if there's a chance, please invite me again. Whether the situation was coincidental or not, even if it was just Eldian, it was fortunate that he still had some goodwill towards me. If everyone hated me, everything would be very difficult.
No, to be honest, I felt lucky that it was an Eldian. When I heard that an Eldian would enter the banquet hall, strangely, my body froze. I mean, I thought I could endure it like previous incidents. Do I have some special feelings for Eldians? A strange gust of wind blew through the garden. Both immediately became vigilant. What is this? Bless's entire body suddenly floated up. Why did this suddenly happen? Space. As soon as the gust of wind ended, Bless was back inside the imperial palace. She observed her surroundings. Had she returned to the banquet hall? Bella then spoke. That's right. This is how it should be. Are all three of you currently standing behind me? Arya suddenly spoke. Only you are my savior, Bella. Fabian's cheeks flushed. I only ever have you, Bella. Eldian's face darkened, and he spoke awkwardly. I will always be by your side to protect you, Bella. She smiled contentedly. Bless observed and thought, I must eliminate that brainwashing. If so, what should I do? The outside world also has no effect, but will transcendent power work in the world Bella created? Bella tilted her head and looked at her. Regardless, I have already won, Bless.
Suddenly, a red light appeared, startling her. Let's see what this is all about. What is it? What the hell? Eldian, with a gloomy face, spoke, Now I understand. These strange feelings I've never known before. The red light enveloped Bella's body. No, she struggled, trying to break free. No way. How is this happening? He placed the sword against Bella's neck. Her face became panicked. Your puppet show ends here, Bella von Ravi. Bella, in disbelief, said, No, that can't be happening. Why? How is this happening? I used the Demon King's power and struggled so much to get back what was stolen. Why isn't the world I created turning out the way I wanted to? She clutched her skirt and conjured magic. Black lights continuously emanated from Bella's body. Bella's energy was being amplified. If this continues, Eldian will be in danger. Eldian suddenly yelled loudly, Breath! He turned to her and said, I'll hold her back, so let's deal with this together. Eldian, what foolishness are you talking about? How can I both protect Eldian and stop Bella? There's absolutely no way. The Demon King's power obstructs, making it extremely difficult to access breath, the power of purification. If that's the case, Eldian won't get hurt, May. It was then that she suddenly remembered. The power of purification. Ah, what I must accomplish in this world, it turns out, isn't just enduring the trials Bella created. What I truly must do is purify the Demon King's power. The Demon King's power uses the dark souls of humans as its foundation, and this place is a world created from that power. Therefore, this place is overflowing with the Demon King's power. All of it must be purified. Breath, it's ready. Excellent, May. It's all up to you. She held out both hands, and in her palms was a small pink orb. The orb immediately emitted pink streams of light that spread everywhere.
Bless opened her eyes wide, observing the streams of light. We will destroy this false world and return, go to where we were always meant to go. Bella sat slumped on the floor, her body continuously emitting dark aura. She lifted her head. No, the space is gradually disappearing. The world I created. She looked up blankly. It's gone. Is it over now? May walked over and touched Bless's hair. Bless, you succeeded. That power is gradually fading. May, thank you. It's all thanks to you. Due to the surprise, she opened her eyes wide. Bless had done it.
Miss Lewin looked around and asked, "Oh, but what about Eldian and the others? First, let's return to our original world. Bless, let's go too." She saw Bella sitting with her head bowed to the floor. Bless looked at her indifferently, saying nothing. Bella just kept her head down, paying no attention. Dame May saw this and called her name loudly. "Bless!" Her gaze was incredibly resolute as she looked towards Bella. Bless's call made her stop. "Come back, Bella. If you keep staying here, you'll disappear along with this collapsing world, so—" Bella immediately sneered, cutting her off. She laughed loudly, but Bless remained still, watching. "Ha ha ha, please stop. Don't pretend to be kind anymore, Bless von Robiong. I've hated that attitude of yours for a long time, as if you look down on others. Who are you to forgive me?" Bless replied to Bella emotionlessly. "No, I didn't say I was forgiving you. I hate you, but I just don't think dying is a good thing."
Bella bowed her head and laughed loudly. "That's why I hate it so much, you fool. That image truly hasn't changed at all. All right, now that I'm facing you up close like this, I understand. Through the power of the Demon King, I've been in another world. It wasn't me, but they were exactly like you, Bless. Although I'm speaking in my own voice, it feels like someone else. Actually, I vaguely knew, but I pretended not to. I'm not as lucky as you. I wasn't even loved by my parents. No matter what, there needs to be someone to hate. Why do you, in that place, have my appearance?" Bless remained silent at Bella's story. "Bless, who exactly are you?" She then spoke up to answer her question. "I am a role player, and originally I was supposed to play the main character of the story, who is Bella. But I also don't know why the Bella of that world you saw looks like me. Perhaps this world has called those with similar souls role players." Bless meticulously explained to her. "What I mean is that another person's soul is inhabiting this body. It's hard to believe these words." "No, I believe you," Bella said, surprising her slightly. "On the contrary, if it weren't so, it would make even less sense." Bless frantically reached out. "Bella, wait!" Blood began to trickle from the corner of Bella's mouth. "All right, this place was never mine to begin with. I don't like having to accept that like a fool. But I still envy you, because you have everything. If only I hadn't seen such a welcome, how much better it would have been. Then would I have nurtured my own life without coveting what belonged to others?" Bless frantically rushed to her. "There's no time left, so let's get out."
Bella immediately pushed her back with both hands. Although she shed tears, her face was very joyful. "It's fine now, isn't it? Only now do I feel relieved. But I won't come back. I want to end things with this world. Goodbye, Bless von Drobiing." Back in the room, dazzling sunlight streamed through the glass window. Lady Et stared in astonishment at the scene before her. Everyone else was also surprised, and some even had tears in their eyes. Lady Et smiled and spoke. "All right, it seems the young lady has succeeded. Lady Bress, you've worked hard all this time." Lady Et, tears streaming down her face, placed a hand on her chest. "Thank you truly, Lady Bress." A few days later at the Imperial House of Rice, a hand gently rested on the letters. "All right, you've worked hard. Just leave them there." He spoke hesitantly. "Yes, well, there's something, Your Majesty. It seems you're overworking yourself, so please rest." Eldian looked up. It's not that bad. And even if it were, there's no time to rest. There are too many matters to resolve. The events that have transpired recently must be made known throughout the entire empire."
The nobles could not hide the chaos. The first prince, who died in a turmoil, was a story related to Duke S trying to break the seal of the Demon King, so it was a natural reaction. Duke Asadel disappeared, and S was also cut off from succession. Those 4 great dukes could no longer be called the 4 great dukes. No, that's no longer relevant. Immediately after Bless successfully purged the Demon King, the power of the household also completely disappeared. Don't mind our disappearance, the lady said with a smile. We are merely those who died long ago, so it was only to be expected, and now it's time for us to depart. The inherent power of the royal family and the dukes will also vanish. As they vanish, so too will that power. I couldn't shake the thought that they had been playing with a pre-planned wager from the very beginning. All power was lost, even though the fact that the 4 great dukes had served the empire remained unchanged. The 2 ducal families, Rabiang and Gold, still held this position. Prince Gold succeeded after the death of the late duke. He was officially bestowed the title of Duke Gold. Furthermore, the secret knight order led by Arius.
You've been officially appointed as the Emperor's official knight. Yes, that's good. If it's those 2, they can be trusted. Eldian pressed the seal firmly onto the stack of documents. Hi, he ordered his aide. Take these completed documents for me. Yes, the aide immediately went out. Then I'll take my leave. Eldian sat looking out the window. Bress, I have safely ascended to the throne as Emperor. I am going through busy days for the stability of the Empire. I also want to rush to your side right now, but currently, as Emperor, I must complete the tasks assigned to me. It must be this way. One day, when you awaken from your deep sleep, I will show you a stable empire. He subtly smiled. Perhaps this was just an excuse. When I see you, who knows when you will wake up? I might not be able to do anything and will only want to be by your side. But that's not the image you want, is it? I will hold this position firmly and wait for you, so please wake up and return to me, Bress. In a romantic pink garden. It's so beautiful, but where exactly is this? Bress floated through the garden, the wind making her hair flutter. I don't want to leave this place. Just as she set her feet down, someone called out, "Milady!" Ladiet and another person stood behind her, calling out, "Milady Bress!" Ladiet smiled, looking at Bress. As soon as Bress turned to look, her eyes were already welling up with tears. "Ladiet!" Ladiet walked over and patted Bress's head. "Oh my, why is our milady crying?"
Someone spoke up to ask, but Bless shook her head vigorously. "Are you perhaps sad and angry with us?" Ladies smiled at her. "No, I'm not angry at all." Bless fell into contemplation. "Perhaps I now know why I cannot leave this place. If I wake up here, I will know it's the end. Lodis, Hessa, Perry, Lillian, Bay, these people, now and forevermore." Lodis then spoke. "I always feel grateful to and apologetic to the young lady. I know how difficult the young lady's previous life was, yet despite those circumstances, you never lost your sweet and pure heart. Because of this, the young lady was chosen as the soul who would be able to wield the power of purification. Due to my ambition, I did not tell you beforehand. I sought every means to eliminate the Demon King. I wanted to minimize any possible variables for that purpose. No one knew what would happen until the very last moment. But despite that, the young lady has..." Bless's gaze fell upon the person standing next to Lodis. "That person is," Lodis continued, "fulfilled our wishes excellently. Thank you for helping us rest in peace. The Demon Lord's power has been purified and restored to its original state, and I apologize for burdening you with such a great responsibility, someone with such a gentle demeanor. It's a pity that I can only offer such a brief thank you. It's time to return now. Isn't there someone eagerly waiting for you?" Bless clenched her hands. "That's right, I know I have to go back too, but..." Suddenly, a voice called from behind her. "Lady Bless!" At the sound of the voice, Bless turned around to see Hessa, Tori, and Lillian standing there. "Lady, is your body all right?" Her eyes were welling up and the corners were red. "Tori, Hessa, Lillian." Tori walked over and wiped Bless's tears. "I thought you would have to leave before we could meet. Oh, were you waiting for us, lady?" "Please don't cry, Lady Bless." The ladies and the other person exchanged glances, nodded and smiled. The two of them held hands. Perhaps it was truly time to go now. The flow of time here is different from the outside. If they were to pass the starting point now, it would be too late.
Brez rushed over. Ladith, wait, I haven't been able to convey the most important words yet. I still have something I absolutely must say. She placed her hand on her chest, her eyes welling up. And still, my Ladith, I was so happy. Although there were times I was tired, even so, I never resented anyone. Ladith also shed tears. Of all my lives, this is the one where I felt the happiest, so thank you for choosing me. Truly, our young lady always had such a pure and gentle soul. That's right, that's why she was chosen. My young lady, Brez von Rabiong, I sincerely wish you will always be happy from now on. Helios and Helena were overjoyed to see Brez wake up. Brez, are you awake? Brez. She sat up and hugged both of them tightly. Thank you so much, Lady Brez. Not long after I woke up, the Duke of Gorovia faced a major controversy. It was the elder sister who had inherited the throne of Rabiong, and also...
Today is the day of Helena's temporary succession ceremony. Bless cheerfully welcomed the guests. Welcome, my lady. Thank you for attending. Oh, Lady Bless, it's a relief to see you're well. She thought to herself, it's a good thing my body recovered quickly. I almost had to ask someone else to take on the important role of welcoming guests. She pondered for a moment. After all, nearly all the invited guests had already arrived.
A carriage approached her, then came to a complete stop. A voice rang out, "Watch out!" The person shielded her, and seeing the person in front of her, she exclaimed in surprise, "Fabian!" With a worried expression, he said, "What if you were even clumsier than you already are?" She looked up and said, "Thank you, Fabian." Hearing this, he replied, "What if I hadn't seen you?" She paused in surprise and asked, "But why are you suddenly speaking so formally?" Hearing her question, he smiled and said, "You're still a bit sweet, aren't you?" She replied, a little bewildered, "Well, it's true that I am, isn't it?" Then he closed his eyes, looking mysterious, and replied, "That," he continued, "you could say I'm practicing. I mean, so I can act like a duke anytime, anywhere."
Her face flushed at his words and she let out a small sound. Fabian smiled cheerfully and said, "Now I'm no longer a young master, for I have become a duke to lead the family." She thought, "I heard that while I was unconscious he inherited the position. If so, these honorifics are Fabian's own effort." She bowed her head and said, "From what you say, it seems you need practice." He still smiled in response. "Right? That's the path I chose after much thought. I'm not like that anymore, but the first time I saw him grow up, I realized that one couldn't remain a child forever, and I felt sad for no reason." She spoke up, "Just do as you please. That doesn't mean our relationship will change, does it?" When she said that, his face fell slightly. Then he smiled. "Yes, that's right." She turned away and said, "Oh dear, Fabian, let's leave the rest for later." Seeing her busy, he also said, "I understand. I'll go in first." He watched her leave and said, "Thank you. I'll see you later." He began to think, "The day you woke up, even though the other marks I had left on you were broken, my heart still yearned for you. I know your feelings are at the very least not like mine." He tilted his head, looking into the space in front of him, and continued to think, "Therefore, I want to cherish these feelings alone." He looked towards her, who was receiving guests, Bless von Rabia. He continued to think, "Thanks to you, my world has expanded. Therefore, I want to thank my first love. I hope you are always happy." In a certain corridor, she was clasping her hands, deep in thought. Then she flusteredly thought to herself, "My sister is organizing the succession ceremony, so why do I feel more nervous?" Someone approached from behind. That person spoke, Lady Bless. Hearing it made her turn her head, thinking, "This voice is..." She exclaimed, "Arius!" His face broke into a delighted smile. Then he extended his hand towards her and said, "Come, lady, I will escort you to the succession ceremony."
Then he added, "The Duke asked me to do it." Hearing this, she was stunned and thought, "Did father ask Arius?" Thinking back, it seemed I had visited the Knights of Rabiang a few times recently. Then she spoke, "Abby, please check on Arius's new candidates." He continued, referring to the standard, "Yes, but no one is qualified enough to escort the young lady." Hearing this, she smiled with amusement and said, "Not many soldiers can pass Arius's evaluation then." He merely smiled and said, "Now I am a knight of. Is that so? I only regret that I cannot personally escort the young lady. We are no longer Rabiang as before." But in his heart, he wished he could kneel down and say, "I always want to be by your side." Even as he said that, he also thought, "I know there's already someone else in your heart." Seeing him like that, she immediately said, "Arius."
He took her hand and continued, "Even now, if the young lady is in danger, I will drop everything and rush to her immediately. Therefore, it's all right even if I'm not constantly by your side." He continued, "Please don't disregard these feelings." Then she spoke, "Arius, you are now..." Interrupting her, he interjected, "I want to complete the unfulfilled role of an escort. Can I always keep the position of the young lady's escort?" Seeing that he wouldn't let her speak, she could only sigh helplessly and think, Arius is still bothered by leaving me back then. It wasn't necessary for him to feel that way." She said helplessly, "Of course, Arius, it's always your place." At the succession ceremony for the ducal title, Helios spoke, "Helena von Rabiang, I will let you inherit Rabiang." Saying this, he presented a crown and said, "Fulfill your duty as a protector of the empire." She bowed her head, accepted the crown, and said, "As the head of Rabiang, I swear to do my utmost." He smiled and continued, "From now on, help Rabiang." "This is the first time I've been born in this place. I never even dreamed this day would come." She recalled the original story. In the original story, Helena was a wicked girl who only bothered the protagonist and Bless, because in the end, she would be the one to destroy Rabiang and Herrick. Recalling this tragedy, she pondered again. Helena, whose fate was like that, received congratulations from Rabian and matured a great deal. It was a truly novel feeling. A voice called out, "Brest!" She turned her head to look, then spoke, "Eldian, I thought you were too busy to come." He approached and said, "No matter what, I had to make time to come." He leaned his forehead against hers and continued, "If it weren't a day like this, when would I ever get to see you?" She said shyly, "What if someone happens to see us?" He said cheerfully, "It's fine. We're about to have our official engagement ceremony, aren't we?" After she woke up, she and Eldian realized their feelings for each other. She moved closer to him and said, "Honestly, how long do you plan to tease me?" After her sister's succession ceremony concluded, the official engagement was decided. He took a strand of her hair and said, "I was just joking, I'm sorry." Then his face lit up as he continued, "It's because your reactions are so interesting."
She became even more embarrassed upon hearing that. He continued, "I won't be like this again in the future. Please forgive me." She replied awkwardly, "You're quite the smooth talker." After I realized my feelings for Eldian and Bella's world, Eldian came to me amidst his own confusion and emotional turmoil. Hearing Eldian's confession for the first time, I couldn't believe it and thought I was still dreaming. It was only after Eldian tucked my hand that I realized I hadn't misheard his confession. Then a voice interrupted their thoughts. "Your Imperial Majesty." Hearing this, he turned his head and said, "Oh dear, I've been caught before even returning." He turned to leave and said to her, "Well then, I'll be going now, Bless." I knew he was very busy, but it was a pity we could only meet for a short time. And then he spoke up. "Oh, that's right, Bless." She looked at him puzzled. He said, "Wait for me, I'll come pick you up when I'm free." His face brightened as he said that, and upon hearing that, she smiled back happily. It took until the third lifetime to achieve a happy ending. Being able to dream of tomorrow with important people, perhaps this is a fairy tale happy ending. Thank you for watching today's video, and so we have reached the conclusion of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. We sincerely thank you for watching. We wish you a wonderful day.